Upgrade your thinking, a guide to your ultimate success. Gage Voigt. None of this work is copyrighted. You may share, redistribute, copy this information. You may even reword the information and put it into your own words and publish a book that makes millions of dollars. You may use and reproduce as you wish. You may do this all without my permission. This knowledge is so incredibly valuable that money should not be a factor whether someone has access to this knowledge that will absolutely change the world so we may all live to our highest potentials. There is no financial incentive for this book, all money goes to making sure this information gets to more people. This book required 1,000s of hours of research, meditation, contemplation, and editing to come about. It comes purely from the heart. Still, if you are interested in financially supporting the book, you may do so by going to one of these links. Donate, tinyurl.com/donate to Next Level Thinking. Patreon, patreon.com/realnextlevelthinking. Table of Contents. Introduction. The 5 Fundamentals for Success. Learning. The Science of Law of Attraction. Desire and Achievement. Basic Self-Help. Feelings and Emotions. Rejuvenation, Passions, and Habits. Giving and Creating. Clear Your Blockages. Meditations and Rituals. Media. Health. Plant-based Lifestyle. A Better You and a Better World. References and Appendix. Page 4. Page 6. Page 18. Page 28. Page 31. Page 44. Page 60. Page 65. Page 70. Page 73. Page 87. Page 116. Page 120. Page 127. Page 134. Page 150. Introduction. Would you like to improve your life experience dramatically in almost every way, your happiness, your stress levels, your income, your health, your relationships, your spiritual life? If you have one, or would like to develop one. Would you like to create your reality instead of having others, who may not have your interest in mind, create it? Would you like to know how to find purpose in life and how to get on track? Understanding, memorizing, and applying the information in this book will allow you to do this. I give you easy tools to help you. The information in this book has really worked in my life and in others. It is a holistic self-help book on how to be successful that explains concepts that aren't found in many others, such as the law of attraction, which can amplify your strengths and annihilate your weaknesses. It helps you learn how to learn, not just what to learn. It gives you mental exercises that help you develop the aspects you want and improve in your life without lengthy explanations. It explains how to escape the programming of negative people, the media, cults, manipulators, salesmen, and the social engineers who do not have your best interest in mind. It explains simple and sustainable ways of being healthy that do not require a significant investment in time or money. Finally, it explains how to be a better you and make a better world, so we may all prosper. All of this information explains normally complex, mystical, and wordy topics and packages it into an easy-to-digest meal. This book is intended to be concise while being comprehensive. It is meant to be read by any person capable of reading at an average comprehension level with no problem. It integrates basic and advanced methods to almost magically create the reality you want. It comes from 1,000s and 1,000 of hours of personal study and personal application. It is not sounds good theory which plagues many self-help books. All of this research documented in this book, references and appendix, and my website, nextlevelthinking.net. I had to go through lots of garbage material so you don't have to, and a lot of lengthy good, but difficult to initially understand, material as well. It also contains some of my own discoveries. Additionally, this information is from mystery schools, basic self-help, magic, occultism, religious philosophy, quantum physics, psychology, and secret societies. We will be getting into some topics that you may have never heard about in the media, in school, in your personal life, or at your workplace. Much of this empowering information has been hidden from humanity for profit and control. While going through the book, look back at life experiences of yourself and those you know, and you will understand what I am teaching is true. Have faith and apply this information and discover if this information works for you, which it should. When going through this book, I may request that you return to a certain portion of the book. You can press Ctrl+F keys at the same time to return to any part of the book. Press the arrows on the program you use to find the section. If you are on phones, you can tap on the three dots at the top or bottom of the screen and click on Find in Page to find the section. For those who have the physical book, check the table of contents. Let me clarify some words I will be using before going into the rest of the book. God also means the universe, infinite intelligence, the unified field. You may use whatever term you wish to describe the all-powerful force. Negative is what doesn't serve you or what you are truly here on earth for. It can also mean anything that makes you feel bad. Positive is what serves you or what you are truly here on earth for. It can also mean anything that makes you feel good. Section is a part of the book that is smaller than a chapter and is in bold text, center aligned. The font size is the same as the text. It looks like this. Example section. Disclaimer, I don't claim to know all of this info at a very deep level, but I am successfully on the rise to live an amazing successful life. I spend 99% of my day blissfully happy, more than anyone I associate with and almost all those I meet. I associate with many different groups of people. I am not an absolute expert in the area, and I am sharing what you think you know about this material, and that together, we can learn more about this at a deeper level as we discover things along the way. This doesn't, in any way, discredit the absolute amazing value of this information in the hands of the average person who has not been exposed to this empowering information found almost nowhere else. This information helped me go from nearly suicidal depression to bliss and enthusiasm for life 99% time throughout my day. Now let's begin. The 5 fundamentals of ultimate success. Success is feeling as good as possible. The reason you ever want to be successful is to feel good. The purpose of this book is to help you feel as good and then how to feel better and better in forever expanding bliss. Ultimate success is being success in all areas of your life. In other words, this book is not just about having lots of money, but this knowledge can be used for that goal. Learning from others and yourself. Who do you listen to is most fundamentally important concept in the book and is the most important concept in life, period. Who do you listen to? You listen to people who have what you want, preferably having physical evidence. Ideally, find those that have the most knowledge in the field you are looking to grow in, that you can find. Additionally, if possible, ask if those you listen to have these experiences and characteristics. 1. Have failed, faced adversity, yet have overcame obstacles and succeeded. 2. Have been where you are. In other words, weren't simply handed life on a silver platter. If you copy what they do now, they are starting off at a different place you are not currently at. You are starting a race at the finish line essentially. You must know where you are at now and start from there. 2. Is still learning and growing. 3. Knows the material, not just about it. They have very deep knowledge from personal experience that what they teach actually works. Make sure the personal actually applies the information they are teaching and it isn't just sounds good theory. 4. Succeeded to an extremely high level before they wrote a book. 5. Ask yourself, has it stood the test of time or is it some new fad? The secrets to success have been around for 1000s of years. Many authors and presenters present information that isn't true and didn't work for them. These presenters are interested in selling people ideas that sound good but don't work on paper. An exception to some of the rules above is making money. Numerous books written by elite people are ghostwritten, this means they didn't actually write them. Examples include Donald Trump, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett. They don't want competition, so they give out watered-down ideas that sound good on paper, but not really to help you. Many self-help books in general are ghost-written, which means you're not getting information from the source you think. Ghost writing is when a person hires someone to write the book by asking them questions and the author answers them. Then the ghost writer takes those answers and writes the book, which means you are getting a second-hand source of information. The ghost writer has changed the information in book as people naturally add their own bias and twist on information that they pass on. This is similar to game telephone, which is where one person shares a story, then to another, and by the time it is down the line, the story is completely different. In case you are wondering, I wrote this entire book and there is no co-authors either. Here is something to consider: 1 million people buy a real estate course, and only a few become millionaires. Here is why. 1 900,000 don't listen to a single CD. 2 90,000 don't finish the course. 3 5,000 finish but don't get any results due to negative programs holding them back from action or by causing them to use the information incorrectly. 4 2,500 are millionaires or have successfully applied the information in their life. The system works if you work it. Most self-help books don't help people because negative programs prevent them listening or acting on information, or they are giving false information, often thinking it is true. This book will help you clear these programs. If you want to learn something, learn it from someone who has already done it and has been where you are. For example, if you want to learn how to get rich, hang around people with a higher income than you, and stop hanging around people with a lower income all the time. Be selective when choosing who to listen to. Look at their lives now and ask yourself if that is what you want your life to be. Word of caution: if someone is rich but is miserable and failing in every other way, such as in family or health, and they teach you how to get rich, be careful, because you might get the whole package if you don't have good discernment. It can be difficult to find the right information. My recommended material list will help you with this. Here is generally how to tell if a teacher is not worthy of listening to reading. Do they lack appreciation? Do they still learn, or do they not because they know it all? Do they speak condescendingly and show conceit? Are they critical/judging/considerate of others? They believe in absolutes, and their understanding of good and bad are the only possible viewpoints. They are concerned with how others think and talk about them. Are they concerned how others live their lives and, without being asked, obsessively try to change others to their correct way of thinking and believing? Are they attached to body and material things? They have a need for prestige, power, status, acceptance, and control of others and conditions. They are arrogant and vengeful. They have a fear of losing what they have. They are concerned with what they have and what is theirs. They are focused on thinking instead of feeling. They are afraid of making mistakes or being wrong. They are self-righteous. The ultimate test is how you feel about them and what experience you get from their teachings. Remember, the wise always learn from the fool, but the fool never learns from the wise. There are no such thing as bad teachers if you have accurate discernment. However, if you find people with the traits above, they may not be the best teacher. Internet and smartphones have helped, but much of the real knowledge in the world is not on the internet. Groups, secret societies, insider information, some books, some audios, live seminars, etc. Most information on the internet and media is just opinions, including self-help lectures and books. Never rely on second-hand opinions, information, or spoken generalities. Most reports and information are subjective. Always get specific data and accurate facts, detailed information, and statistics. There are 3 sources of information and the most reliable is primary sources. This doesn't mean that secondary and tertiary sources aren't valuable, but more discernment is usually required. Primary sources present first-hand experience of an event. Secondary sources present the experiences of others, or they collect primary sources, aggregate them, and present information. Tertiary sources collect secondary sources and aggregate them to present information. Note, when people deliver information, they deliver it with their own biases and beliefs, which may distort the truth. The distortion doesn't happen as much if you get your information from primary sources. How? Use the words specifically, precisely, and exactly to get accurate information from others. 1. Separate facts from information. 2. Separate important facts from useless facts. Knowing how a bee colony operates is irrelevant if you are in real estate but important if you want to be a beekeeper. Gathering a little information about a topic is dangerous, you may form baseless opinions. Depth of knowledge is necessary and is more important than knowing a lot about many things. You can research many things to find out what resonates with you, but when you find something that you really resonates with you, study more into it. It will feel like the real deal if it resonates with you. Listen to transformative info, not just info that is academically stimulating. There is a difference between info that is merely interesting and that actually empowers you to achieve your dreams. Focus all of your attention on the second. By learning material from those that have what you want, you get their understanding of life that they've lived all in hours instead of decades. That's some efficient time usage, because you don't have to go through any of the struggle and hardships that they experienced in life. You can rapidly gain a lot of knowledge to help you in any endeavor. Autobiographies and biographies are helpful as well. Listen to the stories of people who have what you want and have been where you are helps to increase confidence. If they can, you can too. The best stories are ones where people have overcome great obstacles and insurmountable odds, especially those with similar struggles. Sometimes it is not a good idea to learn from others. Some people will attempt to deceive you for profit, while others do so because they are simply misguided. Make sure you always are asking yourself, who do I listen to and why? Here is an example. It was believed for decades that smoking was great for you, and doctors would even prescribe it to patients. However, if you noticed that every time you smoked, you would start coughing, you should conclude that smoking is actually bad for your health and stop smoking. This is despite what the authorities of the health industry said at the time. Sometimes you have to find out the truth by personal experience. Don't immediately accept or reject an idea that is presented to you. You should always be open-minded but partially skeptical about any claim you hear. Sometimes personal life experience can be an inefficient way of learning. The problem with learning from personal life experience is when you do things on your own without considering what others are saying. By doing this, you might be fooling yourself. You should always be open to receiving advice, though that doesn't mean you should follow through on that advice. Some information that is proposed as advice is actually detrimental. You should listen to others and consider what they say but never take orders from them. If someone tells you do something, you don't have to, because you always have a choice. The choice you should make depends on whether it feels right. Example, when you were a child, you could either touch the hot stove or trust your parents when they said, "The stove is hot. Do not touch it. It will hurt." If you didn't listen to your parents' knowledge, you unnecessarily harmed yourself. If you did, you understood that there was no real benefit in touching the stove anyway. You knew that your parents were experienced in using stoves and you were not, so you should trust them. Additionally, you've seen the stove cook things and think maybe if it cooks things, then it might cook my hand. You probably thought that it really is not a personal experience worth experiencing. You only learn from your personal experiences if you have self-awareness and are mindfully paying attention to what works and what doesn't. Don't assume you are doing well just based on perception of situations, get the details, use numbers, charts, graphs, and other similar services. When you do, you can learn from what works and what doesn't work. It helps you make less mistakes and succeed more in what you are doing right. Something to consider, just because some information worked for others does not mean it will work for you. Everybody is different and lives different lives. This is where discernment comes in. You ultimately listen to yourself, which is your gut feelings, emotions, and personal discernment. I will explain more what this means later in Feelings and Emotions chapter and the Learning chapter. At some point, you have to stop completely relying on outside information and go within yourself for the knowledge. You think you can learn things from others, but really never know something until you discover it yourself with personal experience. Additionally, you can never know if something is true unless you know within if it is true or not. Are you teachable? How willing are you to listen? You may have to give up what you thought was true to learn new information. This is usually old beliefs that no longer serve you. You should be open-minded and listen to others. Be willing to learn. You may have to invest time and money into attending lectures and seminars. You create a new life when you learn helpful information and memorize it as it becomes a part of your being. You will never know everything, you can always learn more, and others always have knowledge that you don't have. Know that you don't know everything. You are always a student, even if you are teaching others. Never stop learning. We are all teachers and students. You never get it, instead say, I get it so far, and I know there's so much more to learn. Be curious, listen to others, and practice discernment. Know that you are intelligent, and if you think you aren't, it could block your ability to learn just as much as thinking you know it all. Have confidence in yourself, and say, I know what I know now, and I am capable of learning more. Don't tell yourself you are dumb. Nobody is dumb, you just need to change your thinking. You are part of the most intelligent species, Homo sapiens, in the known universe. The brain is most complex object in the universe. If you were not capable of learning, you would not be able to virtually do anything you do today. Think about that. There are 3 bad places to be when learning. 1. Thinking you know it all. 2. Thinking you are dumb. 3. Thinking you don't know enough so you won't apply information and therefore will never know at a deep level what you learn and you never achieve your dreams. Curiosity is the desire to learn, that is the most fundamentally important aspect to learning. A curious person is more intelligent than anyone with a PhD who dreads learning, since they think they know it all, because they will become more intelligent. You can become interested in anything if you dig deeper into an idea, concept, or topic. You would be surprised how fascinating the smallest things in life can be, such as how a colony of ants operates. Did you know ants can form together and build bridges across air and water to transport other ants? Ants are mostly seen as insignificant, but they are very fascinating, the more you learn about them. This is true for a lot in life, you become more interested in something the more you learn about it. Ants are called insignificant, but, to an entomologist, one who studies insects, they are absolutely fascinating. To an ant, the colony is a matter of life or death, they would do anything for others for supporting their fellow brother and sister. Isn't that fascinating? The more you learning about anything, the more you are willingly to learn about everything. Your life just keeps getting more interesting and you learn so much empowering information, it builds momentum as you keep learning so much good information which positively transforms your life. You practically can't stop. Be open-minded. Get rid of your intellectual pride, preconceived opinions, prejudices, and stubbornness. Truth in its fullness never comes from just one source. When you open yourselves fully to the entrance of the truth from whatever source it may come from, the truth will flows from all sources. When your mind is closed, you reject ideas, even if they are excellent ideas. Become tolerant and receptive to new ideas. When someone tells you of an idea, consider the idea in your mind, no matter how bad or crazy it sounds. Once you have considered the idea, accept it or reject it. Accept it if it empowers you, or reject it if it doesn't. Are you willing to change? Are you willing to do something completely different? The main thing you will have to give up is time and money. Companies spend millions of dollars on research and development. How much time and money have you been investing in your development? You may have to stop watching TV for hours a day in order to spend time learning new information which will empower you more than anything you watch on TV. You must also be willing to change what you give attention to, what you do, and how you think. Changing how you think is the most important. Be aware of the difference between something being untrue and resisting change. If you are resistant to change, but something is true, you generally will feel stubborn or rebellious. This is vitally important. Release the stubbornness and rebellious feelings and determine if you should change. Newness often creates anxiety. The good news is that you can eliminate this by continuously exposing yourself to new information and experiences. Take small steps if you have to. Be an experimenter. Discern, then apply what you learn. Find out what does and doesn't work. It is also a good idea to try out things before committing to them. Ask yourself, does it feel right to commit? Put your feet in the water, don't just jump in and bathe in it. You may not be ready to do so, or it may not be a good idea at all. Make sure you consider ideas and that you can accept them before acting. Experimenting with ideas that feel bad and don't serve your dreams leads to a waste of time and can even cause disaster. Work persistently on goals and experiment with new methods of achieving. The best method for doing something is the way you know of right now, but know there are better methods out there and be open applying them. You do this by focusing on your goals and being aware of the better methods that will naturally present themselves. Contradiction is inevitable when you compare teachings. Just because two teachings are different doesn't mean they invalidate each other. Take each on its own, apply it exactly as stated, then compare it later. From there you can decide to mix the teachings. If you do this, don't be surprised if you get unexpected results. However, in some cases it can be useful. Use your synthetic imagination by combining others' ideas with your own. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. People make money more off of others' ideas rather than their own. You can implement other ideas in other businesses than your own. The idea for a self-service grocery store, Piggly Wiggly, for example, came from the idea of a cafeteria, where you get your own food, buy it, and leave. Originally, you had to send a list to a store representative, then they would give the items to you after they registered the items and you paid for them. This greatly increased the profit of supermarkets. Use your creative imagination by creating your own ideas. The more ideas you brainstorm, the more likely you are to discover a better idea, which increase chances of finding a brilliant idea. Don't get too fixed on finding the perfect idea, as it doesn't exist. Don't act until you know enough to apply it correctly. Your actions will be wasted if you do not act on true knowledge of the information. You must know the theory good enough to practice it. Most people work hard all their lives and get nowhere because they lack useful knowledge, and they apply lack of useful knowledge in life and get nowhere. When you are obsessed with learning, you can stop learning obsessively and actually go out there to achieve your greatest dreams. Remember, the best way to learn is by applying it, by acting on information as soon as you know it to be true after you use discernment. You do not want to be a professional student if you truly wish to succeed. Knowledge is only potential power, it is only truly power when applied. You don't know something if you don't apply it, you also don't know if it is true or not. Knowing a lot of information without applying it can cause frustration and confusion because you don't know where to start or what works and doesn't work. When learning information, you must be aware that you don't know it all, but you know enough to get started once you understand the basic concept. It's like learning how to ride a bike, you'll have to stumble to learn. You can't just merely watch others ride bikes. The stumbles along the way aren't bad at all, they are there to teach you. To know and not to do is to not know at all. Chinese proverb. Training balance scale. Most of what you have received in your life is because of what you thought, not what you did. Popular self-help author Napoleon Hill wrote a book called Think and Grow Rich. It is not called Do and Grow Rich. Most people work all their lives, but they do not spend any time to think about what they are thinking or upgrading their thinking. Mental activity is not always accomplishment or accurate thinking. Most people think thoughts of fear, doubt, and worry. This is not intelligent thinking. Thinking is more important than doing, because when you get your thinking right, you do not have to do much to get results. A common saying is work smarter, not harder. Many people die with less than $1,000 in the bank, yet their lives were dedicated to making others rich and fulfilling their dreams. They die unfulfilled, with regrets on their deathbed. Here is a cartoon to show how most people live their lives. They focus on doing much more than thinking, and this creates unnecessary effort. People are focused on struggling to survive, rather than striving to thrive. Learning the why instead of the how gets your thinking right without wasting your time. The why is thoughts, desires, dreams, goals, attitude, mental process, vibrations, intention, energy, emotions, and motivations. The other side is how. Action, movements, techniques, strategies, tactics, plans, activities. Most people's focus is on the how of life. How will I pay my debts? How can I be happy? How will I lose weight? If you focus on the why, the how almost always takes care of itself. The how of what you want is provided to you in the present moment if you focus on the why. People fail because they worry about how they will do things. Don't focus on how you will get what you desire. Instead, focus 99% of your attention on why to get what you want. You don't need to know how you will manifest your desires, like you do not need to know how a meal is made when you order it at a restaurant. Doubting is like checking a plant's growth by uprooting. When you focus on what you want to create, the methods of achievement will present themselves, and then you just have to act on it. Some call this inspiration. When you have a positive attitude, the how is basically irrelevant. Action is still part of it. The great news is, if your thinking is right, you will be motivated and the actions will be pleasurable. If you are doing things you hate, you won't get good results. Explained more in Joyful Work. Get your thinking right first. You will begin to learn the why in this book. The how in this book is right if it feels true to you. Throughout the book, I will have sections that will be marked with how. These sections can be helpful. Try them out and apply them. If they don't work for you, discard them and try your own methods. You will unconsciously apply the how if you deeply ingrain the information in your mind by rereading the information and applying it, then focusing on your goal. This is why you never need to think of what to do or the how, because the next step to achieving your desire will present itself to you as you focus on the why. This will make more sense later, so if you have hard time understanding this concept, simply continue reading. 4 stages of competence. These are the 4 stages of competence. This is also true for thought patterns as well, not just actions. You go from being ignorant to being a master at something when you follow this. Unconscious incompetence. You don't know what you don't know. This when you know nothing about something and therefore can't be good at it. Conscious incompetence. You know, but you don't know how to apply the information you know. Study new information, to reach conscious incompetence. Conscious competence. You know what you know. You have to think about doing well in something, a skill you know enough to do but are not a master in. This truly starts when you begin to practice perfectly. Make sure you do things the right way before you practice. Perfect practice makes perfect. Do it right the first time, then repeat that practice. If you practice the wrong things, you will never be perfect. Go find a mentor to help you get to the next stage if you need to. Informational material can act as mentors, such as books, videos, audios, live seminars, etc. Educational material can give you access to the best mentors in the world for a low cost and are portable. An autobiography is often the best form of book mentoring, because it shows how they rose to their success in steps and their thought processes on the way. If you do what they said, say what they said, and think like they thought, you will have what they have now. With that being said, a real-life mentor is still incredibly valuable because can correct you in real time. Unconscious competence, the goal. Mastery is unconscious competence. You don't have to think about the steps, you think of what you want and you get it automatically. An example is driving your car. When you master driving, you see your destination in your mind and you get there. You don't have to think of the steps, such as well I got to shift into reverse, then drive. You just do this automatically. You create what you want in life at record speed. This is gained with perfect and persistent practice, ideally with a master. Masters of life are unconsciously competent. They think very little and achieve great results due to practice, especially of the basics others aren't willing to master. Practicing the basics makes you perfect. A good phrase to remember is this: if you want to be a master, master the basics. The advanced stuff is mastering the basics, which is done by perfect practice. You can only build up high as your foundation is deep, strong and stable. Fundamentals are more important than the tricks of the trade. Find out what you want to master. It should be something you love to do. You will be easily able to practice obsessively. Mindfully focus on the steps, and while doing so think in the back of your mind that every step is getting you closer to mastery, which is the goal. The reason people want to master something is the feeling of mastery, which is the real goal. Feelings and results are the same thing, so feel like a master now and perfectly and persistently practice the steps to mastery. This will increase your speed at becoming a master. Additionally, you can use your imagination to train yourself for an activity that you can't physically do. This is also good if practice makes you stressed, since you can't fail and nobody is judging you. You can't fail and you won't be criticizing yourself because of that fact. For the purposes of learning, your brain operates the same way in the real world as when you vividly imagine doing something. Learn from mentors who have been where you are and are where you want to be. Remember, who do you listen to? Find a valuable mentor before becoming an apprentice. Once you have, believe what they say, but question it until you find it to be true. If you were to learn how to craft pottery, you would ideally learn from a potter. It's always better to ask yourself questions and figure out the answers yourself rather than just asking a mentor. You can ask someone their opinion once you are ready to get a different viewpoint. Try to figure it out on your own before asking others. Discussion comes after you do this. Discussion in this context means questioning and debating with others, which is powerful. The best thing to master is always feeling good by thinking of what you want all the time. Once you master that, keep feeling better. When you become unconsciously competent, you're thinking about what you want all the time with no conscious effort. You automatically do what you need to do to fulfill your dreams, goals, and aspirations, and sometimes effort is not even required. If you try hard, you are not at this level, you are at conscious competence. Master the fundamentals. These 4 fundamentals are the most important concepts to learn before going on to the rest of this material. They can build a strong foundation for your journey through life as well as the rest of the material in the book. Reviewing old material can also be helpful. Whenever you read a book at a later date, you are reading in a new unit of time. Each time you read a powerfully transformative book, listen to a recording of a seminar or lecture, or watch a video, you will receive knowledge you didn't hear the first time. This is similar to how listening to a song feels different one day than another. It's because you are a new person. Additionally, you are a new person each time you go over old material. You will have ideas, cognitions, and epiphanies when reviewing. This also helps with learning at a deeper level and can help you become more teachable to the concepts discussed in the book. Our minds often become distracted when we are learning material. We sometimes hear, but we are not actually listening. In the similar way, birds are often chirping in the background in life. We hear them, but we do not listen to them. Learning should always be done with focus and relaxation. Learning. Knowledge is the path utter bliss and enlightenment as well as manifesting all your desire and more. This chapter will teach you how to learn anything quickly and at a deep level. This section goes over learning tips. Rationality. The scientific method is one of the best ways of finding out why a pattern or event is occurring in the external world. It is quite similar to the troubleshooting process. Let's say you are having a problem with a computer. Question stage, you ask, why is my computer slow? What is causing my computer to be slow and what should I do to make it faster? Hypothesis, maybe my computer is slow because I have a new USB drive in my computer. Experiment, you remove the USB. Analyze results, you then look at your computer and ask, why isn't my computer running faster? I need to try to find the real reason my computer is slow. My hypothesis is obviously false, and you conclude, my computer is running slowly. I need to make another hypothesis. New hypothesis, maybe my computer is running slow because I am downloading a large program. New experiment, I will stop downloading that large program. Analyze new results, computer starts running faster. Report final results, you conclude that the hypothesis of stop downloading a program was correct. You say, by stopping the download of the program, I was able to make my computer faster. This saves you time in the future. Since you know now that a possible solution to making your computer faster is to stop downloading programs, you won't need to keep removing the USB. However, different questions require different hypotheses and experiments if you want to find an answer. If you have the problem of needing more USB ports, if you remove the USB from your computer, then in that case that would be the correct solution. Here is a chart of the scientific method that can help you apply it along with how it flows. A logical fallacy is a failure in logic, and there are many different kinds. It is helpful to understand logical fallacies if you want to develop critical thinking and discernment. Critical thinking can help you empower you to truly follow your dreams. If you understand how not to be manipulated by people or fool yourself. The master's list of logical fallacies is a great list to study. http://utminers.utep.edu/omwilliamson/english1311/fallacies.htm. According to Aristotle, you convince someone using one of three ways. Ethos is the first, which is an appeal to authority or credibility. Pathos is convincing someone using emotions. Logos is persuading someone using logic. It is helpful to know which way someone is trying to convince you, and you can use these to convince others as well. People who present information are aware of these methods of persuasion. Learning mediums. You can learn through several different mediums, including audio, videos, books, live events. The learning system. Reading, seminars, mentorship, and audio all activate different parts of the brain, which empowers learning. The power of live events is in experiencing the amplified emotions of others rubbing off on you. If you go to any church sermon, you should feel this, even if you are not religious. Reading books, going to classes, listening to audios every day focuses your mind on positive thoughts which empower your life. Read. Books contain the most valuable information in the world. The most powerful people on the planet read obsessively. The best kinds of books to read, and material in general, are specialized knowledge for your dreams and goals. Self-help books. Business books related to general business and your specific trade/industry. Communication books. Spiritual books. Autobiographies and biographies. Transcripts are excellent as well, since they combine audio and text, which can help you focus. If a transcript is not available, you can put the text in front of you and look up the audiobook. Reading books silently is good for speed and imagination. Skimming is always helpful before you read any book. You will know a general outline of the book, which helps understanding. You can also determine if you want to read the book. It is also good for sections of the book you don't really want or think you need to read at the regular speed. Be dynamic in your reading speed. Slow down at some sections and reread. I would not read beyond your comprehension level. Reading physical books is generally better than ebooks for learning, but it's more of a preference. Reading ebooks has the advantage of being editable in PDF software, and PDFs are often free. Note, online digital books can be changed if they are on a Kindle, if the book isn't downloaded. It has happened. I recommend downloading all books you read. Words written on paper have frequencies. Reading physical books and holding the books has power. They are infused with a radiant energy. Jews keep scrolls with words on them everywhere called mitzvahs. If you write notes on powerful teachings, you will likely feel this as well. I feel magical energy when I hold my notes. Reading activates the imagination. When you read a novel that is engrossing, you are practically in the character's shoes doing what they are doing. If you feel this deeply enough, it would practically take someone slapping you in the face to go back to the real world. When you use your imagination this way, you are mirroring the character and going through their steps, like a student who is being taught by a master. This is value of reading autobiographies and biographies and success stories. You can get free books from archive.org, Project Gutenberg, or on the torrent sites listed on unblockit.com, and on my website at https://www.nextlevelthinking.net/books. Audios. When listening to audio, it's a good idea to close your eyes or clean the area around you if possible to increase focus. Some prefer audio over reading. Both are good forms, it depends on what you prefer. Both stimulate the imagination. The major benefit of audios is you can listen at almost any time. Live seminars. Live seminars are the most likely place you will make life-changing major decisions, in thinking or act. You get benefits from experiencing live events, they have much more potential power than books and audio. One event can motivate and inspire you for days, weeks, months, or even years. When you sit up front, you receive some of the recognition given to the speaker, it radiates from them outward. You will develop more confidence sitting up front. It increases your chances of being called on or having your questions answered. Sit close, not just in the front row, but as close to the speaker as possible. When listening to live speakers, listen to them and audio record them. Don't write down notes, you will likely be too focused on your notes, rather than what they are saying. When you record it, go over it and then make notes. I also recommend keeping a shirt with an open pocket in front with an audio recorder to record it. When it's in your pants, it's more likely to be muffled. Word illumination. This process is helpful if you are struggling to read something, struggling to apply what you know, or if you are wanting to learn something at a deeper level. Use also on any words you come across in the life that you don't understand or if you don't feel you completely understand and want to understand at a deeper level. This is useful in affirmations. In my experience, having an Oxford Concise Dictionary and Oxford Scholastic Children's Dictionary are the best dictionaries to use for this process. Any dictionary, however, will work. Use online or paper dictionary, whatever you prefer. Read aloud what you are reading. Stop once you get to a word you don't understand or when you do/feel one of following. You stumble. Slur you words. Make strange facial expressions. Feel confused. Tired, frustrated. Space out. Feel dumb. Want to suddenly stop reading. Feel bored. Follow this process. 1. Find the word before that you read that you misunderstood, a word that you skipped you don't understand, or a word you don't feel clear about what it really means. 2. Find the definition of the word by reading aloud all the definitions and idioms of the word. 3. Then find the definition that fits the context the word is used in and say the definition in your own words. 4. Then make sentences using the word in that definition. 5. Write down the definition in your own words, and the sentences you make in a personal dictionary. 6. Repeat this process for every definition of the word and the idioms of the word. 7. Then read the derivatives and derivations out loud and usage notes. 8. Return back to the word that you didn't fully understand and then reread the sentence that contained it. Continue on with reading. If you come across a word in a definition you don't understand or you misunderstood, make sure you look it up, preferably in the Scholastic Children's Dictionary so you don't have to illuminate so many words in the definition. Do the above process and then return back to the word in the definition. Anytime you feel you don't understand or you misunderstood a word you already illuminated, return to your personal dictionary and look it up. Say aloud what you wrote. If you need to, create more sentences. Don't read special usage of definitions such as math or physics unless it applies to the context of the word. Speak and write. When you say something versus just thinking it, it is 100 times more powerful, and you remember it more. The voice is mostly heard from within when you speak aloud. When it is recorded, you only hear it externally. Volume is important too. When you yell, it amplifies the emotional intensity and the memorization. Writing stimulates the brain far more than typing. Typing is simply pressing on a key, writing is making symbols. Writing is more complex than typing and activates more of the brain. A baby can press a button. How many times have you seen babies and toddlers on smartphones? But it takes an older child to write. This is because it requires more mental capabilities to write. This essentially means you remember it more and understand what you are writing at a deeper level. Writing and speaking at the same time helps with memory. If you write, it's best to write on a blank white piece of paper. That way you have a clear page, so you focus better. A blue ink pen is the best color, but any writing tool will do. Speak write only for the notes you make by reading or listening to audio and writing in your own words what you listen/read. Additionally, write any cognitions, epiphanies, or realizations you have. How? It can also be helpful to speak write an audio program or book. Alternatively, you can just do certain sections. Make sure you word clear it first. I would try doing this with the most beneficial material that you would like to really learn at a deep level. Teaching. To learn, teach others. You need to know information well enough to teach it. You can't teach if you don't know it. You don't know it truly if until you can success apply what you learn either. Don't teach others something you don't know at a deep level. You risk teaching other people false information. Here is how you can prevent this. You teach yourself. This next two methods will help with this. How sections start. Create a fill-in-the-blank test for yourself and answering the questions as deeply as you can about the material you are studying. Here are the steps. 1. Write the question on one line. 2. On the line below, answer the question aloud and in writing. 3. Repeat the above process while going all the material you wish to teach yourself. Here are the steps to review the material for accuracy. 1. Answering the questions and check the answers. A helpful way of doing this is to cover up the answer and answer the question in your mind or aloud. 2. Uncover the answer and check to see if you got it right, if you didn't move to the next question. 3. Repeat the above process until you finish the test. 4. Grade yourself by finding out what questions you got wrong. For the answers you got wrong, and repeat steps 1 and 2 until you get all right. 5. Repeat steps 4 and 5 until you get all answers on the test correct. Here are the steps to review the material for speed. 1. Once you have gotten all answers correct, go through the entire test and answer all questions. 2. Check your answers to make sure you are still getting them right. 3. Repeat steps 1 and 2 until you can instantly know the answer before you have finished reading the question. Next we will review the material for depth, orally. 1. Ideally, have someone take your questions to someone who knows the material well and give them to you verbally for an oral exam. 2. After each question, explain your answer and giving examples, it should pop in your mind. If you come up with multiple answers for a question, explain those as well. 3. Do this for all questions on the test. 4. Have your oral examiner check your answers for accuracy. Here are the steps if nobody is available. 1. Answer the questions aloud, explain and give examples. 2. Check your answers for accuracy. How section end. How, you can teach yourself with your imagination as well. Imagine giving a lecture teaching information to students who like to ask questions about what you are teaching. Questions will pop in your mind. When they do, imagine a student asking the question, and answer it. You'll get the answer popping in your mind. If questions don't pop in your mind, pause your lecture at a good point and ask your students if they have questions. Either way, if you can't answer the question, you need to go find the answer, in your mind or in your study material, and return to your student's question and answer it. This helps with testing, and improving, your memory and learning at a deeper level. You truly know something at a deep level if you can apply and teach it well. Here is a helpful tip: if you are struggling with imagining this, you can say your answers out loud. You could even set up a physical lecture, just make sure that the students are still imaginary regardless. You can also teach other real people, but add a disclaimer similar to the one at the beginning of the book: I am not an expert in the area and I am sharing what you think you know about this material, and that together, we can learn more about this at a deeper level as we discover things along the way. Don't say I don't know and ask others until you first ask yourself and think deeply. This improves deep thinking skills. You go to others for advice, not answers. All answers are within you. You integrate the data by asking yourself questions. Tip: reading too many books without applying the information and checking with your intuition can cause confusion because you don't know what to believe. How? After you take notes, rereading and rewriting them is also a good idea, because you are a different person. Explaining and examples. Explain concepts you have learned. You must be able to understand something you learn and then elaborate on what you heard if you truly wish to know. In other words, you expand on what you know, using what you know. It's not just repetition. You reap what you sow. Here is me explaining the previous phrase. You must sow the seeds before you want to reap the rewards. You have to give to get. An example is essentially a story, true or made up, or metaphor to explain a concept. This is helpful as well. I give plenty of examples in the book, so if you need a concept of one, check them out. Here is an example of you reap what you sow. A farmer who sows seeds in the ground, cultivates and waters the young plant, will reap a mature plant. Discernment. Use discernment whenever you learn new information. When you think of the information, ask if it makes sense. Allow yourself to listen everything you hear and use discernment. There are no completely bad information sources, and there is good in all of them, because even the bad sources allow you to practice discernment. A wise man always learns from the fool, but the fool never learns from the wise man. When you are listening to someone, your senses deceive you by the way they look or sound. The setting you are in can deceive as well. A well-groomed man in a suit with an English accent on a fancy stage is perceived as smart by many, even if they speak nonsense. Generally, your feelings will tell you if you need to look into information. Does it resonate with you? You might get insights such as, "Whoa, this teacher is onto something." If so, it means that information will get you closer to your life purpose. Listen to your inner voice, or what some call your conscience. Memory. Memory is the ability to recall information you have learned. You never forget anything, you just don't have the skill of memory to recall information as you need it. You haven't learned something unless you can recall it when you need it. Many people waste their time reading all the books of the world, but because of their poorly trained memory, they can't recall any info when they need it. It's not so much what you learn but what you remember that makes you wise. Much of what you learn you can't currently recall unless you have mastered memory. When you improve your memory, a lot of this information goes online, and your life dramatically improves. You begin to recall the helpful information you learned, and you can use that information by applying it in your life when you need it. How? Here is a simple way to recall that I have used. Look up and left to right with your head tilted slightly upward. Don't move your head, just your eyes. While doing this, say aloud, I recall the memory I am looking for. How? Imagine yourself being a curious explorer in a desert, then you stumble upon a treasure, you get excited, you open it up, and there is what you are looking for. How? You can hand over to the force of love, aka God, what you want to remember, and it will hand it back to you. How? Writing notes in your own words can help with memory. Something is at your mental fingertips if you can recall it instantly. When information is at your mental fingertips, you have a tendency to think about it more. Restudy information that empowers you. The educational materials that have served you the most in life are the ones you should view/listen to more than others. The information is in your mental fingertips if you can answer correctly and instantly. You must know the info like you know your name. If you were asked your name, you would give your name, not some other name, and you would say it without thinking because you can recall your name instantly. You remember by using 1. Repetition, especially space repetition. 2. Your emotions. 3. Your imagination. An excellent book to read on memory and imagination is Mega Memory by Kevin Trudeau. It's a blast to read and do the practices in the book. Beliefs and know about knowledge. If you say you believe in something, you actually have very little to base your belief on. If you had data supporting your belief, it would not be belief, but knowledge. You only say you believe something because you don't have enough facts. Beliefs are based on very few facts, but you actually secretly doubt them. You may have a deep feeling that you are wrong. You may attack others who don't believe you. You try to prove your belief is true, but really, you are actually trying to prove your decision to believe it is the right decision and not so much the belief. It comes from the egoic desire to be right. When you know about something, it is when you have lots of facts and data to back up what you say. But really, you still have inner doubts. If you studied China all your life, you could say you know about it. If you have never gone to China, lived there, and are not a Chinese person, you don't know China, you only know about China. Beliefs come from the ego. Knowing about comes from the ego. Knowingness comes from self-knowledge and self-awareness. Only the ego can dislike things, as it comes from fear. It is defensive and feels threatened or challenged. When you fully experience anything, only then can you also have full knowingness instead of just knowing about something. You are just reading about it, studying it at an academic level if you only know about it. However, even if you did experience it, you may not have full comprehension if you weren't fully aware during the experience, and this is the importance of having present moment awareness. People accept the experience of others as gospel, and then when you actually experience it for the first time, you overlay what you think you know of the encounter. If you did not do this, you might have a wholly different experience, one that might render your original teacher or source invalid. This is why people deny their own experience for what they have been told to think. People loathe to make their teachers wrong, so they convince themselves that their experience must be wrong. Dogmatically or rigidly holding on to any belief causes suffering. Release these beliefs and be open to other beliefs. This is the path to mental freedom and prosperity. Remember this, in life, it's who you are, not what you know about. You will truly know something if you know it and can successfully apply it, ideally many times successfully. 2 helpful tips while learning. An environment that has an aura of positivity gets you into a state of receiving information. Keep a clean and organized environment when learning. Motivational symbols and posters can help as well. Focus should increase after doing this. A good mind stimulant is Baroque classical music, which has been scientifically proven to encourage study, by balancing both hemispheres of the brain and putting you into an alpha learning state. You can listen to any music you like as well, but make sure it's not distracting or too upbeat. Relaxing is key. Songs that have lyrics are often distracting, but for some it's fine. The best music is always music that makes you feel relaxed and focused. If you like, you can also read in silence, and for some this is the ideal. Reminders. Keep in mind this section while reading, especially the next chapter, but also throughout the book. Successful people are always willing to do what others are still talking about. What others perceive as inconvenient or tedious. What other people say they are too good to do. If you want to change your life, you have to change things in your life. Kevin Trudeau, Law of Attraction teacher, health insider, guru. Kevin Trudeau may be controversial, but his information is the most life-transformational information I have found, so try to keep an open mind. If you have a hard time considering some of the practical and powerful theories and practices in this book, raise your willingness to learn and change, called your teachability from hereafter, by rereading Are You Teachable? Or rereading the section you are on. You increase your teachability by rereading a piece of information. Each time you do, your mind will make yourself more open to the information. The science of law of attraction. The law of attraction, LOA, is the most powerful physical law in the universe. When I use the word law, I mean a law in the physical sense of the law of gravity, not a law created by man and lawmakers. The law of attraction overpowers other physical laws, such how the law of lift overpowers the law of gravity. The law of lift is why birds fly and can overpower the law of gravity. The law of attraction is the law of getting what you want and works like magic. First you must define what you want and then use this law. This is explained more in depth in the chapter Desire and Achievement. You must initially believe it to be true. To find out that it is true, if you have faith in this law, you can achieve greater success and happiness in your life than if you are applying it without realizing it. When you see it work, you will understand it as a law, similar to the law of gravity. You can test the law of attraction by applying it and seeing the results. The law of attraction is a science, not a religion. You don't have to believe it for it to affect you, positively or negatively. It is always in effect, because you always create your reality based on your thoughts, emotions, and actions, or lack of thoughts, emotions, or actions. You can be, do, or have anything and everything you want. Kevin Trudeau. The brain is a transmitter and receiver of vibrations and frequencies, similar to tuning into a certain channel on television or station on the radio. These frequencies go through all physical matter such as walls, mountains, and trees. The frequency you emit is the frequency you will receive. A frequency is a thought or an emotion. Our minds can tune to different frequencies, such as, but not limited to, happiness, fear, love, kindness, wealth, health, sadness, anger, etc. There is no limit to the number of frequencies you can create. You can create a frequency for anything such as $100 or a loving relationship, and that is what will be drawn to you. Our minds can pick up on other people's frequencies as well. Frequencies are stronger, the closer you are to the transmitter. Those you hang around affect you more than those you hang around less. Physical contact with a person is stronger than long distance. Therefore, be careful whom you associate with. Their negative thoughts may rub off on you. Thankfully, positive vibrations are more powerful than negative, even if there is more negativity near you. You attract what you vibrate. In other words, you attract people, events, and thoughts similar to how you feel. If you experience a bad event like a car crash, you and the other person involved had the same vibration. When you got into the crash, how did you feel? Do you see the similarities? You likely felt bad before the crash, and the law of attraction created an event for you to feel a similar feeling. Sometimes these bad feelings could have happened a few seconds before the crash or been dominant bad feelings you had over the past few weeks. You attract based on your dominant thought and emotional patterns. What is special about our minds that is different from a radio broadcast is that we have no limit to our range. Our thoughts travel across the universe, and we can receive thoughts from all across the universe. Thoughts are things, particles, with magnetic pull. This can include the thoughts of other people, animals, otherworldly beings, such as spirits, and possibly extraterrestrials. The law of attraction has been called in popular culture as karma. You reap what you sow. What goes around comes back around. Consequentialism. Natural law. You will only get what you want in life if you desire it enough. The stronger the frequencies you emit, the more attractive power you will have. To pull in what you want, focus on it, and believe you can get it. How often you transmit a frequency is important, not just the strength. Focus on what you really want in life every waking moment to greatly increase your frequency and magnetic pull of your desires. What your mind dwells on it brings into existence. You become what you think about most of the time. Earl Nightingale, self-help author. You are transmitting frequencies whether you know it or not. You transmit frequencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, constantly from the moment you were born. Be consciously aware of what you think about and how you are feeling. What you receive, you will transmit unless you deliberately change the transmission. This is why people get stuck in a rut or never change their thinking. Their life is being created for them instead of by them. It is a cycle. Thoughts and feelings attract events that will bring you similar thoughts and feelings. Everything you have and experience in life is based on your transmitted frequencies. Change the frequency to change what you have and experience. The law of attraction operates almost entirely beyond our 5 senses. This is why you don't focus on the how. You attract what you want from outside the 5-sense reality into this reality. There are possibly trillions variables that we can't see that affect our 5-sense reality. Even the most genius person in the world couldn't mathematically calculate it all out. The reason people don't know how they will get something they don't want is that they focus on only the 5-sense reality and do not understand the law of attraction. The 5-sense reality is the area of effect, the why is the realm of cause. Almost all, 99% or more, that happens in your life and is attracted in your life is coming in from outside the 5-sense reality. Most of the universe is dark matter or energy, you can't detect it with your 5 senses. This can only be done with advanced scientific gauges, machines, and instruments. We can sense a small fraction of reality. An example of this is a dog whistle. Dogs can hear sounds we can't because they can hear frequencies beyond our range. The sound still exists, it hits your ear, but you just aren't hearing it. Stop paying attention only to what you can detect using your 5 senses to create a magical life and pay attention to what you want to create. Everything is simply energy, also known as spirit or ether by some. All things are the same energy, just at different vibrations. If you take power scientific instruments you will find that everything is the same thing at the most fundamental level, the only difference is the frequency, which why you can emit a frequency and bring it into your life. You would also find that energy is always moving and nothing is completely still. The reason it is not still is that things are always changing, therefore you can be the one to change it. There is no such thing as stagnation or being stuck. You have the power. Everything in the universe is connected to everything else in the universe, this is called quantum entanglement. You are the entire universe, so you have all the power to change anything because you are everything, literally, and therefore have all the power in the world. Thoughts control our reality, not just through action. Ultimately, an action is a thought because your brain tells your body to move. Everything that exists in the universe originally comes from thoughts. I dream my painting and, then, I paint my dream. Vincent van Gogh, artist. Entrepreneurs have even created devices that allow people to do various tasks with the mind, such as turning on lights. Thousands of scientific experiments prove the mind can move objects and influence others, also known as telepathy. These experiments also prove that distance doesn't change the power of the influence. Desire and achievement. Now that you generally know how to get what you want, this chapter will help you define what you really want so you can get what you really want instead of what you think you want. I give many tips on how to define your dream and how to achieve it. What do you want? You don't want to get to the end of life and get to the top of ladder and find out the ladder was leaning against the wrong building. Stephen Covey, self-help author. Ask these questions, then list the answers. This will help you feel really good about your desire. Why you have this desire? Is it just for others' approval, or was it simply suggested by others and that is why you think it is your desire? The reasons why you want it? How your life would improve after you achieve this desire and what you will do after you have it. What will you imagine when you are visualizing? Imagine you are really there in color with all senses in your body. You must believe that you can get your desire. Most have too many open-ended choices for what they want. This causes a feeling of overwhelm and paralysis. It is like going to the store and seeing 50 kinds of bread and you don't know which you want. Narrow it down and then focus on only one. Ask yourself, what do you really want? The desire you want the most is the one you should focus on until you achieve it. When you know why you want something at a deep level, you will eventually find out what you want is the feeling of having it. You won't be disappointed if you get something different than what you expected. It's ultimately about the feeling. The reason you want something is more important than what you want. The following process helps you clarify what you really want and having it. Here is an example of this process. I want to be debt-free, no lack of money, which is thinking of lack of money. Why? I don't want financial pressure. Still thinking of financial pressure. Why? I want to be financially free. But what's the root feeling? Why? I want to feel free. Bingo. You can also make a goal for a feeling what you miss because you haven't felt that in a long time. Maybe you have not felt love in a long time. You can make that your goal. Here is some good news. You can counteract a desire if you no longer want it, as easily as when you set it. It's as simple as making the intention of no longer wanting something and canceling it in your mind. When you do this, you can no longer attract that desire. One trick to find out what you want is listing what you don't like about your life right now and make having that be your goal. For example, if you feel you are lacking fun in your life, you can make having fun be your goal. Define chief aim. A definite chief aim, DCA, is a specific goal you believe in and spend most your time on. DCA inspires you to get your thinking on what you want. I will give you a brief rundown of how to set a good goal and what a good goal is. Later, I will give you further explanation. It's specific, general, or an emotion. You feel good while setting it and thinking about it? You believe you can get it? How? Here is Kevin Trudeau's magical formula for your goals: to be, do, or have anything you want in life. Write down what you want, be clear and precise. Have a burning desire, which is a complete obsession of going after and getting it. You want to feel as if you already have it while attempting to go after it. You are thinking about what you want all the time. You make the decision that you are going to have it no matter what. Read what you wrote when you wake up and when you fall asleep. When you read it, see yourself in possession of your desires and feel as if you were in possession of your desires. Know that you have it now in the energy field, and have no doubts that your desire will manifest and you will experience in the physical. Feel good all the time. You get into a state of allowing rather than doing. This allows your desires to manifest in physical reality. How? Here is my simple magic formula for being, doing, or having something specifically. It has worked flawlessly in my life. Know what you really want. Feel as if you already have it as often as possible. Emotions bring in your desires faster. If you are called to action to achieve your desire, act immediately. You patiently wait and then you get it. How? Write your goal down at least once. Do this preferably on a white piece of paper with blue ink. Whether the goal should be general, specific, or a feeling depends on what you desire most. If you say what you want, something that is specific, say or what's best for me after it. You may not know what you really want at a deep level, so this addition keeps you desires open for better things and also prevents disappointment. If you don't get specifically what you want, it means you are getting something even better. We think we know, but often we get surprises in life that surpass our expectations. Remember gifts that we received at Christmas that we didn't wish for but that surpassed our specific desires for a certain gift? We are the same, just focus on what you want. You may think you want a blue car, but you really want a white car deep down and you aren't aware of it. Keeping options open is good because you think you know what you want, but subconsciously you may want something even better. By doing this you leave options open to receive what you really want. You may even want something entirely different than what you think. What you want you may not even want all at once you get it. It essentially guarantees you get what you want at a deep level, not what you think you want. General goals are good because most are able to believe that they can get a car rather than a specific car. For most, goals for a specific emotion are better because we often do not know what we really want in life. If you have no goals, you can make your goal to feel good. Everybody wants to feel good. Remember times in your life when you felt good. You can feel good now because you have felt good before. Feeling goals are usually best because almost anyone can believe that they can feel better than they do now. The accomplishment of goals is ultimately how you are going to feel when you get them. Don't worry about time because you will achieve your goals at the optimal time. Deadlines are not necessary. For most people, fear, doubt, and worry creep in when they set a deadline. When they approach the deadline, these feelings overwhelm them. This is why it is better to not set a deadline on what you want. You don't intellectually know the best time. Your desires come only when you are ready. If you are not ready, you will feel disappointed or worse, it can even create disaster. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. By not setting a deadline, you relieve yourself of this pressure. Deadlines are irrelevant anyways if you work persistently every day toward your goal. You can be blocked from attracting your desires if you don't believe you can get them. If your belief is weak, the frequency and intensity of the transmission will be weak. Doubt counters the frequency of faith, it means you are focusing on the how. You need to choose a want you believe you can get. If you say I will get $1,000 by tomorrow, but you don't believe you can get it, then lower the amount. Instead you could say, I will get $1 more by tomorrow. You can build this up each day and say, tomorrow I will get more $2. Maybe the third day you say, you know what, I will get more $10. This doesn't mean you will get what you want, because things come when you are 100% ready, which is when you have doubt. The more you believe, the stronger your desire. The stronger your desire, the more frequently you will want to transmit your thoughts and emotions. After that, events will occur that get you closer to your desires. If you feel bad while setting the goal, it is not in your sweet spot. The sweet spot for a dream is what you desire and what you believe you can get. If you feel good while doing this and believe you can get it, you are in the sweet spot, so congratulations. Building self-esteem can improve your belief in getting all your desires. Ask yourself, do I believe I can have my desire? If you feel good when you ask, you believe. If you feel bad, you don't believe you can get it. Sometimes when you feel bad thinking about a goal, you are actually thinking about the lack of having it, so switch your mind to thinking about having it. Ask yourself if you believe you can have your desire. If any disp-powering beliefs pop up when asking this question, release the limiting belief and remind yourself of your true, infinite, power. Setting low goals and winning is better than setting high goals and feeling failure when you don't accomplish them, because success builds confidence. Once you know how to succeed in goals you can believe in, you start to believe you can succeed in larger goals you originally could not believe you could achieve. Eventually, all dreams go sky high because you know Loa works from experience. You start to believe more in your ability to achieve. After being successful in one area of your life, you know how to be successful in all areas. A common saying is, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. In other words, the core principles of success apply to any area of life you want to succeed in. Always make sure you believe that you can achieve or manifest your goals 100%. How? A secret is to see that what you want is small and easy to get. This is an excellent trick to raise your belief level up. If you have a vision board, a board of things you want so you think about them all the time, then you can add a large circle that takes up the page and a very small dot. The large circle represents your power and the dot represents the power it takes to manifest. Your power to achieve is unlimited. You can as easily create a loaf of bread as $1 million if you make it so in your mind. You don't need to put more effort into your goals. Some people put very little effort in and achieve magnificent results. The feeling of "I need it" causes desperation and means you are thinking of lack. Don't be obsessed with getting a goal too much. Care, but not that much. Have passion, but don't get stressed. You must feel good when thinking of your DCA. You can do this by imagining how good you will feel when you get it. Get excited like you already have it. You can even feel like it's Christmas morning tomorrow and it's Christmas Eve, you knows it's coming and you are getting presents, so get excited. If you feel bad, you are either thinking about something you don't want, the lack of it, or you don't believe you get it. The bigger the goal, the less likely you are to quit, because it excites you so much that you will push through, no matter the obstacles. Those who dream big will achieve more and feel greater positive emotions while they were striving for the goal. If you feel like quitting or feel unmotivated, expand your goal. Some say you shouldn't have a massive goal because you aren't being realistic. If you shoot for the moon and you miss, at least you will wind up among the stars. Develop an attitude of winning, and you will hit the moon. Big goals and listening to uplifting material give you the fuel toward your goal. Any goal is realistic as long as you believe 100% that you can get it. Success is about the size of our dream and time. Anonymous, this quote is powerful. Remember, for all goals that seem too big in the eyes of others, there was a first for everything that has even been done, even what others considered the impossible. Do not lower your goals because others say it is not possible, for they are simply wrong. How? When you set a dream/goal, you can put it into a statement. Write this often. Record it and play it as much as possible. You can say, "I am so happy and grateful now that I have," or better. When you record it, use your emotions. A monotone voice is not as effective. DCA can modify it as you need to, but only if your desires change. Goals should contain a statement of benefits. Ask, what is in it for me by achieving my goals? Ask yourself, why do you desire what you want? If you don't know why, then you usually won't create a good enough desire to get what you want. How? Write a list of goals and dreams. For each goal, rate your belief and desire from 1 to 10 that you can achieve it. Start with goals you 100% believe and that have the highest desire and focus only on that one and get it. When you have finished that goal, re-evaluate desire and beliefs of all goals and write new goals if they pop into your mind. Repeat the process by finding a goal that you can believe 100% you can get and that has a strong desire. For each goal, add details, why you want it, and what you will do after you have it. This increases your desire and can get rid of goals you don't really want. Things to consider about money goals. Consider this: all material wants come from the media, culture, family, and friends, not from your true self. Pay attention to what you are watching and what desires you have acquired rather than desires that you naturally have. They are different. For those who do not like to have material goals, consider this: everything can be spiritual, and everything can be materialistic based on our thinking, our intention, and our perspective. Everything simply is. Thoughts, words, actions, and possessions are spiritual if you are not attached to them. When you are not attached, they do not own you and you aren't afraid of losing them. There is nothing wrong with wanting money or mansions as much as there is desiring to becoming a monk. When you have no attachment to money or any physical things, you are free, and you get fulfillment. When in this state, earning money and possessing money and material objects becomes a spiritual practice, filled with love, appreciation, and spirit of giving. Almost all religious organizations accept donations, so how is money not spiritual? Some of the richest people throughout history have been spiritual, such as Munsa Munsa, well besides the cities he ordered to be conquered, the richest man to ever live, who literally would give gold to people while he took a pilgrimage to Mecca, the holy city of Islam. I believe that idea of money being evil comes from mistranslation of the Christian Church from Greek text of the Bible. It may be deliberate to keep poor people becoming rich, therefore threatening the monopolies of rich people and giving them more competition. Most translations say money is the root of all sorts of evil. For the love of money is a root of all kinds of evil. Some people, eager for money, have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs. 1 Timothy 6:10 NIV. If you deprive yourself of the luxuries of life on a temporary, voluntary basis, you will learn your well-being is not dependent on money or things. It also becomes easier to take calculated risks and say no to opportunities that seem too lucrative to pass up, but you don't have a good feeling about otherwise. Plans. After setting a goal, it can be a good idea to make plans. There is no perfect right time to take action on a plan, the best time is right now. A good plan haphazardly and swiftly executed now is better than a perfect plan later. Don't wait for the right circumstances. There are no perfect plans. Perfect plans are obsolete by the time you are ready to execute them. Go as far as you can see, and once you get there, you'll know exactly what to do. Here are some tips. It's good to have alternative plans. Plans will change as circumstances change. Go with a plan until it is completed or stops feeling right, then make new plans or modify the current plan. You can change plans if your goal changes, however, just because plans change doesn't mean decisions do. It can be helpful to picture the worst-case scenario, but not necessary. Consider what could go wrong, but don't dwell on it. Flexible short-term plans are usually best. Long-term plans are decent, but don't spend too much time on making them. Your time is best spent fixating on your purpose. The further a plan is in the future, the more flexible you should be. Don't be obsessed with plans, instead, be obsessed with your desire. Your life purpose. Your life purpose is your ultimate dream, and you can discover it. You do not set your life purpose. You may think the field you are in is your life purpose, but that might not be true. You can find your life purpose by constantly explore new ideas, hobbies, careers, trades, opportunities, groups, and events. Following your life purpose will give the greatest amount of positive emotions. Your life purpose is why you have certain talents and passions that are innate to you. This is why you learn things faster than others even thought. You have never studied it. This will give you joy beyond measure, much more than setting your own goals and dreams. You have found your life purpose when you feel really good thinking about it more than anything else and you believe you can get it. How section beginning. Here is a useful process to find out your purpose. Write down your 10, or more, or your most ambitious goals. 1. Make a star next to the goal if it feels good personally. 2. Make 2 additional stars if you feels it's your life purpose. 3. Make 3 additional stars if you feel it will serve others. So if a dream fulfills all 3, for example, you would put 6 stars. Achieve world peace. If have goals that have 6 stars, pick the least ambitious one and go from there, the one you think you can accomplish the soonest. It may be stepping stone to some of your ultimate life purpose. How section end. How, another way of finding your life purpose is to reflect on your childhood. Go through photos of your childhood, videos, toys, photos, books, VCR tapes, CDs, papers. Go to places you went as a child, and recall memories. Even do some of what you did as a child there, if appropriate. Ask your parents what you wanted to be when you grow up. You'll learn a lot about yourself. When you were a child, you didn't have as many programs from culture put into you. Most of these programs do not serve you. You got confused and lost in your social engineering and cultural indoctrination. You are born knowing your dream, and this can help you rediscover that lost truth. Faith. To believe in the things you can see and touch is no belief at all. To believe in the unseen is a triumph and a blessing. Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States. Orderliness of all natural laws is indisputable evidence that there is a form of intelligence superior to humans which most can barely understand. Andrew Carnegie, steel industrialist. Faith is the ability to believe in what you can't detect with your five senses. Faith is actually knowledge that the law of attraction can bring you your desires. It doesn't require a high IQ or any special genetics. Everyone has equal ability to be faithful. In reality, this isn't a belief, despite it logically being impossible. Here's why. You may start out with blind faith, where you naively believe in something and it becomes true, and then the results prove your beliefs. Eventually what started out as faith in the law of attraction becomes knowledge, because you know faith works. When you know faith works, your power to create your life increases. Those who say I'll believe it when I see it never see it. Believe it first, then you will see it. What you believe will happen if you believe it completely. You currently believe what you believe because you saw evidence of your beliefs being proven. The evidence came because you first believed it. The evidence then validated your beliefs, causing you to have more faith in your beliefs. Do you see the cycle? Negative emotions can be an indication that you hold beliefs that contradict your desire and/or life purpose. Change your beliefs or change your purpose. Changing beliefs is better, so first give an honest attempt to change your beliefs. Find out your self-deprecating beliefs and release them before focusing on desires. If you believe that you always are getting the flu and you are trying to manifest health, you will only be healthy to an extent, since you will still be getting the flu all the time because that is what you believe. Each time you focus on a thought, it gets easier until it's a belief. The more you think about a thought, the more deeply ingrained the belief becomes until it becomes an absolute fact. What you pay attention to enough becomes true. A key to remember is that what you feel good or bad about in life is almost always based on beliefs. If you believe something is good, you feel good thinking about it. If you believe something is bad, you feel bad thinking about it. The rest of your feelings are innate passions, which are not based in programs or beliefs. Innate passions are the highest form of feeling good. Jesus said, if you cannot believe in yourself, believe in me. Have faith in a religious figure if you can't develop good self-esteem or don't believe that you can be, do, or have anything. This can also be helpful if you don't believe in law of attraction from a scientific perspective. Whether you see law of attraction from a scientific or religious viewpoint is irrelevant, it is what feels best for you. Be congruent in beliefs. Don't say money can't buy happiness and then say you get what you pay for. Examine your beliefs and decide which you want to choose. This reduces cognitive dissonance, which destroys your brain's processing power and can cause confusion, doubt, and ultimately suffering. I would recommend using the Sedona method to release all of your beliefs, whether you see them as good or bad. This leads to freedom and relief. Focus. Focus on one major project at a time, at least in the early days of success. Concentrating on something for an extended period is a key to success. When focusing on what you want, you feel good. Any intense emotion can help you focus, good or bad. However, chronically being in a negative emotion is detrimental to health and not recommended. In limited quantities, using negative emotions towards your goals can be helpful, as long as it is not the emotion of doubt or lack. How? Asking what do I want? Gets you to focus on the right things instead of the wrong things. How? Having a closed-door policy is good because it keeps you in focus. Minor interruptions can throw you off. Set your environment to help focus on one thing at a time. Put the rest of the items out of the room if they are not related to the current project or if you don't use them daily. Take charge of your life. Concentrate on one task at a time. There is no such thing as multitasking, and successful people don't do this. They concentrate on one thing and get it done before moving on to the next. When you multitask, you aren't channeling intense energy into what you are doing. It's an illusion. What you are doing is focusing on one task and instantaneously switching to another, which dissipates the power of focused energy. When focusing on a project that needs intense focus, don't take many short breaks. Having many short breaks can interrupt your flow state. Breaks are only necessary when you feel the need to take them. How? Alternative nostril breathing is a great exercise to do if you need to focus on something for an extended period. Here are the steps. 1. Breathe in the left nostril for 8 seconds. 2. Hold both nostrils for 4. 3. Breathe out the right for 8. 4. Breathe in the right for 8. 5. Hold both nostrils for 4. 6. Breathe out for 8 in the left nostril. 7. Repeat the steps for at least 6 minutes. How? All the electromagnetic frequencies going into our brains distract us. An electromagnetic chaos eliminator has been the #1 way I improved my focus. I'll explain this later in the health section. People often do what is urgent in their mind but not really important. This is like responding to all emails. It could be answering the telephone when you are in the middle of doing something important. This is not proper focus. Action and words can help focus your thoughts and bring in your desires. This includes the spoken word and the written word. Think about your desire in a suitable location. Thinking about wealth and abundance is easier near places where there is wealth and abundance, as well as having more attractive power, due to increased ease of focus, which allows you to transmit what you want longer and with more intensity as well. Focus on one thing you want to bring it in faster. Ideally, focus on one thing until you achieve it. Focusing all the time is best. Channeling your energy toward multiple goals dissipates the power of persistent focus, which means it will take longer to get. If you are thinking about something that you have been wanting for a long time and you're imagining that it is happening, then you feel eagerness or anticipation because you feel your desire coming closer. Generally, the more you think of it, the greater the desire. If you stop feeling good about thinking of what you want, you can take a break and focus on another goal, or check if you stopped because you no longer believe you can get it. If so, make your imagination more vivid, or release the thoughts of doubt from your mind. You can still return to that old goal if you feel called to again. When you focus on definite chief aim, the next logical step will present itself to you and you simply need to be aware, then act on it as soon as possible. Always think in the back of your mind about your goal. If you were writing a book, the next logical step could be to write a page. Once you write that page, write another. When you focus on your goal, you think it's going to happen a certain way, but it almost never does. You don't have to worry about resources because it will present itself at the right time. Resources can include connections, individuals, money, time, knowledge, skills, ideas, materials, etc. Resources for your new goal will only come as you need them. You may not see results for a long time, and they can appear suddenly, so faith and persistence is necessary. The lower bring you closer to your dream when you desire it. The fun is the anticipation of the mystery of how the universe will provide you with the resources for achieving your goals. If you focus on multiple things at a time, you will get a little of all that you have been focusing on. I want the color yellow and blue gets you green. Focusing on the lack of something creates lack. Most people think they are thinking about what they want, but really what they are thinking about is the lack of what they want. Oftentimes this is due to poor belief they can't get something, which prevents them from thinking they can have something. That is why they feel bad when they are thinking about what they want, because what they are really telling themselves and feeling is, I can't get it. Being aware of this can help shift your focus to abundance. If you think of what you want and you feel bad, you don't believe it, you can get it, so stop thinking about lacking and start thinking about having. If you are thinking about what you want and a belief which makes you feel bad pops up, release it. Alternatively, think only of the feeling you ultimately want of getting your desire. This requires no belief, and ultimately the reason you want anything is the feeling it will give you when you get it. When you feel good, you are attracting your desires to you. Focus is like a laser beam. When you focus, you are funneling energy into a concentrated form which is more powerful than when it is spread out. Think of this like a magnifying glass having the power to burn wood. The sun shining on wood itself can't burn wood, but light in concentrated form creates intense energy, heat, which burns the wood. Persistence. I will start with 2 stories that explain the importance of faith and persistence. A water pump requires faith and persistence to pump. When you pump it up, you must continuously pump until the water comes spewing out, even though you don't see it. This is faith. If you pump the pump a little and then you stop for a bit, the water starts to go down to the bottom. Once the pump is flowing, only a few occasional taps will be necessary to keep it flowing. A Chinese bamboo tree grows for 7 years. It must be watered and fertilized for 7 years. In the last 60 days, it grows 90 feet. In reality, it grew 90 feet in 7 years, not 60 days. If it was not watered and fertilized throughout the years, it would have died. The most critical point is to get started. It's easy if you just get started. Start with small actions, not matter how small, because it gets the ball rolling. Continue with persistent effort, even if you don't see results. You need to have faith that you will get results. If you always do the right thing constantly, and you must get results. You won't always see the results of your effort until the end, but the results will come. When they do, they will be greater than you can probably imagine. Once you get results, you only need a little effort to maintain those results. This allows you to spend more time on other activities if you desire, such as leisure or starting something else. A great myth is patience. Often when people say be patient, they are really saying, just wait. This is a bad attitude to have when trying to achieve your desires. What you really should be is persistent and be patient to receive the results. Don't ask what if questions because it doesn't matter. These questions destroys faith and can destroy persistence. People worry so much about what will happen that they don't get started or they will not continue even though they are the brink of success. You will cross that bridge when you get there. This means that if you get into a challenging situation, you will handle it in the moment instead of worrying about a theoretical situation now. If you do this, it means you are not focusing on having of your dream, but the lack of having it. This creates negative emotions and puts you further behind. Worrying can actually create circumstances to worry about. Success is the progressive realization of a worthwhile goal. You only have to succeed each day to guarantee future success because tomorrow is dependent on what happens today. If you enjoy the process, who cares how long? In fact, the journey is the reward. If you are feeling good, you are successful. Do you feel good about what you are doing and not just when you are thinking about results? Not caring about the outcome but having certainty of choices and intentions will help you enjoy life no matter what results get. The result is also in the now as a good feeling. If you want to truly enjoy life, enjoy the journey and celebrate when you get to the destination. Persistence keeps the ball rolling and increases momentum. The longer you go, the faster you go, the harder it is to stop. Persistence will overpower old programs and bad habits that pull you back. The pull becomes weaker as you build your momentum. Imagine riding in a car slowly, going 1 mile per hour. A strong person with a good balance could probably stop it. If you go 100 miles an hour, that person standing there won't be able to stop the car, and it won't slow down the car a bit. It would take some serious resistance. If you rush or force things, you may get things at a less than ideal time. If you rush, you are going against divine timing of the best time to get your goals. If you feel rushed, you are attracting more circumstances that will cause you to rush. Be swift and persistent, but never rush. Keep growing. After completing a goal, immediately set another goal or expand a current goal you've accomplished. Here is an example of an expanded goal. I want 10,000 a month turns into I want 100,000 a month. If you don't, you may fear losing what you have, and then you will lose it. You may become bored, depressed, and start to decay. You are always going forward or backward in life. Keep achieving more and learning more if you wish to always grow. How? Think of your exciting goal as many times as possible throughout the day, especially near the beginning of the day or at the end of the day. You are moving toward it and bringing it toward you by doing this. Desire and belief. Increase desire and belief to get your goals accomplished faster. This greatly amplifies the law of attraction. You must feel good about your desire. Some feelings that you should have include. Excited. Like it's Christmas morning and you're opening up presents. Like you already have it. How good you will feel when you get it. Here are some practical ways of doing this. None of these are required except for feel good all the time. Increase desire. Become obsessed, only think about your desires. Affirmations and self-talk. Auto-suggestion, post-it notes, dream boards, affirmations, playing audio in the background. Focus on your life purpose. Energy healing, especially Reiki. Dianetics auditing. Stimulate the mind. You can sew with music, a supportive lover or friend, a religious figure like Jesus, aromatherapy, etc. Window shop, experience having what you want, try on that watch, test drive the car you want, touch and view material objects you desire. Create a burning desire. If you are in a job you hate, quit the job and do what you love. Don't say I can always get another job. No, this is your new job. Having another job dissipates your energy by lack of focus, and you can't have complete obsession if you are spending a third or more of your day working. Increase your belief. Increase belief. Affirmations and self-talk. Positive self-esteem. Focus on feeling of accomplishing dream. Energy healing, especially Reiki. Dianetics auditing. Achieve small success, make the rules in life so that you succeed. Make all you accomplish, no matter how small, a victory in your book. This could be something as simple as brushing your teeth. Thoughts and feelings of success attract more thoughts and feelings of success. Achieve goals you can believe you can get first. Listen to stories of people who overcame insurmountable obstacles and odds. Autobiographies are good at this. Even better is to think of people in your personal life who have overcome great odds. This can include yourself. Window shop, experience having what you want, try on that watch, test drive the car you want, touch and view material objects you desire. Nod your head while smiling and while saying yes I can when thinking about your dream or goal. Do this while writing or holding thumbs up. It's even more powerful if you are jumping with joy and enthusiasm. This is particularly useful if you doubt yourself. Basic self-help. Self-help and the law of attraction work well together. Self-esteem and identity. If you believe you can, you're right. If you believe you can't, you are also right. Henry Ford, automobile industrialist. Improving your self-confidence will improve your belief that you can achieve any desire. It is sort of a cure-all for doubting you can achieve a goal or any goal. According to the author of Psycho-Cybernetics, Maxwell Maltz, self-esteem is fundamental to success. When you improve your self-esteem, your life improves in every conceivable way. Self-esteem is essentially knowing you can be, do, or have anything you want. If you increase your self-esteem, you can do anything. You act according to your self-image, even if it is false. Often people are programmed to fail by many factors, and after all, a computer is only as good as its programming. Many squander their great natural capabilities because they don't believe in themselves. When you change the internal world, you change the external world. An ancient saying of this truth is, as above so below, as within so without. Start with the internal world first. Many people wish to change the world for the better, and that is a noble goal. You can't change the world out there unless you change the world inside. How would you help your local community rebuild buildings damaged by the hurricane if you are sick and injured? Focus on yourself first, then you can help. You want to put your mask on before helping others if an airplane is crashing. Be the change you wish to see in the world. Gandhi, Indian peace activist. We can remove our self-imposed limitations by enlarging our self-image. Don't downgrade the product, meaning you, if you haven't used it correctly. One form of self-sabotage is believing you don't deserve success. One way to improve your self-esteem is by building others. When you get people to believe in themselves, you will receive the same in return as they will support you, or others. One of the major causes of lack of self-esteem is comparison with others. All plants in nature grow at different rates, and no plant is better than any other. Sometimes the plants that grow the most don't grow much until the end. Before you go off thinking you have found greener pastures, check your own pasture. More than likely, others are looking at your own pasture and thinking the same. Every person is completely unique and shouldn't compare himself or herself to others, and instead compare what they could be to how they are now. It is also good to compare how you are now to how you were. This can make you feel successful. If you feel successful, you will become so, and keep track of your progress towards success. Here are some statements you can tell yourself often to help build self-esteem. I believe I can. I believe in myself. I am successful. I am important. I am better than I think. The way you move your body affects the way you feel. A person with high self-esteem almost always stands up tall, keeps his or her head up high, smiles, and speaks louder than usual. Catch yourself if you develop a loser's limp. That's when someone will underperform in order to explain away their lack of belief in themselves and their ability to win. They disabled themselves so they can explain away their failures. However, many do not even realize they are doing this. This is called self-sabotage. Their mind prevents them from winning at the last second, because winning is the opposite of what they were thinking about, which is losing. Building up your self-esteem and developing self-awareness heals this limp. Ask yourself, how do I become what I want to be? Then see yourself at your best. Imagine not how you are but how you could be. You can be anything you want to be as long as you believe you can and desire it enough. The image of yourself is how the world will start to see you, and when you start to see yourself better, people will treat you better. They will start to see a spark in you they wish they had, and they will want to know you. This is because they want some of the confidence to rub off on them. Make sure you assist them in building their self-esteem. Here is an interesting phenomena to notice: you get compliments similar to compliments you give yourself, or compliments that give you feelings similar to ones you tell yourself. There is power in studying successful people. You begin to think, if they can succeed, I can too. You begin to realize, what is possible for one is possible for all. Don't let past experiences you have influence what you think about yourself, or let negative past experiences create a false illusion of your abilities. You can turn away from your past and create your future. A person with true self-esteem is not a braggart or a show-off. It is simply having confidence in yourself. What many call an egotistical person is simply a person with excellent self-esteem. Realize when you develop self-esteem that some might call you this is only because they lack self-esteem. If you have a fair number of people calling you this, you may actually be egotistical. Do not judge others as less than you, as they will do the same. Don't worry about becoming egotistical or being a megalomaniac when you raise your self-esteem. There is a simple solution. If you feel you are being egotistical, serve others, love all, and always be willing to learn. You know when you have true confidence when you have no fears and people call you confident. If you see yourself as the kind of person who is poor or always struggling financially, then that is what you will experience in life, even if you want to be rich or think about being rich all the time. It is important part of law of attraction and is why it is the first section in basic self-help. How? One way to develop self-esteem is by taking pride in current profession instead of only looking for greener pastures. Be careful as well, you may be lying on an acre of diamonds. The best opportunities are the next steps right in front of you. How? Thinking about you infinite power all the time, this will help you manifest all your desires. When you are speaking, thinking, or acting toward what is in harmony with you, your identity and your true self, your goals, you will have positive emotions. When you feel bad, you are speaking, thinking, or acting against who you are and or what you want. For example, if you are a gamer and you feel good about it, when you game, you will feel good because they match. If you stop identifying as a gamer, you may no longer feel good when gaming. If you stop gaming, and you are a gamer, you may not feel good because you are not in harmony with who you identify as. What you want can change as you change who you identify yourself as and vice versa. How you identify yourself is who you are. To have a goal of meditation, set the intention of being a mediator, someone who meditates. This can help you get your goals faster. Make sure you don't set a counter intention, such as being someone who can't sit still. Each time you write a page, you are a writer. Decide the type of person you want to be and prove it to yourself. You can also change who you are by changing what you do. The next lesson is on self-awareness, which pairs well with self-esteem. This will allow you to analyze yourself, find your thought patterns, and then from there, you can correct them. Self-awareness. Heed these words, you who wish to probe the depths of nature, if you do not find within yourself that which you seek, neither will you find it outside. In you is hidden the treasure of treasures. Know thyself and you will know the universe and the gods. The oracle at Delphi, Greek philosopher. Being self-aware means you are constantly monitoring your thoughts, emotions, and actions. If you monitor emotions, you don't have to monitor thoughts or actions, because that will happen automatically. Emotions are generally easier to monitor for most and are more important. Asking and answering questions to yourself can be beneficial. Essentially, the goal is to think about what you think about. Why am I thinking this thought? When you control your mind, you control your world. Success requires recognizing the power of the mind and possessing it, instead of letting the mind dominate you with fear, ego, doubt, worry, overthinking, mind chatter, etc. I recommend asking these questions at least once daily and as often as possible. How do I feel? What am I thinking? What do I desire and why? How can I do more and do it better? What am I doing with my life? Are my habits serving me? Who am I? What are my beliefs and are they serving me? What do I want and why? Is the person I am the person I want to be? When you give yourself a question, you must receive an answer in some form. After you ask a question, ask again later for an answer if you don't receive one immediately. It may answer in a thought that pops in your mind, reading something, hearing something, a conversation, an event, a symbol, or dreaming something. There is an infinite number of methods for receiving answers. This requires paying attention to your environment, body, mind, emotion, and thoughts. When you are aware, you will know when you got a message because it will be obvious. If you want to change your life, change the quality of questions you ask yourself each day. Instead of asking yourself why you feel bad, ask yourself why you feel good. When you ask this question, you will get answers. When you get the answer back, it will make you feel a certain way depending on what question you ask. How? You can also use the mirror technique. To do this, stand in front of a mirror and give yourself eye contact. Ask yourself whatever questions you wish. Remember, honesty and self-awareness is necessary. How? You can simply watch thoughts to be free of them and their distraction. You can also release them or say I am busy now and I cannot listen to you at this time to your thoughts. You can also send thoughts away with love. Simple observing them can also clear them away. This is a great way to eliminate negative thinking without having to tell yourself positive thoughts, which for some may feel like lying and make them feel worse. How? You may have thoughts or voices going through your head that ruin you, these are not created by you. Ignore them and press onward anyways. Take thoughts inside head and imagine someone outside of you talking, then spend a day with that person. Would you enjoy their company? If not, then release the thoughts from your mind, in your imagination. Many of the things that people tell themselves, such as you're not good enough. Wouldn't that only be said by a mean or neurotic person? If you wouldn't listen to that kind of person outside of yourself, why would you listen to a voice in your head telling you this? If you want to see why you do things, don't do them and observe what happens. This also great for revealing habits and addictions. How? The magic question to always be asking yourself is, what do I want? When you give your mind that question, your mind should be focused on your DCA or a new potential goal. Additionally, this helps you constantly re-evaluate your goals. Is what you are doing now truly what you want? Intention, thoughts, emotions, and actions. A master of life does this. His/her thoughts come from his intention instead of feelings. His/her feelings come directly from his intention, instead of thoughts and actions. His/her actions come from intention instead of his thoughts and feelings. Intentions, thoughts, emotions, and actions, ITFA. A truly successful person is a mixture of all four and their ITFA work simultaneously. This is a truly unified being. Intentions control the others. Intentions are the most fundamentally important, but they all are vital to success. Emotions can only then influence your intentions if you let them. You can use your intention to overpower your emotions and thoughts. Do this if you feel emotions you do not desire. For example, if you are embarrassed to talk to an attractive stranger, then you can use your intention to do it anyways. Alternatively, you can use your intention to amplify your emotions. Thoughts are what the mind is thinking. You have heard the terms train of thought. If your mind is saying things or you are thinking thoughts, you are probably having thoughts based off of your programming. Thoughts that aren't deliberate usually don't serve you. Immerse yourself in a positive activity, avoid being programmed, and deliberate control your thoughts by thinking thoughts of what you want. Emotions are entirely dependent on intentions, thoughts, and actions. Positive emotions guide your thinking and actions correctly. Actions are controlled by intentions and actions and are influenced by emotions. Here's an example of this: you intend to be optimistic, you think optimistic thoughts, you feel motivated, and you take action. Think before you act is certainly a good idea. People act in ways they regret because they didn't control their thinking. Actions are the easiest way for most to change their thoughts and emotions. This is power of having fun and working towards meaning goals. Actions influence emotions, that is why people are able to do things against their emotions, such as forcing themselves to smile when they are sad, in an attempt to feel happy. If you want to feel a certain way, act in a way that will make you feel that feeling. Even a minor action, if taken with conscious awareness of it while acting, can lead to tremendous results. I don't sing because I'm happy. I'm happy because I sing. William James, father of American psychology. Act, think, dress, and talk like the person you want to be, and you will become that person. Joyful working. Most people think they have to work hard to be successful. You do not work hard to become successful. You may have to work hard as if you believe that you have to. Change the belief and you change the circumstances. Think of everything you do as easy, and it will become easy. When you focus on what you want, you get your thinking correct. Your thinking is correct if you feel good, and it will likely motivates you to do lots of activity. Activity done when your thinking is correct is fun and joyful, and it creates amazing results. Do what you love, and love what you do. Anything else won't get you results anyway. But remember, it is the thinking that is ultimately creating the results, not the actions. When you're drudging through an activity, or it feels like a sacrifice, the results will be negative, and even disastrous in some cases, or you just won't get results. If an activity isn't pleasurable, you need to either find a new activity or get your thinking right. Attempt to get your thinking right first before finding a new activity. One good method is to think of having what you want, abundance, rather than not having it, lack. As an example, when I was writing my book, I switched from writing from an attitude of obligation to loving service, and it gave me all the willpower and desire to write my book. It was not the activity, but the thinking that gave me the inspiration to write this book. Minimal activity can create amazing results. This is why thinking is more important than actions. Work with joy and enthusiasm. Working all the time isn't required, do so if it feels good and enjoy every minute of it. Often rest, recreation, meditation, hanging out with positive people, and learning is better until you get your thinking right before you begin working again. If you jump into action with impatience or frustration, you are attracting more events, people into your life that will make you feel the same way. While working towards a desire you have not attained, you must feel good even thought you don't have it now. It's not the size of the impact, but the emotions. The emotions give you the impact. When you feel good, you make the entire universe better as your feeling travel across the universe. You do not need to be ambitious if you don't feel like it. If you feel compelled to be ambitious from society or others, then you won't create much positive change unless you feel emotionally well about being ambitious. Keep your mind on your goals, rather than lower concerns, paying the bills and surviving. When you focus on a goal, your lower concerns will take care of themselves as needed for you to achieve your goal. You don't need to work that job you hate, you can quit at any time. You are not a slave, remember that. Think about this, some do the minimum requirement in their drudging job, but in their hobbies, they achieve amazing results. They tap into new energy, creativity, endurance, and capacity for work. If they turned what they loved into a career, who knows where they would go? You are the same. Therefore do not worry, saying, "What shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or what shall we wear?" For the Gentiles strive after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. Matthew 31-33, Berean Study Bible. Note, actions towards your goals can be thought of as summoning rituals. It is possible to create what you desire without any action, but it requires intense concentration and discipline to develop this ability. Most don't have this and are not willing to develop these skills, so it is easier, and often more enjoyable, to just take action towards desires when it feels good. The miracle of self-responsibility. You are responsible for everything in your life. You are in 100% control of your life and what happens to you. Stop saying things are outside of your control. You are always creating your reality, do so with purpose and intention. Change your attitude to life happening for you, not to you. Events, people, and situations that happen in your life aren't random, they align with how you think, feel, and act. The power brokers of the world want you to think you are powerless and are not responsible, that you are a slave to fate and chance. What they mean by fate and chance is their devious plans. You create your fate and your luck. Never make excuses or blame outside influences. Don't see yourself as a defeated person or a victim. Doing so fosters self-loathing, resentment in others, destroys faith, and ruins self-esteem. Know that you are a perfect, powerful being that can be, do, or have anything. You are more powerful than you can even currently imagine. In fact, you have all the power in the universe to create whatever you desire. How? Do little things that put you in control of your life, read a book, Shut cell phone off, clean your room. Express your individuality. This will make you feel more responsible for your life and empower you. You will begin to feel more power over circumstances instead of at the mercy of circumstances. Priests, prophets, actuaries, most futurists and psychics may claim to know the future, but you create your future. The reason they are often right is when people believe they are right, it becomes true. They claim to know the future, but they are simply predicting it. They can give good advice, but don't follow their orders. You always listen to yourself in the end. If they say you will experience something in the future that you don't want, reject it, and create the future you do want. You predict the future by creating it. When you have someone read you, they are reading your current vibes, thoughts and feelings. You can change those vibes now and you will change the trajectory of your future. Changing your vibe will change your future and the cards you pick. You are always creating the future in the now. What will happen 1 minute from now will depend on what you do right now. As an extreme example, if you, right now, were to give someone a hug, you will have a different future than if you punch them. Here is a picture which illustrates this concept. As you can see, the distance between the line becomes greater the longer the line becomes. This same is true for small changes in your life. Small changes in your life today can greatly change your life in the future. This is also why a person's childhood is so important as a foundation for the rest of their life. If predetermined fate exists, that means you have no free will and that means you are a slave. You aren't responsible for your own life. It means you might as well never do anything in life, because everything has been determined. People believe they have no power and are ruled by fate. A predetermined fate is only believed by people who don't know their true power. But they are right in some sense, because those who don't know their power have no power. If certain individuals tell you that this is your fate and you believe it, they can manipulate you into doing anything or not doing something. Many religions tell people that their fate will be endless suffering if they don't choose to be believers. You surrender your power to them by doing so. Reject any thought about the existence of a miserable afterlife as well. The real hell is living on earth in fear of hell. The real heaven or hell is always in the now. Heaven is living a blissful life and hell is living a miserable life. In other words, you control your fate and destiny. Luck. When you think about what you want, you become luckier. You create your own luck. Unique opportunities, people, situations will happen. Everything operates according to nature's law, such as law of attraction, so the concept of luck happening to you is simply false. Chance is a world that we've invented to express the known effects on the unknown. Voltaire, French philosopher and historian. How? Connect your past events to the present moment. What are the odds of you being where you are today instead of somewhere else? How? Record coincidences that happen to you every day, and you will see how lucky, or unlucky, you are. If you want to feel lucky, ask yourself why you are so lucky. This cannot happen just by mere chance or randomness. This process can also be done for a period of time such as a week or your entire life. Attitude. All people have an attitude, but many times that attitude doesn't serve them. Develop a positive attitude, one that says I can be, do, or have anything you want. The last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. Viktor Frankl, psychologist and concentration camp survivor. His attitude literally kept him alive. With the right attitude, your mind will attract opportunities, positive events, and people to achieve your desires. What 90% of people say is opinions they just heard from someone else. When the attitude is right, the facts don't count, because you can change the facts with your attitude. Remember, the highest natural law is the law of attraction, it overpowers the facts. Fully 99% of reality is off the radar screen. You will attract what you want outside 5 sense reality into the 5 sense reality when you have a good attitude. Attitude is spread to others and affects their attitude. Attitudes are contagious and spread to others by being in close proximity to them. Think of the last time you saw someone who was very enthusiastic about something. I bet you saw others join in rapidly. By thinking, feeling, and acting enthusiastically, you get others enthusiastic. Any thought and/or feeling you have is spread to others, unless they block it, consciously or subconsciously. Perception. Mental perception, from now on called perception, is how you see events, circumstances, and situations with your attitude. Look for the good in all things by finding the gold in the dirt. Look for the good things in someone you don't like. In life, you get what you focus on. If you focus on good, you won't recall the bad things. What you perceive to be negative isn't at all. Attitude is affected by your perception of things, events, and people. This is why it is important to see the good in everything to develop a good attitude. Seeing things in a positive light creates positive circumstances, and therefore a positive attitude. It is indeed a cycle. You can reframe any situation to serve you by changing your face. When you look for the good, you will find it and it will turn out good. Consciously program yourself to see all events as good, and whenever you do, they will become good. Initially, the events may not seem good, and you may feel you are fooling yourself. Start with seeing some of the events that appear bad in your life being good at your level of belief and begin there. Reframe it in a way you can believe. I lost my job, but everything is perfectly fine, vs. I lost my job. To be honest, I'm a bit annoyed, but I can find a better job from this experience. One is more believable than the other for most. The more believable your positive spin is, the better you feel. You will begin to notice new events turning out well, no matter what happens because you perceived them as good events. Compare your life before you started seeing all events as good and when you saw some events as good and bad, and that will provide you with all the evidence you need to understand the power of perception. If you respond positively to situations, you get less intense negative situations, and it can prevent them from ever coming. Negative events may even have major positive outcomes. If you reflect on your life now, you will understand this. Your perception typically creates your reality. Universal laws are the major exceptions. They were created by forces outside of the universe to govern the physical universe. Here are the universal laws that I have discovered which you can too. Law of attraction, how you think and feel creates your reality. Natural law, what you do to other beings will be done to you. Law of change, things are always changing. Law of truth, truth exists. In life, you can choose how you feel about any event. Some can think a certain thought about an event, such as losing a key, and scream, while others simply feel calm. We can feel however we want about any situation by changing the way we think about it. You control your feelings, not the environment. External events that happen to you can only affect your emotions if you let them. There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. William Shakespeare, playwright. Things aren't bad, only your thoughts make them so. Bad is something that happens that you don't expect unless, of course, you expected bad things to happen. Knowing about the bad things in life doesn't attract more of it, unless you feel bad toward them. There is no such thing as a bad event or circumstance, because everything simply is. Events in life simply are what they are only good or bad if you perceive them to be. It's about how you respond to the events. You can change events that you initially perceive as bad to good events by thinking in these ways. 1. It could be worse, be grateful it isn't. 2. Be grateful for what you have. 3. Know it's a blessing in disguise. 4. It's an opportunity. 5. All is well no matter what, you are a master of perception if you can think this way all the time. If you are looking for gold and there is no gold, the dirt is the gold, play in the dirt and enjoy the chaos. In other words, enjoy the bad if you can't seem to find the good. Everything will be okay as soon as you are okay with everything. If you feel good, an event can't be bad is a good saying to always remember. The reason you think an event is good or bad is the way it feels, but you always have control over how you feel. Trying to control everything and fighting circumstances creates an unnecessary struggle and is almost impossible. When you control how you think and feel on the inside, the outside will take care of itself. You don't need to hide or avoid unwanted people or experiences, just focus on what you want to attract and you will only get that. The law of attraction doesn't distinguish between thoughts brought by observation and imagination, so be careful what you are observing and imaginating. What you experience, listen to, and watch, influences your thoughts and therefore your feelings and manifestation. If you are watching or talking about news you hear and you feel emotions for it, you are bringing it a similar experience to you, unless you consciously don't believe you will attract that experience. Present moment awareness. The present is the ultimate feeling of freedom. If you are truly immersed in the present, you can only be blissful. You are either experiencing something or thinking about experiencing it. If you are not thinking, you are immersed in the experience. Your joy, creativity, productivity, and energy increases. Being in the present gets tasks done more effectively and faster than thinking about something else. The more time you spend thinking of what you are going to do, how you expect things to turn out, past memories, the less you are going to be living and experiencing now. Making plans, going over memories for the purposes of learning or dwelling on positive memories, and positive expectation are useful, but you are not in the present when you do so. Be presently aware of all the opportunities that are being presented. You do this by getting out of your head and paying attention to your surroundings. Opportunities can pass you when you are not aware. When opportunities do present themselves, the key is to act on them. What is being presented to you is genuine if it feels right. If so, then it isn't too good to be true. Almost any negative feeling can only come from thinking about the past or future. This is because past and future only exist in the mind, which can think negatively. Present moment awareness can eliminate all your stresses, fears, pull from bad habits/though patterns, and unhealthy obsessions. How? When doing present moment awareness meditation, pay attention to hearing. Distinguish each sound you hear and where it comes from. Touch everything you can reach, and don't forget to smell. Look at everything you can see from where you are. Call it out and describe its color, shape, size, etc. Do not look back on the past in anger or regret. Do not look at the future in fear or anxiety. Focus on the now brings awareness. Your past doesn't have to define you, because it has no bearing on future or your current ability. Your future is determined by what you think and do now, so taking advantage of the present moment will help you create your future. By consciously creating your present, you will destroy any potential fear of the future. You don't need to be concerned about the future if you do what you need to do today. By living well today you make tomorrow better, then if you simply do every day of your life you will live a wonderful life. Divine communication. What happens in one day is more magical than what happens in any fairy tale. Life is showing you everyday miracles. If you are walking around not alert, you miss the messages that are speaking to you and trying to guide your life toward success. These messages have often been called omens or signs. Everything you sense and every event or circumstance in your life you have gotten, is based on your thoughts, emotions, and actions, and this includes the messages you get from the divine. Only you know the meaning of the things that come into your life, but you must be alert to what is happening around you. You can ask yourself, what is the meaning of this in my life, and you will receive the meaning. You will get an answer, immediately or sometime in the near future. It can come across as a verbal message from a person, in your consciousness, a text or email, a symbol, or a dream. The possibilities are endless. If you are in the present, the message will be obvious. The divine is speaking to you in messages via symbols, words, numbers, people, events, sounds, emotions, and is trying to help you. You are being given messages and feedback constantly, and you have been receiving messages your entire life. The divine also responds depending on how you respond to life. If you overhear a random stranger talking, it means something. Everyone you meet is God, simply disguised and playing a role to see how you react, for you benefit. This is also true for all events and situations. Anyone could lead you to the path to enlightenment, bliss, and love. It could be a homeless person, a rich man, a priest, etc. This is also true for any event, thought, or emotion. Pay attention to everything in external world. It is a reflection of your internal world and it gives you clues on what is going on within. From those clues, you will know what you need to change on the inside. Note, the voice of intuition will never prompt you to harm yourself or others. If you hear it say so, it is not intuition but coming from the lower parts of yourself. Imagination. Imagination is useful for bringing your desires closer to you. If you can imagine something, you can create it. By holding that image, you will get closer to your desires. You can trick your mind with your imagination if you are ever feeling bad. You feel emotions and bodily sensations while in a dream. That is the power of imagination. Isn't that fascinating? To fully utilize your imagination, you need to be relaxed. You don't want to be thinking negative thoughts. The Meditations chapter contains information on relaxation. How sections start? There is a way to expand your imagination called dream building. What would your life be like if you could do anything, had infinite resources, couldn't fail, and it was your last day? Fantasize. Here is how to be a star in your own mental movie. You want to feel you are really there. 1. Get all of your 5 senses involved. 2. Experience the emotions of the imagination. 3. See everything in color. 4. Be yourself in your mind in first person. You can use your 5 senses in real life if you don't have a very vivid imagination. If you want to have more money, hold and fondle cash. Look at it. Smell it. Hear the money going across your hands. I wouldn't recommend tasting the money, but you can imagine tasting it. Maybe associate a food with money, such as grapes. For example, while holding the money, imagine grapes. You do not have to get all your senses involved if it is not undesirable. Doing arts and crafts is a fun way to dream build too. Just create whatever you want. How section end? When you use the imagination, you know that you have what you want even though you do not have physical evidence of it. Because you know this to be true, you get the emotion of it being real. The mind can't tell the difference between vivid imagination and reality. If you image something, it is real, just not in the 5-sense reality yet. At some point, if your imagination is well developed, when you imagine something, you create it at record speeds, and some have theorized you can do so immediately if you are a master creator like Jesus Christ. I will give you an imagination I created. I imagined that I wanted to be a writer. I see my books on the shelves at bookstores and libraries. Wow, I feel so proud. I pick up the book, it has a comfortable texture. I see the cover, I am satisfied with the covers I chose. The cover is white. I open the book smells like fresh paper. I'm happy that it was published and I can open it. I hear the sound of flipping through the pages. I'm glad I wrote what I said in the book. How? Reading autobiographies and biographies can help ignite the development of your imagination if you are untrained. You use imagination to visualize being the characters in the book. Get emotionally involved in the stories that the characters are involved in. How? Another way of expanding on your imagination is to reflect on what you dreamed of. Dreams are imaginings when asleep and often beyond your conscious imagination's capabilities. Dreams often feel as real as we are when we are awake. When you start to recall your dreams, you get an idea of what you can imagine. Interpreting your own dreams can bring you clarity in your life because you are understanding what your imaginative mind is telling you. I suggest keeping a dream journal for particularly interesting dreams. Describe the dreams in as vivid detail as possible. Before you sleep, you can say, "I will remember my dreams," and when you wake up, say it again. Go to the Meditations and Rituals Dreaming section for more information. Imagining or observing is equally powerful for the purposes of attraction. If you observe something and keep observing it, it will keep happening. If you only observe what is, that is all you will get. That is why people keep getting what they are experiencing in life and nothing ever changes. Don't let your current circumstances dictate your life. You can imagine what you want, not what currently is. Imagining what you want will change your circumstances to fit your imagination as long as you believe you can. It is self-destructive to let your negative circumstances, bank account, weight, wealth, influence your non-physical aspects, thoughts, mind, state of being. If you look and see that you are broke and you believe you are, it creates a poor state of being. So, only observe what makes you feel good. If you can't observe anything good, imagine what you wish to create. Gratitude. Be grateful but always ambitiously growing. Always focus on expanding to be the greatest potential of yourself. You should never stop expanding because you have infinite potential. The person who is happiest is someone who is endlessly focusing on growth. If you can't be happy now, you won't be when you get it all. You want to be grateful for what you have and develop this into a habit. You can be grateful for what you have and for what you wish to have. Being grateful for something you do not have will allow you to get closer to having it. When you feel grateful for the things you have, you are thinking of abundance and drawing more of it to you. Gratitude can be helpful if you are feeling doubt about attracting more things in your life by creating it in your imagination. There is no doubt in that because you do have it in every sense. Always be grateful. Look at stories and pictures of people who suffer, and you will be grateful that someone always has it worse than you. The grass is always greener on the other side. Be happy with where you are now before moving in a new direction that appears to be better. Take advantage of what you have now. You are probably sitting on a hidden acre of diamonds, and you don't even know it. Oftentimes if you are around something for long enough, you will slowly begin to take it for granted, unless you keep a spirit of gratitude. Be grateful for everything as often as possible. Think about what you are grateful for, and you will feel gratitude and not take things for granted. How? Do a passive gratitude meditation. Go to a quiet corner for 5 to 10 minutes and go through all the good things in your life that helped you make all of these good things possible. Include people and events as well. Thank people who provide services for you, such as the mailman, dentist, etc. Don't think, "Oh, those people are paid to do those things." It's not as if they would get up in the morning and do this for me if they couldn't get anything from it. This thinking is missing the point. The fact is, they are taking precious time out of their day to help you. How? Do an active gratitude meditation. Be in the present and walk around, looking at and touching objects, and be grateful for them. Think of all the things these objects have done for you. Be grateful for the little things, such as a pen or a cup. If you can't, you should probably get rid of it. Be grateful for all that you have, every day. I recommend doing this once a day. How? When eating, think of the thousands of people who used their precious time to give you that food, the cultivating, harvest, processing, transportation, and selling. You can do this for any product. See Depth of Vision, next section, and Abundance section, in Meditation and Rituals chapter, if you want clarification. Don't be ungrateful if you don't get what you want. What you think you want is often different from what you really want. Sometimes you get what you really want, not what you think you want. If you got what you think you wanted, you would be disappointed. Isn't that true in life sometimes? That is why some of your past desires never come true. If they did, you would be worse off than you are now. Depth of vision. It is helpful to have depth of vision, which is seeing the potential future of ideas. Imagine how far an idea can go and imagine the idea having a massively positive impact. As an example, this could also be the transformation of one material into another, which is just an idea. When you think of an acorn, what do you think it could become? If you said squirrel food, that means you have a lot to work on. Most would say a tree. I would say a log cabin resort. How far can you see something going out into the future? iPencil is a great short video to explain the complex process of making a pencil that explains depth of vision quite well. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=io3 to q dice. Depth of vision helps with motivation towards goals. You can see how the little things add up to the big things. While you are working, you know however little step adds up towards greatness. How? Here's a way to expand your depth of vision. Watch sci-fi movies, play sci-fi games, and read sci-fi books. Books are the best because you must exercise your imagination more. Realize all the technology that exists in sci-fi is possible with what we have now. If not, we can use our minds to create it. Imagine how our current world could go to this sci-fi reality. Much of sci-fi technologies that were deemed impossible are actually technologies today, such as the communicator in Star Trek. The equivalent of the communicator today is the cell phone. In fact, the cell phone is far more advanced than the communicator in Star Trek. Decisions. The decisions you make are not as important as what you do while and after making a decision. To make good decisions, make your decisions work by having a positive attitude, no matter which decision you make nor the outcome of that decision. There is no such thing as a wrong decision. All decisions give you information by giving you an experience that helps you clarify more of what you want. Good decisions come from experience, and experience comes from bad decisions. If you are aware, you can learn from bad decisions so you don't have to make the same decision again. If you make the exact wrong decision, it gives you contrast, and you now know more about what you want. Experiencing what you don't want is good because it clarifies and lets you define what you really want in life. Bad events allow us to focus on what we want because we know what we don't want. If you are thinking about what you want and feeling good and something bad happens, know by law of attraction, you are getting exactly what you want. Life is like going to a buffet. You look at a certain food that looks delicious, and you end up not liking the food. By not liking the food, you have, by process of elimination, narrowed the choices of what foods you might like. You can now get closer to the food you want because now you have more clarification, you don't have to try as many foods, and know you are getting closer to finding the foods you like. Success is a decision away. By knowing what you don't want, you can decide what you do want. Every decision you make simply gives you a result, which is the clarification of what you want and what you don't want. If you are definite about making a decision, do not mentally run away from it. When faced with a choice or decision, you always have the option to wait. You can wait until you get the right feeling. If you get a desire to make a choice over another at any point in time, go for it. Be careful not become too dragged down by details. Being dragged down paralyzes your progress. Don't delay your decisions. If you are certain, begin to execute the decision. Making your decision fast saves energy and time. Remember, it's your attitude that matters the most. Throughout life, we are given many paths. There is no one life path that is the absolute best, and we don't need to be indecisive. Pick the one that feels best at the moment and go with it until you no longer want to. Your desire to continue will cease to exist after a short time if you are going down a less the ideal path. What you think are right decisions don't always give you the outcome you think you wanted. Regardless of the outcome, be happy because you made the right choice. Opportunities can be created by your positive thinking. You don't need to worry about missing opportunities. There are plenty of opportunities down the road. You can pass on proposed opportunities. Opportunities that people propose often are not as good as they seem, because people don't know what you really want virtually all the time. Know when your plates are full and you simply do not have enough time and or energy to follow another opportunity. However, if it feels right, go for it. The best opportunities are usually the ones you create, not ones that are presented to you. A helpful concept to understand is trade-offs. This is the idea that every choice or opportunity has its costs and benefits. Let's say you have two choices, writing to complete a book or playing board games with friends. Let's look at some potential trade-offs of writing a book over playing board games with friends. Benefits: being productive, building discipline, fulfillment, working toward an income. Costs: upfront costs, lack of developing social skills. Let's now look at what the potential trade-off is of playing a video game over writing a book. Benefits: develop social skills, sense of companionship, motor skills. Costs: not as productive, lacks discipline, not working toward an income, not as fulfilling. There is a benefit and cost between deciding different options. The basic concept is, if you are doing something, you are not doing something else. By doing that one thing, you are not reaping the benefits of other activities but also not suffering their costs. The benefit and trade-offs of any activity are different for each person. Physical appearance. The way you look changes how others perceive you. It is the first impressions. It is ideal to be hygienic and well-groomed in most social scenarios. However, a charismatic person is never afraid to let loose and get dirty when appropriate. It increases the belief that you can achieve your dreams and goals. You want to dress in a way that makes you look good, like $1,000,000. A good idea is to dress for who you want to be. A golfer dresses differently than a tennis player. Always dress appropriately for the profession, sport, or trade. Ultimately, always go with what feels good. If you feel good in appearance, others will feel good when interacting with you. They will probably overlook your out-of-place looks and may even compliment it. Take care of your health. Ensure you have vibrant skin and a weight you are comfortable with. You will feel better about yourself and therefore so will others. Travel. Going to certain places have different emotional and mental effects on you. Travel around uplifting and positive places. A yoga ashram can give you a sense of calmness. A place that is always positive is any safe place in nature, especially alone or with other positive people. Traveling wide expands the imagination. During the coronavirus lockdown of 2020, I hadn't left my neighborhood in 2 weeks. I left to go to the store, and it felt amazing just to be somewhere else. I believe staying in one place can cause stagnation of energy. Try traveling to new places or places you haven't been in a long time. It feels good, even traveling to the park. You will feel better than going to the same places for months or years. Different places have different energy, commonly known as vibes. You only get the good vibes from places if you have dominant positive thoughts and don't let negative influences affect you. Feelings and emotions. This chapter is on understanding the difference between emotions and feelings, as well as how to use them to feel good and achieve whatever you desire. Feel good now. Feeling good amplifies the law of attraction further. To feel good, here are some things you can try, created by Kevin Trudeau. These are subjective, some will make you feel good, and others won't. Test them out. Eat delicious and nutritious food. This is food close to nature, food that is raw and organic. Eat fruits and vegetables. Avoid artificial sweeteners, high fructose corn syrup, monosodium glutamate, and aspartame, processed foods, and fast food restaurants. Avoid prescription and non-prescription drugs, except in emergency medical situations or if you are physically dependent on them. Going off these drugs can be dangerous, but there are natural alternatives to these drugs that are healthier. Do not do any drugs whatsoever, includes alcohol, prescription/non-prescription drugs, psychedelics, etc. Take whole food supplements and juicing to solve nutritional deficiencies. Use electromagnetic chaos eliminators. Go on walks in nature, look up, and look at faraway objects. This gets you out of your head and into the present moment. Get a rebounder, a mini trampoline, they are fun and are a great low-impact exercise. Sunbathing. Earthing. Deep breathe fresh air. Listen to positive messages. Hang out with others who are positive. Listen to music you enjoy. Give hugs. Love others. Give compliments. Laugh, you don't need something to laugh at. However, if you need to, you can laugh at funny jokes, movies, etc. Smile. Dance. If you feel embarrassed, do this alone. Sing. If you feel embarrassed, do this alone. Martial arts. Stretching. Meditations. Exercise. Yoga. Watching movies. Daydreaming. Read posty books. Create happy experiences in your mind, such as being at the beach. Be grateful. Get up early. Adding value to others is the best way of feeling the highest amount of bliss. Make others feel good to feel good. Think thoughts that make you feel good. Say good things about yourself or what others have complimented you on. Go over your past victories. Board and card games. Feeling is a word we invented to describe the conscious awareness of the vibration we're in. The better you feel, the higher your vibration, and the faster you achieve your desires, even if you don't have a clue what you want in life. You either choose your thoughts or accept them from an outside source. Choosing your thoughts is generally better because outside thoughts are usually negative. If you feel good about a thought, it is positive. You can't think a negative thought and feel positive. Some thoughts are more positive than others, so experiment with certain thoughts or lines of thought to discover ways to feel even better. Always try to feel good now. It's not so much trying to feel blissful as much as it is trying to feel better than you feel now. If you feel good, try to feel even better. There is no limit to the amount of good feeling you can feel amazing all the time. If you are not feeling good, you aren't thinking right. Ask yourself, what can I feel good about? If you feel good, try to feel even better. Then ask yourself, how could I feel even better? Stick with something as long as it makes you feel good. Stop if it no longer feels good. Remember to ask yourself, does this feel good? What do I want? Just because something made you feel good in the past doesn't mean it feels good now. As long as you're feeling good, don't be concerned about what happens to you, even if it seems bad, because if you feel good, then the circumstances will rapidly change. If you feel good and continue to try and feel good, your upward spiral can go on forever. Being successful is feeling good all the time. Feeling emotionally good means you are being the most rationally. If you feel bad, you are being irrational. You are not being delusional, and there is no such thing as being coldly rational. The better you feel, the more rational you are. The only thing that is relevant is how you feel. If you feel bad, you are going down the wrong path, and you will never get good results. Whether you get results or not, it doesn't matter. As long as you feel good, you will get to your destination. Feelings are your emotional guidance system to get you to your destination, similar to a GPS. Desire for pleasure is the reason we do everything in life. The two reasons you do or don't do something: to gain pleasure or avoid pain. Those who try to avoid pain are living in fear and despair, which causes misery. Those who try to gain pleasure are living in hope and abundance, which causes joy. A real breakthrough for anyone comes when the focus is on gaining pleasure more than avoiding pain. Overpower your negative ball of energy by strengthening your positive ball of energy. You will feel better if you force yourself to feel better. If you just feel better and better, the negative ball will get smaller, and the positive ball will get bigger. This ball will keep rolling, whether you consciously think about it rolling or not. It will also continue to snowball, unconsciously, if you make it big enough. Think about pushing a snowball down a cliff. Once you get it going, gravity will make it fall, and it will grow larger and larger. Going faster, it will accelerate. However, if you make no initial effort, the ball will not start rolling. You have to start. Start from where you are. Feel good now, even if it's a little better than you do now. If your negative ball seems too big to even get started, go to the Clear Your Blockages and Health chapters. Don't worry about or try obsessively to fix the thoughts you think every once in a while that make you feel bad. They have little to no power. As you begin to feel better and better, these thoughts' power will shrink and their frequency decreases. A simple way to create a magical life is to feel good, and keep feeling better, without an attachment to a thing. This is what I call the magic of positivity. Very important note, there are some things we do when we feel bad to feel good. You must be able to distinguish between being aligned with feeling good now and masking the pain and being delusional by avoiding or distract yourself from the reality you created. This often results in escapist activities such as alcohol, porn, video games, drugs, etc. You need to focus on feeling good, not escaping pain. Enduring and great joy is experienced by using your creative abilities, not partying around all the time and being a consumer. This is explained more in the Escapism and Innate Passions section. Gut feelings. You ultimately listen to your gut over your mind. Your gut doesn't deceive you. Your gut feeling is felt near your lower abdomen area, while thoughts are felt in the head. It is more of an intuition rather than an emotion, such as love. Most unfortunately think of fear, doubt, and worry, which cloaks their gut feelings, making them think their gut is deceiving them. Gut feelings are also called intuition. You know it's the gut when you feel called to do something but you don't feel emotionally motivated. A truly successful person has unified gut and heart. If you feel hesitation in doing something, do a gut check. Check to see if the feeling is coming from your mind or your gut. If it is felt in the mind, it is coming from your fear and not the gut protecting you. Be aware of this, as it could be preventing you from doing something good. It certainly is if it goes against your gut feelings. Take this example, and imagine as if this happened to you. You are attracted to another person, but because of poor dating experiences, you won't approach the person. This person could be a great significant other for you. If you get a poor feeling about it, do a gut check. Is this coming from fear created by the mind or a gut feeling of hesitation? Do the Callahan technique, Sedona method, or crash through your fears. Crashing though your fears means you do it regardless of how bad you feel. There are some things that can destroy your emotional guidance system. Here is a list. Street drugs and narcotics. Psychedelics and ethnogens. SSRIs. Alcohol. Prescription and non-prescription drugs. These substances can numb or change your emotions in a way that causes you to make poor decisions. Prescription drugs should only be used in a crisis. Outside of that, there are many natural alternatives with few or even no side effects. Certain drugs such as artificial street drugs like heroin, meth, or cocaine should be avoided at all costs. There is no benefit in doing these drugs in any situation, that I am aware of. Many lives have been destroyed by these drugs. They were destroyed because their gut system was broken, and they made poor decisions that felt right when they were deciding. Drugs and alcohol are a gateway to false awakening and come from the desire to escape to a heightened emotional state without doing the required work to get there naturally. Your gut feelings can't be distorted by programs, but your emotions can be. If you feel bad about something emotionally but your gut wants you to, then you almost certainly have a program. Your senses almost always deceive you in thoughts, but not in feelings. Follow gut feelings regardless by senses override gut feelings. People think they feel a certain way about things, but it's actually only coming from what they see and hear, which just a small portion of reality. Gut feelings never have any doubt, you feel a certain way or you don't. Ask yourself how you feel about things before you make a major decision and while following a course of action you are not sure about. When you follow your gut feeling, the outcome is irrelevant, because what you think the outcome should be is not what it really should be for your maximum benefit, because your senses almost always deceive you. Trust in your intuition the entire way. Go with the intuition. Life can be like waking across a minefield. You can only see the field with 5 senses, but only intuition can detect the mines. Intuition is necessary. Intuition may come as a light bulb idea, a voice in the head, it usually speaks only once, or an absolute certain knowingness. This feeling is not an emotion like happiness, but what some call a knowingness. Some can feel for a situation, often described in the concept of mother's intuition, where a mother can sense the well-being of child and guide the child to safety, such as the mother not sending her child to a party and then she receives news later that something bad happens at the party. Intuition is letting you know you are about to attract something into your life before it has arrived. You are knowing that future that you it physical manifests, essentially predicting it. Rejuvenation, passions, and habits. This chapter is on using leisure, health, study, and rest to feel good achieve your desires. Here is a short story to help you understand the value of rest, as well as study and nourishment. 2 woodcutters were in a competition. One was named Peter, and the other was John. Peter chopped wood for an hour and took a 15-minute break. Meanwhile, John was still chopping at a steady rate. John laughed at Peter because he knew he was going to win. At the end of the competition, Peter was victorious. John asked, "How did you win?" "I worked harder and longer." Peter said, "While you were still chopping down trees, I was sharpening my axe. Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe." Abraham Lincoln. Sharpening the axe has a multiple meanings. It means that you should work while including rest, study, and play when it feels right to do so. We should eat enough, do invigorating exercise, and rest well to ensure we have enough energy. We should study to improve our trade or craft. If we do not sharpen our axe, it will become dull and useless. The reasons most people's axe is dull is they are lazy or they work too much, as paradoxical as it might sound. A lazy person is someone who cares only about feeling relaxed. They don't want to exercise, eat healthy, or study, because this requires them to do work. The workaholic doesn't have enough time or energy to sharpen their axe, but if they only knew that sharpening the axe would be far more effective at chopping trees. Rest. Everyone should rest when they feel the need to. Resting includes sleeping, napping, or meditation. When you get your mind off your troubles life, you stop attracting what you don't want. This is very important in the early days of your success journey. How? Meditation is also good for this if you are not feeling sleepy. Go to a quiet room alone and turn off all lights and electronics. Close your eyes, and let the thoughts you do not desire pass or simply observe them. Replace the thought with a thought you like that makes you feel good, or do not replace them with any thoughts. Be neutral. True energy is not from rest or food. If you are emotionally drained, no amount of food or rest can get that person to have energy again. Often when people are happy and energized, they have less desire to eat or sleep. Most of your energy is from your feelings. Raising your physical energy levels also has a tendency to raise your emotions. This is why proper nutrition, sleep, and rest is vital for your emotional health. Here is an example of what energy, life force, really is. If someone's girlfriend broke up with them, they may feel depressed and drained of energy, no matter what they do. If they got a call back from the girlfriend and she said she wanted to be back again, this person would gain their energy back. The thing is, this energy is always available to you regardless of the circumstances. You simply block it in certain circumstances. Why block it, when you can always be open? If you never close, you are always open. Always be open to the infinite, spiritual energy all the time, regardless of the situation. This energy is everywhere and is what Nikola Tesla called the ether, and was used to harness the energy all around us to create free energy. Free energy is not from air, water, nuclear, gas, nor oil. This energy is in massive quantities everyone and can be harnessed by anyone. Leisure. You don't have to only physically work 24/7 toward your goal. Remember, it's about getting your thinking right and feeling good. You can get your thinking right and feel good by enjoying leisure. Leisure is doing a pleasurable activity to boost your spirits up. In this happy and relaxed state, you can then pivot by getting back to work in a joyfully charged state. Feeling good also creates better circumstances. You can convert lower into a leisure activity by creating strong positive thought patterns and habits. For example, I used to be a video game addict and I hated playing video games because I became slave to it. I learned success principles, and now I play video games when I feel like it. Therefore, I am playing far less, but when I do, I enjoy it every time. Some of the most successful people take long and frequent breaks from their work. They work less than many and achieve more than most. Andrew Carnegie, the third wealthiest person in U.S. history, took long vacations of 3 months every year. The reason successful people rest and enjoy leisure is to raise their vibrations, emotions, and reduce stress. Working under stress is unproductive and detrimental. Leisure activities such as sports and recreational activities can help with this. When you feel these good feelings, they stick with you after vacations, and you can use these good feelings to amplify your work. I recommend that you do leisure activities until you no longer feel stressed, then get back to work, unless you are on vacation. It is not a problem if you don't feel you leisure. Some do not enjoy leisure time at all because they love their work so much that they never feel stress. The balance between work and leisure is based solely on feelings. The most successful men and women manage to live a balance of work and recreation. Recreation is a form of relaxation, and the mind works best when it is at ease. Whenever you set a time for free time, you often expand your free time unconsciously. Do not set time to do these activities. You only do recreational activities when you feel it is right. Any activity which leaves you physically or mentally drained and exhausted while providing no clear benefits should be avoided whenever possible. Escapism and innate passions. You must be able to tell the difference between recreation and wasting your life. Lower pleasure feels good in your head, like a drug, it is temporary and not feels good. Passion, true pleasure, feels good in your heart, it is enduring and feels really good. Knowing this is extremely helpful for differentiating the two. Many people feel depressed and anxious because they are in escapism and are not following innate passions. Many pursue lower pleasures due to advertisers and social pressure to do popular fun activities instead of what you really enjoy. To truly live a fulfilling and wonderful life, ignore this and go with your heart. Your happiness will be far more enduring and far greater if you pursue what truly makes you feel good in your heart. You will be productively serving others and therefore receive monetary benefits. You will also have better relationships because you will be connected with people who love to do what you love to do as well. You'll receive peace of mind because you will be doing what you are born to do. If you constantly feel bad and constantly doing recreational activities because you feel bad, you are not getting to the root reasons why you are feeling bad. This is escapism. It is your dominant thought patterns that are making you feel bad all the time and you are not changing your thoughts, instead you are simply doing things that make you feel good but don't get to the root of why you feel bad. Analyze your hobbies, diet, and daily activities. Are you focusing on gaining pleasure or avoiding pain? When you feel bad, ask yourself if a certain activity you have done or are doing is making you feel bad. Additionally, if you do something that makes you feel good only in the moment, but make you feel bad later, you are only masking the pain. Be aware of activities that feel good now can make you feel worse later. Most people spend ways looking for distractions, they want to use most or all of their time to escape. Some of the true reasons they do this is they don't really believe they can overcome obstacles, and they don't know their infinite value and potential, or believe they have no control over their lives. If you spend the majority of your time in escapism, you will be more stressed, it is time consuming, and you will feel unfulfilled. Make good habits. Almost everything you do is a habit. If you want to do something, make it a habit. Habits are developed when you frequently do something on a routine basis. Habits are everything for success in any field, whether it's health, finances, or relationships. Successful people have turned the things that others are not willing to do and do not like into habits that they do automatically without effort. This can be one of the reasons some people seem to be a success so easily. You did not see them build up their discipline for years, which makes all the things they are doing now habits. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Aristotle, Greek philosopher and polymath. When you sow an action, you reap a habit; when you sow a habit, you reap a character; and when you sow a character, you reap a destiny. Anonymous. Here is how habits work. 1. Your phone buzzes with a new text message. 2. Craving, you want to see the message. 3. Response, you grab your phone and read the text. 4. Reward, you satisfy your craving to read the message. Craving your phone become associated with phone buzzing. Ideally, make sure that your habit action is specific. Your habit action is what you will do as habit, such as meditate for 20 minutes in the morning after I brush my teeth is more specific than just meditate. When you do a habit, plans make a big difference. If you desire to start meditation, make sure that it is in a calm time, such as in the morning after you wake up in your room, not after your children get home from school in the living room. To-do lists are good cues to continue your habits, so make them visible as often as possible. The more you want to develop the habit, the more prevalent you want to cue to be. So if a statue of Buddha cues you to meditate, put pictures of Buddha around the house as well. Be careful with modern technology. The ability to do many things on phones, tablets, and computers make it easier for some to do certain bad habits. You could, for example, be working on your phone, then a Facebook notification pops up and then you are on Facebook for an hour and didn't even realize it for an hour. You go from conscious competence to unconscious competence with your habits. At first you must apply it consciously, then after time it becomes automatic. Building habits sets up more time in the future, as things automatically done take less time. Building habits allows you to get more time and have less stress, so you can work creativity and do free thinking and get inspiration. The place you are can change your thought pattern and focus. Divide rooms or portion of a room into certain activities. In my bedroom, I have a rebounder, yoga mat, and blocks for exercise and yoga. The other is a bookshelf for reading and office work and supplies. My computer table and desk is for working and studying online. My bed is for relaxation, meditation, and sleep. The most disciplined people are usually people who create an environment suitable for focusing on their positive goals more so than having massive willpower and self-control. This also improves your focus. You do a positive activity long enough until it becomes a habit. There is no set time and it depends on each person and what the activity is. Practice good habits every day to make a habit unbreakable. How? A great way to build a habit is to have an accountability partner. Even better is if they participate in the habit with you, such as going to the gym 5 times a week. Additionally, one of the most effective things to do to build better habits is to join a culture where your desired behavior is normal. Break bad habits. Bad habits get us to focus on things that don't matter and consume much of our time and energy. Bad habits can make it hard to be willing to change on the teachability index. Bad habits are mostly developed because people practice following lower desires rather than higher passions. Bad habits are very important to deal with, because bad habits hold many people back from achieving to their greatest potential. If their entire time is consumed by their bad habits, they can't live a truly fulfilling life. The first thing I had to do on my beginning of my success journey was stop playing video games for 8 hours a day. It was too time consuming and it also consumed my thoughts as well throughout the day. People crave feelings, no so much things. A smoker likes the feeling of relaxation that a cigarette appears to give him. However, there are alternatives that can give you similar feeling that produce greater relaxation without any of the detrimental effects of smoking. Explore different activities that feel even better and replace your lesser habits with better habits. Be self-aware of bad habits that you are doing. Bad habits can include playing video games, watching porn, binge-watching movies, browsing on social media, and more. Analyze yourself and ask what frequent activities do you do that are bad habits. Periodically ask if your old habits are still serving you. Just because a habit served you then doesn't mean they serve you now. They may be detrimental now. Be aware of cues, things, or events that could trigger you to do bad habits or actions. Be careful when analyzing what causes you to crave. Sometimes cues are not directly related to the habit. You might see a TV commercial for a video game, and a few moments later, you're playing video games. How? Hide bad cues. In other words, make it require more work to get in of a bad habit than it is to get out of it. In the Facebook example, you could move Facebook to a hidden folder on your phone. Do not practice a bad habit even once, it gets stronger and stronger each time. It is easier break a habit by forming a new good one in its place. As those good habits become more dominant, weak habits decrease in strength. Additionally, creating good habits makes creating more good habits easier. How? Change your routine. Strict and continuous routines cause ruts and hamper growth. Listen to different music, wear different clothes, eat different foods, try new hobbies, travel, etc. There are thousands of different things you can do each day to break up ruts, which are poor or stuck lifestyle habits. How? A good way to break habits if you don't believe you can instantly break them is to make changes in your habits that you are comfortable with but stretch you a little. Here is an example. You play games for 4 hours every day. Play for 3 hours and 59 minutes the next day. You can still play for 3 hours and 59 minutes, and then maybe the next day, 3 hours and 58 minutes. Eventually you won't be playing games at all. As you reduce the time, it becomes easier to make larger leaps. In just a week, you might feel comfortable with a 2-minute reduction. Each time you take time away from gaming, you start a new habit, perhaps reading from a book. Don't stress yourself, be relaxed but have some tension. How? Some can try the cold turkey method, but for most, our minds will go into freak out mode because things are changing too fast and we still have strong cravings for our bad habit. The cold turkey method does occasionally work. How? Join a community and talk about how to eliminate your bad habits such as video games, porn, etc. If you can't find one, you can make one. I guarantee your bad habit is one that others struggle with. How? You can go online and find forums as well. For example, on Reddit there is a subreddit called Quit Gaming, which is a forum to discuss quitting games. If you talk to other people, you can help understand how others have broke their bad habits. I quit my bad habit of gaming from Kamadare's content, which is posted and discussed on this Reddit. I used to game up to 8 hours a day. There is no way this book could have been written if I still had this bad habit. I would not have the time or focus necessary to write this book. https://www.reddit.com/r/stopgaming. Alcohol and drug addictions are different, they are created by the substance. The programs these substances put into the person can make the person compulsive. Drugs and alcohol are contained in the fat cells of the body and can activate parts of the mind which are not conscious to make the person continue doing drugs. Doing cleansing, especially a fat cell cleanse, and dianetics can help with this. Giving and creating. This chapter is on giving to get and how to create what you want. Creation. Have you noticed when you are creating something, it is usually when you felt best? If you are stopped in the middle of creation, you won't feel well. Always work toward creating something that will serve others daily. If you start something worthwhile, Finish it. When you don't finish something you're trying to create, generally the feeling is negative. Be persistent and finish projects you enjoy. If you stop enjoying a project, continue working on it later when you start enjoying it again. You may just need a break. You might need to get your thinking right, do some feel-good activities, or read self-help material. In all other cases, say I'm done with this project, and finish the project in your mind. This cancels out the negativity. This isn't just for creation. It could be a book you started, a CD, movie, or video. If you watch a movie and you hate it in the middle, you don't need to finish the movie, just finish it by saying, I don't like the movie, and I no longer want to watch it. Finish the movie in your mind in a way you enjoy. When we are not in the process of creating what we want, we have negative feelings. This is called boredom, which is the lack of a creative idea. We are designed for accomplishment. You must always have a goal. If you're not feeling well, you're likely not creating. The brain is the most complex object in the universe. Most of us just aren't harnessing even a small percentage of its potential power. It's possible to create anything. Imagine if a person went to a remote tribe and pulled out a smartphone. The tribe would think this is some mysterious object from the gods, when in fact it was created by human beings. This was not possible thousands of years ago, but with the help of the creative minds of humankind, it was. Because of humans' limited creative abilities, due to the failure to recognize their infinite creative abilities, this was not possible. The main reason creativity is limited in most cases is the lack of belief in the infinite creative powers of man. If you are not deliberating creating, you live life by default and you can be swept up in the confusion or intents of others. Always have a goal. Give to get. You can get everything in life you want, if you help enough other people get what they want. Zig Ziglar, self-help author and lecturer. Being a go-getter is good. To be a go-getter, be a go-giver. If you wish to receive, give. The money paid for your services is based on your ability to do it and the ability to market those services. The first usually takes care of the second. Rewards for service to others include our happiness, our peace of mind, and our inner satisfaction. We provide service by making the world better. Ask yourself, what is a good way I can make the world a better place, and you have your answer. Growing to be your highest potential and giving to others is the purpose of life. When you give, it must be out of a good desire to give. God loves a cheerful giver. Do not do it out of duty or solely to get something in return, such as money or approval. This is counterproductive. Each man should give as he has decided in his heart. He should not give, wishing he could keep it. Or he should not give if he feels he has to give. God loves a man who gives because he wants to give. 2 Corinthians 9:7, NLV. If you don't give back what you received, you won't get any more. You get more from giving than just receiving. The receiving from giving allows you to receive more. It's a cycle of giving and getting. A farmer must take some of the seeds from fruit back to the earth to receive more. Be open to receiving, this keeps the flow going. When you receive, it allows you to give more. Be a receptive person, accept gifts, and be thankful instead of denying the gift. You can't exhale forever, at some point you have to inhale. If a farmer didn't collect the seeds of his crop, how could he give more to the community by selling more fruits and vegetables? Being open to reception is the second most fundamental key to giving, and the first is giving. The best way to help people is not by giving them fish but by giving them good fishing lessons. Teaching others how to get something is generally better than giving them something, because it empowers them by allowing them to get more and creates independence, which feels better than dependence. Giving can be services, goods, money, ideas, love, kindness, gratitude, etc. It's more about the feeling of giving than what you are giving. Serve others but don't be a servant to them, like Jesus. People don't make the connection between helping someone and receiving help, but it does in fact exist. Awareness is key. This is done by going through your memories and seeing the connections. Have your full attention on serving the world instead of worrying about the world giving you things. Don't keep your personal gifts to yourself until you get the right deal, give it to the world for free. A comedian doesn't just make jokes when he is on stage getting paid, he does it off stage for fun, because it is a part of him. Give to every many that asks. If someone asks for help, take that great opportunity to give. This is the universe giving you an opportunity to get back something even greater if you only take advantage of it. Take out old to bring in new. Sometimes you have to rid of old things to bring in new things. Image a hoarder's house. They have so much junk, they can't bring new, good quality items into their home. Interestingly, I have never seen a rich person who hoarded clutter and junk. If you can't see how to get rid of something, get rid of it by donating. There are centers everywhere for getting rid of what no longer serves you, called junk by most. People let their environment control them rather than controlling their environment. This is a mistake. You are what you are due to daily environment and how you respond to it. Your environment is reflective of you as a person. You should make your environment the way it will serve you. You can research Feng Shui, which is an art of manipulating the environment in a way that serves you. This depends on your personality and goals. If you are a person who doesn't care about living with a mess, I suggest you clean your environment and see if you feel different. If it doesn't, having a mess is fine. It's about how you feel. Would you rather live in the room on the left or the right? The thing is, it doesn't take long to organize and clean, but the feeling you will get will be well worth it. You may even enjoy cleaning. When you lose something, know that something better is coming back. Perhaps you needed to lose it so you could get something better. You never need to worry about losing things and therefore getting upset. How? Clean your work area, and focus only on one project at a time. Many people report an increased ability to focus due to the lack of distractions. I would highly recommend while you work to keep your phone and food away, unless you use your phone to work. How? Cleaning and organizing your house and car is a good idea too. It may be work, but this work is enjoyable once you get started, and afterward, you feel amazing. Adjusting the position of items in your home is a way that feels good. Feng Shui also applies to computers and phones. Is your phone loaded with useless apps? How could you bring in more apps when your memory is full? If your desktop is full of file, how do you know where everything is supposed to go? Let go of old ideas to get better ideas that truly serve you. There is only so much room for things to float around in your head at one time, just as there is only so much space in one room. You can get rid of ideas by executing them or writing them down. You can get rid of beliefs by using the Sedona method. Clear your blockages. If you have difficulty attaining your desires after reading the previous chapter, read this one. This chapter is on how to clear blockages, which can stop you from feeling good and achieving your life purpose, dream, and goals. Clearing weakness is an important part of building a solid foundation for your success, so you can build your tower on a solid foundation so it won't shake if things get tough. After you build a foundation, it's time to build your life. Some have a strong and deep foundation, yet all they do is build a chicken coop. You don't have to clear blockages if you obsessively focused on your goal/life purpose, but it can help. When you obsessively focus on your dream, most blockages will clear out. One of the reasons you can't obsessively focus on your dream can be blockages, however. Clearing blockages is helpful and can speed up your progress. This section will be helpful regardless. Holistic therapy. I believe everyone should see a Reiki practitioner and have a Reiki session. It is a profoundly transformational experience. If you don't believe in something beyond the five-sense physical world now, you will after a session. I went into the session with no expectation of it working or not working. This is to prevent the placebo and the nocebo effects. I felt a warmness and tingling in the areas the healer was working with. I felt a lot of tingling, and I actually opened my eyes, and I was surprised, I was not being touched by anything. She analyzed my chakras, which basically means she was analyzing parts of my body to make sure things were doing okay. She noticed that my throat chakra had a lot of negative energy. Each chakra is related to different aspects of a person, not just body parts. The throat chakra is associated with communication, expressing yourself, body language, realizing your purpose, and the ability to put your ideas out to the world. Think expression and socializing. I had struggled over the years with trying to deal with social anxiety and feeling stressed with crowds. After this session, I felt no social anxiety with others in crowds. I felt more expressive. Reiki is excellent at clearing out negative programs. Other energy healing modalities are also good as well. DNA life activation is amazing. It got rid of my shoulder pain which I had for 2 years. Emotional cord cuttings are also phenomenal if you have a poor emotional past with someone or if you currently are in a poor emotional relationship with another. Dianetics auditing is the most powerful therapy I have ever gotten. It has helped me get rid of compulsive behaviors, voices in my head, helped me understand people more, assisted me with eye contact, allowed me to be closer with people emotionally and mentally. It helped me be much better with communicating with women and also be completely comfortable while doing so. I recommend it more than any other therapy. There are various ways of doing this therapy. You can buy the books Dianetics, and also the self-analysis for extra benefit, and apply auditing that way to someone else and they can do it to you. You can take courses and churches of Scientology and apply it there. You can also have it done to you at churches of Scientology and Dianetics centers. I am aware of the controversy of Scientology, but I am speaking only of Dianetics auditing, not the Scientology teachings. You will not be kidnapped or brainwashed if you go into the building. Trust me, I know practically all the basic sales techniques and cult brainwashing techniques, and they are not doing that to you. I have been to the church in Orlando physically in person many hours doing auditing. In fact, auditing info is confidential and you will not be requested to reveal info. There are also anti-hypnotism methods used in auditing to prevent you from being brainwashed, so it makes it impossible for them to even accidentally brainwash you. The therapies I have had are emotional cord cutting, DNA/life activation, unified chakra awakening, Isis healing modality, galactic/insophic ray healing, starseed healing, bioelectric synchronization technique, Reiki, chronosacral therapy, Dianetics auditing, acupuncture, alphabiotics. Colonics are an amazing for on cleansing your body. They can increase your energy levels, positivity, and enthusiasm. After getting a series of a few colonics, I felt more energy for life than ever and for the first time in my life felt truly enthusiastic about everything in life. Alphabiotics is also good. I have had it done and I felt more comfortable in my body as well as less stress. The session was only 1 hour and $60 and was life-changing. The effects of this is still continuing to this day. Strengths and weaknesses. Find your strengths and weaknesses, or what is stopping you from being who you want to be or getting what you want or doing what you want to do. This requires honesty, self-awareness, and humility. In doing this, some of your weaknesses may clear out before writing them. Shining on the darkness has a tendency to clear the darkness. How? Follow these instructions. Get a blank, preferably white, piece of paper and a writing utensil. A blue pen is best. Create 2 columns. At the top of the left column, write weaknesses. On the right column, write strengths. For the next 10 minutes, write your strengths in one column, and in the other column, write your weakness. Read the next paragraph. It's okay to talk about problems in a way of acceptance, honestly, acknowledging them, and improving how you feel now. By listing the problems you have and would like to fix, you can then focus on the opposite of having that problem, the solution, and get what you want. If you have a broken leg, and you want to not have a broken leg, focus your thoughts on already having a functional leg. By using Loa you are not ignoring reality, you are simply acknowledging it and improving it, basically by transmutation. Focus almost entirely on your strengths, not your weaknesses in life. Only improve weaknesses if it aligns with your life purpose. If you feel you should be a salesman but are weak at closing deals, that is a weakness that ought to be worked on. Weaknesses can be taken care of by doing the therapies or by getting a burning desire for your goals and especially your life purpose. In general, keep your eye on the dream and stop focusing on your weakness or what you are dealing with in life. There is no negativity. Negative emotion can be transformed into positive emotion. An emotion such as sadness can serve you and make you feel better later. You can use it to focus on what you want. If we were meant to feel good all the time, then we would not feel negative emotions. Realize that all emotions simply are, there are no bad emotions. Negative emotion can be made to serve you rather than destroy you. What soap is for the body, tears are for the soul. Jewish proverb. If you feel negative or get a negative thought, ask. 1. Can I accept/allow the emotion? 2. Am I vibrating correctly? Indicators. Lets you know you need to refocus. 3. What is the next logical step? Negative emotions are emotional messages that you need to change your thinking or actions. Learn from negative emotions and utilize them. Get the message, but don't indulge in it. Don't try to endure negative emotions, use them or let them go. Every negative emotion means you need to change your perception or your actions. Anger is having a standard for life or something important that is not being met by you or another person. Temporary anger channeled towards a constructive project has massive benefits. Guilt is violating your own values, conscience, and standards. Guilt is to make you clean up your act, not so you can feel guilty all the time because of a past event. Don't compete with others to find out who is doing worse. You think you've got a problem? Let me tell you my problems. Don't share your problems or pain with others. Get the therapies done. Talking about problems doesn't really get to the root of the problem. People let their emotions control them instead of using them as a guide. They get, negatively, emotional because they let the outside world negatively affect their world. If you master your emotions, you master the physical world. Most people try to avoid negative emotions, but all that really does is cause more pain. It's really just masking, instead of acknowledging them and then focusing on chasing positive emotions. Life is a roller coaster. If you are going down, get excited, enjoy the thrill of ride, and know that you will be going up soon. Chaos can be fun and exciting. Sometimes you have to let things go out of control in your life and embrace radical big change in as you have given it to God. If everything seems under control, you are probably not going fast enough. Mario Andretti, race car driver. Negative emotions exist for 3 reasons. 1. Learn the lesson from it and correct your thoughts and/or actions. 2. Channel it for good. 3. Cancel it, Sedona or TFT. 4. Express it in your imagination or in an appropriate way. The mind in itself and in its own place can make a hell out of heaven or a heaven out of hell. John Milton, English poet. If you don't care about negative emotions affecting you, if you are no longer afraid of feeling them, it frees you, you will not experience as many of them and they will be for a shorter duration. You will get more lessons from those negative emotional experiences. You can change a negative emotion into a positive one by your choice. You can do this by going up the emotional scale. This could mean instead of feeling sad, you feel angry, which is a less negative emotion. You can release emotions by expressing them also, such as crying, punching pillows, shouting, and writing out frustrations and tearing them up. You can also do this in your imagination. Never be afraid to express your emotions, but always do so wisely by considering the environment and circumstances. There are no bad emotions. In fact, Some people pay good money to experience bad emotions, such as roller coasters, extreme sports, horror movies, and sad movies. Channeling negativity. Finding the good in the bad means you can utilize the bad situation for your good. Much of our society and our parents suppressed our negative emotions or encouraged us to suppress our emotions. They say we should never experience sadness or anger or other negative emotions. All emotions serve a good purpose. Expressing sadness can help you clear up wounds, while an emotion like anger can be used to radically transform your life. You should always be happy with intense emotion, even if the intense emotion is negative. Intense emotion is something you can use to create your dreams, as long as you know how to harness it. Negative intense emotion is only beneficial when you use it to clarify and focus on what you want. Negative intense emotion is bad when you stay stuck, focusing on what you don't want, which is the cause of the negativity, thus creating more of it. Never fear or run away from negative emotions, embrace them and use them to make you focus on what you want. The emotions of lack and envy should be cancelled, however, the expression of these emotions are never beneficial. Consistently focusing on what you want, clears the negative emotion, and you start to feel good again. Feeling good then helps you create the reality you want. You don't need to deliberately think thoughts or take actions that make you feel negative emotions. You don't necessarily need to deliberately feel negative emotions to get what you want. Any intense positive emotions will also work fine. Different emotions have different speeds of attraction. Anger is better for attraction than depression. Anger can be better at attracting than happiness if channeled properly in the short term. Think of a raging river, it's powerful and can get you out, but if you stay it in for too long, it will destroy you. Which has more attractive power to create change, a man who is angry and wants to change his life and say I'm not taking it anymore, or a man who sits at home all day depressed, thinking about what their life could be? Spite is a powerful emotion. All successful people have been told it won't work, but then they did it. They couldn't have done it if they had listened to other people. Don't let people crush your dreams, and those who do never get anywhere. If you do listen to them, develop an I'll prove you wrong attitude. The more you despise your condition, the more reasons you have to get out of it into something you like better. Be aware of comfortable slavery, which can keep you at a dead end. Negative emotion needs to be intense for it to work. A little bit of a negative emotion is not useful. You can be comfortable with a little amount of pain. Think of a lazy dog sitting on a nail, he won't get up because it doesn't hurt that much. You can intensify it in your mind. Warning, only intensify negative emotions if you know where you want to go, otherwise use EFT or Sedona method to clear it out. You can also release your emotions by safe expression, such as crying, punching pillows, shouting, and writing a letter and shredding it. You can always safely do these in your imagination. Programs. The first thing that stops people from applying what currently know and what they learn in real life is internal programs. If you have no programs, you have unlimited freedom to create the life you want. If you are wondering what your programs are, take a look at your life. Your life is a product of your programs. We have thousands or more programs, and these programs become the thoughts we are always thinking. Our programs primarily come from 1. Events or experiences. 2. People, especially those in authority, telling us things. We consider someone to be in position of authority when we think someone is better than us and above us. 3. The media. This includes TV, newspapers, video games, movies, etc. Programs come from past events and your reactions, thoughts, and/or decisions about them. Example, you were a child, and a dog barked like crazy, and you ran off. Then you know later in life you have a phobia of dogs. Negative thought are like having the devil on your shoulder. It's the inner voice in you that wants to destroy you. When you are aware of its influences, these programs can't force you to do anything, because you can choose to ignore them and continue along. You don't have to listen to those negative thoughts in your head, they will never serve you. If a thought you receive makes you feel bad, dismiss it and think a better thought. Anytime there is an imperative, such as should, have to, or must do, it builds up resistance to enlightenment and manifestation. Instead say I intend or choose to. You don't have to do anything, but just be aware there will always be consequences for what you do and don't do. There are other ways you can overpower programs. You can do these constantly, especially if you are burdened with negative programs. Focusing on your dreams, focus and dreams section. Establishing new positive thought patterns. Educating yourself on empowering information, learning chapter. Doing the right things long enough consistently, persistence section. Being healthy, health chapter. Following your gut feelings section. Negative programs cause self-sabotage and can make you do something you shouldn't do, or it can make you not do something you should do. If you do something you know you shouldn't do, you have a program that needs to be addressed. Sedona and EFT are both good for programs. Procrastination. A lazy person is someone who has not found the work they are best suited for and enjoy. One thing that stops people from getting on the road to success is that there is always one thing to be taken care of. This is really an excuse. This could even be something like I need to finish this TV series. It would have been better to just quit watching it. Perfection paralysis is a common failure to act caused by the desire to be perfect, which doesn't exist. You learn by failing, not trying to be absolutely perfect. In fact, the true path to perfectionism is trying many times and failing many times until you get it just right. Attachments. Attachments include beliefs, nationality, political party, religions, etc. These are boxes for consciousness, they are not worth attaching to. These only exist in the minds of men. Remember, you may have to let go and sacrifice who you are for who you could become. What you are clinging to with a death grip is hurting you. It causes suffering and decreases your manifestation abilities as well. Don't be attached to material things by being unwilling to give them up. It means you are not free, the objects own you instead of you owning them. You can release attachments by using the Sedona method. Crises, setbacks, obstacles, disasters. Sometimes setbacks present themselves to protect you from something you don't want to happen. An example is getting a flat tire preventing you from going on a path which would have caused a car crash. If while chasing what you think you desire, you feel disappointment or frustration or failure, change your attitude to be positive first. If that doesn't work, then the way you think is the right way to get what you want isn't, and you are being prevented from going down that path. Setbacks are a part of life. Humans are builders and rebuilders, but we are better rebuilders. We rebuild better than we originally built, so we can weather the storms. It's how huts became skyscrapers. A tree that is pressured by nature with storms and winds is stronger than one that doesn't have to endure these events. After every crisis, there has been a boom of greatness. The greater the crisis, the greater the opportunity. Respond to a crisis aggressively, rather than defensively or reactively. Aristotle Onassis bought many ships around the world when shipping declined after World War II. He understood that shipping would increase soon, since after the war, the world had become internationalized, due to Lend-Lease, etc. He knew there would be an explosion in global trade, and he became one of the richest men in the world. During situations of crisis, many will hoard and try to hold on and be defensive, instead of focusing on growth. See only the objective, and the obstacles must give way. The world has a habit of making room for the person whose words and actions show they know where they are going. When you go after your goal, your self-imposed limitations almost always disappear completely. They may crop up later if you are not going for a goal that you strongly desire. Here is a true story of quiet, possibly my first major success. I would consider this first personal major success in my life. In the last year of high school, I was shy and reclusive. I moved from Kentucky to Florida, two very different places, especially the schools. I had no friends and sat alone at lunch. At the end of the year, God presented me with an opportunity that allowed me to draw up something within me I was not aware of. The principal enacted a policy of only allowing men to use to the restroom with a pass from the teacher. This was due to an incident from a group of 3 boys at the school creating a complete disaster in the bathroom one day. Something within me told me what I needed to do. I was not an activist at this point in my life, nor I am much of one while writing this. I started to create a plan with a can-do attitude. The plan was to create a petition and have as many people sign it as possible. The total amount of signatures in the petition was 250. I walked up to at least 40 groups of people and individuals and asked them to sign it, but just a day before, I was a shy recluse at lunch. I had flexible plans, most of my plans failed, such as trying to contact the board and meeting with the principal. I decided to make signs and have a peaceful protest on a certain date. When the day came, the policy was revoked. Always think of this story: if you let obstacles drag you down, all your obstacles are illusions created in the mind. Start and then just press on, it will be easier than you think. As long as you're feeling good and focusing on your dream/goal, what you perceive as obstacles you will begin to realize are really just stepping stones to the goal. Disasters are a cleansing fire that wipes out what no longer serves you and brings in what does serve you. Think of a naturally burning forest. Forests need fires to get rid of old, dead plant material and bring in new, better plant material. It doesn't matter what the rules are, taxes, regulations, economy, culture, because you can win. Don't let these factors stop you from achieving your desires. You can rig the game in your favor with the right attitude. How? Think of the hardships you have been through and overcome when you go through tough times. What pulled you through? What was the lesson? Did you change your beliefs? How was your life before the crisis? What did you to turn things around? How is your life better today after you went through the crisis? Doing this can at least make you have appreciation in the good times. Events that are bad now can turn out for the better later, when you reflect on them later in life. Think of events you thought were bad initially but turned out to be good. People try to conquer an illusionary fear obstacle by facing them, rather than going after the real target. This is simply avoidance. Some men trying to win a girlfriend will try to cold call random women to increase their confidence, instead of going to go talk to the woman they are interested in. This is simply a distraction. They don't want to just go after what matters. You don't have to fight in all confrontations to win the war. Some battles aren't worth fighting, even if you win. It's actually a defeat, but it looks like a victory, often called a Pyrrhic victory. The desire to win for the sake of winning a pointless battle is often due to an overly inflated ego, which can be solved by practicing self-awareness and serving others. True courage is continuing on towards your goal in spite of fear. This is cured by using action and faith while focusing on your chief desire. You don't need to be conquering your fears and weaknesses that don't set you back. This is a waste of time and energy for most. An exception is people who enjoy facing their fears, and that's fine, but not ultimately necessary for achieving your chief aim. A fear of spiders isn't stopping you from becoming a professional athlete, but if you wanted to be a zookeeper, however, it might. As you focus obsessively on your dreams, fears will naturally fade away. Giving yourself a retreat destroys burning desire. We make excuses when times are tough. We create an escape route in case we fail, due to lack of confidence in ourselves or abilities. We have failed because we created a way out. Many are not aware of this, so they make more escape routes in case they fail, even though they guarantee failure. We create ways to fail to prevent failure. Do you see the never-ending cycle? When you go through a crisis, feed your mind with uplifting material more often than normally. Do whatever it takes to feel good, even if it means stopping work. Life is like an obstacle course, it would be no fun without obstacles because it would be effortless. If you experience a downward swing, know an upward swing is coming. A downward swing can help you get an upward swing. In the midst of what you don't want, you have phenomenal power to get what you want by pivoting. The worse a crisis is, the more burning the desire to improve yourself, which means you have a better chance of truly creating what you want. Anyway, it's not the circumstance that upsets you, it's how you respond to it. Eventually, you may experience no more downward swings, or they will be simply small dips in your path. Don't obsess over obstacles, that's like riding a bike by trying to focus on not hitting trees. Doing so makes you more likely to hit trees. You focus on where you want to go, not where you don't want go. If you are focused on the obstacles to obtaining your desire all the time, then you are no longer concentrating on achieving/manifesting your goal. Remember, you get what you focus on. If you fight circumstances, you are fighting fruitlessly against the effects. What you resists, persists. Enjoy and welcome the pain, struggles and hardships. What you reject will come at you more often and with more intensity each time. Embrace your challenges, adversities, and sufferings. Instead, learn what caused and correct your mistakes. Problems. Successful people have many if not more problems than most. The difference between successful and unsuccessful people is they've learned how to overcome problems. There is no use talking about the problem unless you talk about the solution. Betty Williams, peace activist. Focus on diagnosing the problem enough until you get the details and put the rest of your attention of the solution. Ting about. Problems are actually situations, challenges, and opportunities. Saying problems are opportunities is best because it gets you think about how you can benefit from problems. How? Here is a clever trick from the Sedona method. Get rid of the belief that you have problems, and they often go away. Thinking of what caused a problem is expecting it to happen in the future. If it seems like there's nothing you can do, you can't always get rid of things. However, you can get rid of the emotional stress, which often gets rid of the problem. How section start. Pray for solutions. 1. Acknowledge or admit the problem. 2. Turn it over to your subconscious mind, aka higher self or God, for the solution. You do not have to know how your problem will be solved, just feel as if it already is. 3. Know that it has already been solved and wait patiently. How section end. Think of other problems others have dealt with that are worse. Compare to other scenarios and stories such as concentration camp survivors and those in war-torn areas. You start to feel grateful that things aren't so bad, because they could be far worse. Compared to war, all forms of human endeavors shrink to insignificant. George S. Patton, Jr., U.S. General. Fear, doubt, and worry. Fear is thinking of what you don't want to happen. This is cured by faith and by present moment awareness. Ridicule your fears by telling yourself something like that is a silly reason to be scared. In life there is nothing to be afraid of because you are an immortal soul which is indestructible. In this chapter, fear, doubt, and worry are abbreviated to FDW. Worry is negative use of the creative imagination. People are more afraid of the possibility of a bad circumstance than the bad circumstance itself. To cure worry, imagine things and expect positive things to happen. I've had a lot of worries in my life, most of which never happened. Mark Twain, author. Doubt is only a bit of uncertainty that can be best solved with imagining a positive future as well as action. One step in the right direction is worth more than 1,000 minutes of uncertain thinking. You can always wait and get more information to clear doubt. Use the Sedona method in helping you make decisions. You get what you really want when you concentrate on it, and you get what you really don't want when you concentrate on it. Consider these scenarios. Imagine walking on a thick plank on the ground. It is easy, and you are relaxed. Now imagine it is 100 feet in the air between two buildings. Fear creeps in for most. This would cause them stress, and they would likely fall and die, only because of fear. A simple performance turns into one of great risk. Fear can keep us from taking a technique we know that works in one condition and not apply it in another. Now imagine it's still 100 feet in the air, but on the other side of the plank is a loved one in a burning building, and you have a fire extinguisher. You desire and love for the other allows you to become fearless or at least crash through your fears. Love obliterates fear. Now imagine it's still 100 feet in the air, but you are a very religious person. You know that everything will be fine because God will protect you. You have no fear. Religious faith is another solution. Now imagine it's still 100 feet in the air, but you are a very confident person. You know you will be fine because you know you have the attitude of balance and a calm mind. Attitude and self-esteem can solve fear as well. Fear can be cured by learning. All fear is the fear of the unknown or of a negative expectation. Fear is false evidence appearing real. Many children are afraid of the dark because they don't know what is there, but once lights are on, they no longer fear because they know what is there. New growth only lies with stepping unknown. Fear of unknown is unnecessary because when you know, as long as you think you are safe, you will be. Step into unknown if you feel called to by your gut or divine messages. Virtually all mystery schools, religions, secret societies, and leaders have agreed on one statement: fear is an illusion. Fear is always based on programs and is not your true essence. Question your fears. If you are afraid of riding an elevator, how do you know that I will crash or malfunction? You realize you really don't. Your brain can't give a rational answer and you realize how illogical fears really are. Questioning your fears tends to remove them because you realize they don't have a solid foundation. How section beginning. Here is a good way to clear doubt, as well as worry and fear, and an unhealthy obsessive need for your dreams. If you think getting your dream will make you happy now and you aren't happy now, then you will almost certainly be disappointed, as the feeling of happiness will likely be short-lived. If you develop a happy personality, then no matter what happens, all will be well inside. Think of the worst-case scenario for a short time. You think about what you do not want. You feel as if you aren't going to attain your desires. Feel bad so you could run it out just a few minutes. Then after 2 hours, do it again. If you feel worse, observe and have the knowingness that no matter what, everything will be okay, because even if the worst case scenario does happen, you created it, and you can get out of it. If you can do this and not feel bad, you are a true master of your emotions, because you aren't letting any conditions affect you because you know you are in control and you have all the power in the world to change anything. Congratulations if you are this stage. While doing this process, if you feel good, you know you can change anything or you know that everything will be good in the end, no matter what. If you experience these two realizations, there is no need to do it again. Or you know that everything is perfect just the way it is. Note, this process doesn't attract those things in your life, because negative emotions are only powerful over a long duration. How section end. You never need to feel threatened by others even if they are close when you know you can only attract based on your conscious thinking. You don't really need to avoid or prepare for what you don't desire, just think only about what you want. You need to crash through FDW that keeps you from success. You have to overcome things to be successful. Before you act, concentrate on what you wish to achieve, then take action. The faster you act, the faster the FDW goes away and the less intense and paralyzing it will become. You either step forward into growth or step back into safety. When people try to protect themselves, they are really limiting themselves. You can permit yourself to fail by default, or you can run the risk of failing while making the effort to succeed. If you don't try, you will fail. A ship is safe in harbor, but that's not what ships are for. John A. Shedd. Negative influences from others. Don't be a sneop, which is a person who is susceptible to the negative influences of other people. If you hear negative influence, block it out or ignore it. Especially, avoid the two primary negative influences, mainstream media and negative people. To eliminate a negative person in your life, do this. 1. Be thankful for awareness of this negative person. 2. Know you attracted them and what they did. What they made you feel, you made someone else feel at a certain time. 3. Love them. 4. However you feel about that person, you have done something in the past that makes you feel this way about someone, now stop doing this to others. 5. Disconnect if you feel it is needed, but usually it is not. Do without any negative feeling or animosity. Focus on what you are doing, not what the negative things others are saying. You shouldn't keep your head in the sand, but realize you don't need others' destructive criticism. However, do listen to constructive criticism. The only reason people want to tear you down is because they deep down believe they can't succeed. Criticism. The enemy of self-esteem is criticism. Stop criticizing yourself, it isn't necessary. Instead, practice self-awareness to correct your flaws. You never need to criticize yourself, especially since you likely already receive enough criticism from others. How? Let loose by dancing and singing as well as acting like a maniac, in a harmless way. Letting loose lets you care less of what others think of you, which increases your immunity to the negative influences of others. You should not share your chief aim with those who will steal your dreams. They may try to, at least subconsciously, undermine you. The bigger it is, generally, the more selective you should be. Only share it with those who will help and encourage you. Those that love you the most are the best people to get help from, and you can get them to help you toward your goals by explaining the mutual interest. Family members are usually better than friends or strangers because your genes are similar. This is one of the reasons royal families had so much power in the past. Their family members, generally, supported each other. Being selective with who you share your goals with should prevent criticism from coming in. Most people give up when they are under attack. If you are not taking any flack, you are probably not over the target. If you are, then you are generally on target. Eventually, this flack will usually fade away as you become more successful. You bomb the flak turrets. If people criticize you, simply say in your mind, well, that's your opinion and that's fine, but it's my life and I choose to be, do, or think as I please. There is constructive criticism and destructive criticism. When someone is criticizing you, you must ask if it is destructive or constructive. Constructive criticism points out blind spots in your weakness. You can feel the emotions of love and kindness from a person who gives constructive criticism. They will often speak with soft tones and have a smile on their face. They don't criticize you randomly, they only do so if you make a mistake. It is usually from a person you care about or a person who honestly wishes to help you. Destructive criticism amplifies your weaknesses to be greater than they are. It usually comes from hate or from a mocking attitude. They may speak in a harsh and loud tone. They may look at you in an ugly way, with a frown on their face. Alternatively, they may mock and laugh at you. It often comes from a stranger or a ne'er-do-well. It's safe to say you can ignore these unsuccessful people who want to destroy you, because listening to them can do you no good. Alternatively, you can channel a feeling of spitefulness and prove them wrong by chasing and then accomplishing your dreams. I would not hang around critics. They generally do not achieve much, as they are focused on critiquing others rather than creating anything themselves. However, if someone you care about occasionally critiques you, it's good to listen to them and consider what they are saying because you could be giving you valuable feedback. Sometimes, your friends and family want you to do well, but not too well. It can make them feel inadequate when you do too well. They get jealous and might even start tearing you down if you get too successful for their liking. You can ignore this. Alternatively, if they are open-minded, try to teach them success principles. You can get them on your side instead of against you. Do I not destroy my enemies when I make them my friends? Abraham Lincoln. A common criticism of the very ambitious is, "You're mad. How can you think this will work?" The man who says it can't be done is usually busy trying to keep out of the way of the man who is doing it. Get a DCA and be determined to get it, and this will fade away. You don't need to know how it will work. With the right attitude, the how will present itself to you in real time. Interestingly, geniuses are often only considered so after they die. An artist's work is only truly valuable after he or she dies. Everyone thought they were crazy when they were alive. If the masses think you are crazy, you are probably on track. Don't let others' opinions determine what you can become. They don't have your inner knowledge or guidance system, feelings and emotions. Risk-taking. People will crown you with glory and treasures, but not until you take the risk and prove your ideas to be sound. Andrew Carnegie. Success requires risk, specifically calculated risk. A calculated risk involves using your rational mind, your intuition, and your emotions before deciding on your actions. Risk for the sake of risk is meaningless. Success might require you to spend large amounts of money to succeed. It may require all the hours of the day. You might have people wanting to tear you down. People who never lose because they are playing it safe never win either. A common myth is better safe than sorry. If you are too cautious and indecisive in life, don't plan. You regarding your desires, if you choose to play it safe, you are bound to be sorry. Don't need to be careful when going after your wants. The desire to be cautious and indecisive comes from fear and doubt, which are illusions created in the mind. You can't truly be happy if you don't take risks. Some of us are hurting, but not that bad. We get too comfortable with our stagnation. It's a comfortable pain, which is really just a trap. You will be in the comfortable slavery of security if you don't take risks. This security, however, is an illusion because nothing is truly secure in life, careers, relationships, or the economy. Everything is always changing. Change is part of the laws of life. Nothing is ever completely still. The best way to make things secure is to release your desire to feel secure using the Sedona method. Failure. Live as though everything is possible, because it is. You will not fail if you know you always win. You were born with everything necessary to succeed. Nobody is born a failure, they make themselves failures by making themselves slaves to negative programming. Don't confuse failure in a task with being a failure. The number of mistakes or failures you have is irrelevant. Every time you fail or make a mistake, you will learn how not to do something. You only have to be right once to make your dreams come true. When using trial and error, acknowledge your mistakes and dwell on the successes you made. Be willing to make a few mistakes, because they are the stepping stones to success. People are programmed to avoid failure, yet it is an illusion. You should pursue success, pleasure, not avoid failure, pain. What they are really avoiding is a lesson for growth and a clarification for what they really want in life. Anything can become a success with the right attitude. You can learn from failure by persistently focusing on achieving your dream and not giving up. When asked about all his failed experiments, Thomas Edison replied, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." It is interesting to note that Thomas Edison is seen as a success, when he failed more than he succeeded. Failure is on the road to success, and those who never fail never succeed. You haven't failed until you've given up. Giving up is the only thing that makes someone a failure. If you get knocked down, get back up. You only stay down if you refuse to get back up. Failing doesn't making you a failure. We only become a failure if we quit on our dreams. Learn from the successful people who were deemed failures when they started. When you do this, you understand that persistence is the cure for failing. Edison is a great one. The most successful people failed more than they succeeded. These are some of the main reasons people chronically fail. They aren't listening to the right sources of information. They associate with chronically negative people. They aren't willing to give up old habits and hobbies that no longer serve them. They obsess over the how. They spend too much time at conscious incompetence. You don't pay the price for success, you pay the price for failure. You only are a failure if you give up. The only way out is through. We are immortal spirits. There are no defensive positions or retreats. If you are not growing, you are dying. Failing is simple finding a way not to succeed, so try again. Failures are just lessons on the road to success. Meditations and rituals. This chapter skips all the explanations for meditations and rituals that were previously explained from how sections in the book. Additionally, there are some new ones I recommend. They can help improve aspects of your life. Rituals are exercises that can be done to improve your distinctly human capabilities, such as your imagination, faith, self-esteem, self-awareness, specific issues, etc. They are repeatable. If you have free time, you can always do these. Making these part of your daily habits can be very beneficial. Concentration. Concentration meditation has you focus on one thing for a certain period of time. This is great for increasing focus in life, which is most needed because the average person has an attention span less than a goldfish, 8 seconds. You can focus on your breath, a noise, an object such as a candle's light, a dot on the wall, a smell, a feeling, or a taste, essentially the 5 senses. You can also concentrate on things with your imagination as well, such as an imaginary candle flame. You can also close your eyes and repeat a prayer, mantra, verse, or poem. Here is a good one I like to say. Through prayer or pleasure. In company or alone. He who puts his mind on God. He enjoys, only he enjoys. Daydreaming. This is a fun one and stimulates the imagination. In this one, you create a world of your own. Make it like a fictional story or a fully immersive virtual reality simulation. Get as many of your senses involved as possible. You can get emotionally involved if you like. Abundance. Here is a powerful way to feel abundant. Imagine you own the world. As you move on through the day, imagine everything you see as you owning it. Additionally, you can get a checkbook and write down any sum of money you like and use the money to buy the things you want. There is not limit to your imagination, you can buy some new shoes or the Palace of Versailles. It doesn't need to be in your current budget or even for sale. Make sure you feel good about it. Feel lucky. Go to a place you can play the Powerball and purchase a lottery ticket. Feel like you already won and smile at the camera. Visualize yourself winning the lottery holding up the check. Speak like you have already won the lottery. Plan for what you will do when you do win the lottery. Meditate on it in the early morning and night until you win. Write down how much you want to win and put it underneath your pillow. If you do not win, don't get disappointed, it is fine, because you still attracted more lucky things in your life because of your lucky feelings. You can do a similar process with smaller lottery scratch-offs as well. Just feel like you have already won while buying and scratching the card off. Tai Chi and Qigong. Tai Chi and Qigong are quite similar. They both deal with energy, called Qi, or Qi. Qigong is an exercise that involves moving your body in slow movements. The focus is on breathing, visualization, massaging, and slow movements. This is a powerful combination that is very therapeutic. You can practice Qigong quite easily, and it can be done regardless of health conditions or age. It is very easy. I recommend Yokai Qigong exercises on YouTube, and then if you like it, find a Tai Chi or Qigong instructor. Learning from an instructor helps you feel the Qi, rather than just doing the movements. You are feeling the Qi if you feel energy running around your body. Tai Chi is an exercise similar to Qigong, but it is also a martial art. Qigong is almost always done before going into Tai Chi practice. Tai Chi focus more on large, slow, and more subtle movements. Tai Chi is a form of martial arts, but is slowed down to teach others how to do it. Tai Chi has more physical benefits than mental benefits, unlike Qigong. When I do Tai Chi, I imagine fighting a fierce warrior, but I am relaxed and having fun, because I know I will win. If you are feeling more relaxed, imagine moving gracefully in the clouds like an angel. The angel visualization is also good for Qigong as well. Yoga. Yoga as an exercise is moving the body in certain ways to achieve different states of being as well as increasing health. Yoga is a practice that is best done in classes or by a mentor. I would recommend getting a feel for it by looking up videos online of how to do it. Yoga balances both brain hemispheres by using the left and right sides of the body equally. Focus mental energy. 1. Put hands beside brain, breathe in and say I take my scattered brain. 2. Put them together, breathe out, I focus it, breathe in. 3. Put hands down into heart, breath out and put into my heart. Focus sexual energy. 1. Put hands by pelvis, breath in, I take my sexual energy. 2. Put them together, breath out, I focus it, breathe in. 3. Put hands down into heart, breath out and put into my heart. Sedona method. This is the basic technique. The more advanced techniques can be found online or in their programs and books. In the books section of my website, nextlevelthinking.net, I have the Sedona book online for free. When you feel a feeling/thought/compulsion you do not like, use this. The best technique to personally clear programs is the Sedona technique, which I will be describing in the next few paragraphs. This is the basic technique. The more advanced techniques can be found online or in their programs and books. In the books section of my website, nextlevelthinking.net, I have the Sedona book online for free. You feel emotions, but you aren't emotions. You aren't angry, you feel angry. You have so many programs running that it makes you dumb by reducing your processing power. By releasing them, it frees up processing abilities and clarity. You can always pick up these beliefs later. It's like dropping a pen, you can pick it up later. Our subconscious mind is a barrel with gold lining. Both good and bad apples fill it up. Releasing apples gets rid of it so we can see the unlimited potential. All good apples become bad apples over time if you don't release it. Get rid of the belief that you have problems, and they will go away. Release it. The more you are free to allow yourself to accept the way it is, the more you can also move into action to have it be the way you choose. When you have a thought and you question whether it serves you, consider if the thought comes from want of security, control, or approval. If it does, release it. You can always release any thought, good or bad, same with allowing and welcoming. You can also release the feeling of doubt. When you feel a feeling you do not like, use this. 1. Focus on the feeling you would like to feel better about and allow it. 2. Ask yourself one of these questions, then move to another one. Could I allow myself to feel this feeling? Could I welcome this feeling? Could I let this feeling go? 3. Then after that ask. Would I, in other words, am I willing to let go? If no, ask. Would I rather have this feeling, or would I rather be free? 4. If you would rather have the feeling, ask. When would I want to be free? 5. Repeat the previous 4 steps until the feeling is gone. When you let go, you can create a visualization or body movement if you'd like to. Here are also some other non-basic Sedona method techniques that have assisted me. Release for dissolving problems. This can help you get rid of your problems forever. What is the problem that you used to believe you had? Or what is a problem that you appear to have? Is there any feeling of wanting to figure it out? Could you let go of wanting to figure out the problem? Would you? When? Is there any feeling of wanting to defend, justify, or explain the problem? Could you let go of the feeling of wanting to defend, justify, or explain the problem? Would you? When? Are you rejecting yourself or the problem? Could you let go of the feeling of rejecting yourself and your problem and accept yourself and the problem as best you can? Would you? When? Could you let go of wanting to make the problem real again? Would you? When? Here is another technique to help get rid of your problems. You release having a problem and not having a problem. Could you let go of resisting having / being / doing __________? Could you let go of resisting not having / being / doing ___________? This next technique is helpful for dissolving beliefs, which can thwart your progress towards success. Take any belief, especially ones you think that are harmful, and apply this technique. What is something you used to believe about _________, your topic? Would you like to change that? Could you let go of changing that? Does that belief feel like it is coming from wanting approval, control, security, or oneness? Could you let that want go? Do you want to defend, justify, explain, or prove this belief? Could you let go of wanting to defend, justify, explain, or prove this belief? Do you want to figure out what to do about that or where it came from? Could you let go of wanting to figure that out? Could you let go of wanting to believe that again? The Sedona Method book, https://u.pcloud.link/publink/show code $XN7OKZP5WJ7SD9ZVJISDPXNIMNLBDCJ2D7. Thought Field Therapy, TFT. Thought field therapy, also known as the Callahan technique, is good for clearing out negative thoughts. The gamut spot is an area that is between your index finger and pinky finger. It is an area below the gap of your index finger and pinky knuckles. When doing TFT, you tap these with your fingers on the opposite hand, but not the thumb. To begin, you start with collarbone breathing. The collarbone point can be found by putting your finger under your nose and following down until you reach a V-shaped groove past the neck, then move your finger over 2 inches to the left or right, depending on which side you are working with. When you press, it should feel like a tender spot. These are 5 breathing positions in this exercise. When you hold it, hold for 6 seconds at most or whatever makes you feel relaxed. 1. Take a deep breath in fully and hold it. 2. Let half of that breath out and hold it. 3. Let it all out and hold it. 4. Take a half breath in and hold it. 5. Breathe normally. These are the tapping positions. 1. Take 2 fingertips and touch one of the collarbone points and tap the gamut spot on the back of that hand while going through the 5 breathing positions. Tap rapidly for each breathing position. 2. Move the same 2 fingertips to the other collarbone point and repeat above. 3. Now, bend the same 2 fingers in half and touch the knuckles to the collarbone point while tapping and going through the 5 breathing positions. Tuck the thumb in. Make sure that the elbows are in the air when you are touching the knuckles to the body so that only the knuckles are touching the body. 4. Move knuckles to the other collarbone point and tap while going through the 5 breathing positions. Make sure that only the knuckles are touching the body. 5. Now, take fingertips of the other hand and repeat steps 1 and 2 above. 6. Now, take the knuckles of that hand and repeat steps 3 and 4 above, making sure that only the knuckles are touching the body. After that, do the main TFT method. This is the main TFT method. Tap the following points for 5 seconds. When tapping, think of the thought you want to get rid of, and feel it getting better. Replace those thoughts with thoughts you feel good about. You can do this by saying affirmations aloud of the positive thoughts you want to replace. Tap under eye. Tap underarm. Tap collarbone spot. Tap the gamut spot while doing these next 9 instructions. Close the eyes. Open the eyes. Move the eyes down and to one side. Move the eyes down and to other side. Roll the eyes in a circle in one direction. Roll the eyes in a circle in the opposite direction. Hum a tune aloud with mouth closed for 5 seconds. Count aloud from 1 to 5. Hum a tune again aloud, with mouth closed. Stop tapping the gamut and repeat the first 3 taps. Tap under eye. Tap underarm. Tap collarbone spot. Rate your feeling from 1 to 10, 10 means you are feeling absolutely awful, and 1 means you are feeling perfectly calm. If you are not at a 1 or 2, repeat the tapping points above, not the collarbone. Then when you feel like you are at a 1 or 2, move on to the next method. Then do the correct physiological reversal method. You do this by tapping the side of the hand, on the side where you would do a karate chop until you feel no negativity. Then do the rapid relaxation technique. While doing this, you want to tap the gamut spot. Make your head level, and look as far down as you can. Move your eyes straight up, this should be slow and take you about 7 seconds. You should feel calm. It should be noted that the tapping sequences vary depending on the emotion you are feeling. The previous instructions are for general negative thoughts. The topintonow.com YouTube channel has great videos for specific emotions. https://www.youtube.com/channel/UC0NF2NCUSAT-SJ6JL3WDQ. Here is the guided video of collarbone breathing. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=KQX1LRWG4M0 please pa MCDTT70LQMGLP0Z29QEXK3ETZWH index=10. Here is the main protocol, the reversal method, and rapid relaxation technique for trauma and anxiety. https://www.youtube.com/watch?mark v=ZVBN3WPMLTI&list please pa MCDTT70LQMGLP0Z29QEXK3ETZWH index=12. Here is a picture to help you understand the tapping point. Emotional freedom technique, EFT. EFT is a much simpler technique that is also effective, it is merely a choice of preference. I am giving you the basic technique, the full techniques are in the book The Tapping Solution by Nick Ortner. You start by finding out your most pressing issue, MPI, that is dominating your mental/emotional space. Then you rate from 0 to 10 how distressed you are your MPI. Take your MPI and turn it into a statement such as, even though _______, fill in the with your MPI, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Here is a specific example. Even though I am stressed, I deeply and completely love and accept myself. Tapping your fingers on the karate chop of one of your hands, while doing so, say your statement. Then tap each point with your own statements as you go along. For example, you could say this fear I'm feeling, then the next point tap and say I am worried, next point you could say I just wish it would end. Start with negative statements for the first round. A round is going through all the tapping points, and keeping going through rounds until feel completely relief or as much relief as you can. This is one round. When you get to 8, go back to 1 to start again. 1. Eyebrow. 2. Side of eye. 3. Under eye. 4. Under nose. 5. Chin. 6. Collarbone. 7. Underarm. 8. Top of head. Do a checkup, rate your feeling 1 to 10 again, keep going through this and give yourself a checkup after each round. Once you feel completely relief, you go through the steps putting positive statements into each point. The chart on the left is for clarification on the points. Relaxation techniques. This is good if you are stressed, are feeling overwhelmed, or suffering from insomnia. Doing this before the other rituals and meditations is helpful to get you in a relaxed state. Getting into a relaxed state improves the ability for the ritual and meditation's power to work. Think about nothing. If you can't, You can image just a large, completely pitch black void and close your eyes. Get into a comfortable position in a quiet place. When you are relaxed, you can repeat prayers, mantras, proverbs, or do self-talk. You can always say, I feel relaxed. Strong lavender aromatherapy always gets me into a very relaxed mood no matter what. Alternatively, do the rapid relaxation technique. While doing this, you want to tap the gamut spot. Make your head level, and look as far down as you can. Move your eyes straight up. This should be slow and take about 7 seconds. If this doesn't work, do all the TFT methods. Manipulating with physical objects is also a stress killer. Play with building blocks, garden, create art, write a poem or story, or read a physical book. Gardening is likely the best of these for the purposes of relaxation. The feeling of touching dirt is almost euphoric if you rarely do it. No wonder kids love playing in the dirt. For me, sunbathing while having my feet firmly on the ground and breathing in fresh air is amazing for relaxation. Relaxation for some can be being quiet and still, but for others it can be doing recreational activities such as golfing. Relaxation helps open yourself to new opportunities to pop into your head as well as more inspiration. Greet the divinity in others. Before you begin your day, write a list of all those you will meet. You can include individual names or groups of people, such as people in traffic. Great the spark of God in all as the same in each. See that the spark of God in you is the same in others and bow to that part of them which is the same in others. You will feel oneness and love if you are doing this correctly. At the end of the day, write down how your interactions with others change after doing this. Self-truth. We need to identify the truth about yourself so we aren't lying to yourself and being delusion which destroys our ability to succeed. We need to hold ourselves accountable for the truth. Write 2 or more sentences for each. For each truth, answer how you will shift your attitude and / or what you will do to change that. The truth about my mother is. The truth about my father is. The truth about my relationship with myself is. The truth about my relationship with God is. The truth about my career is. The truth about my finances is. The truth about my health is. The truth about my relationship with my spouse is. The truth about my relationship with my children / siblings is. Name each child, each sibling, and answer separately. The truth about my relationship with my friends is. Each separately. The truth about my relationship with my colleagues is. Each separately. The truth about my clutter is. The truth about the way I am structuring my time is. The truth about my discipline is. The truth about my prioritizing is. The truth that has been difficult for me to face is. The truth about what happened when I was younger is. The truth is that I am dependent on, list all. The truth is I am unable / unwilling to stand on my own 2 feet. Completely because. The truth is I am afraid to let myself be really successful because. The truth is I cannot have, or I am afraid to let myself have, it. All because. The truth I don't want to tell the truth about is. Personal feel-good list. Have a personal list of things you like to do if you want to feel good. These are particularly helpful if you are feeling bad. Here is my list, as of this writing. Laugh deeply and loud for 15 seconds. Watch funny videos. Hug. Callahan technique. Face message. Self-message. Listen to music I like. Dance. Sing. Remember positive memories. Qigong in with good, out with bad. Make a happy place in the mind. Focus on what I want. Meditate. Yoga. Pep talk. Listen to 100% pure positive Kevin Trudeau level 5 incantation. Say Ahum until I feel better. Watch thoughts causing negative emotions, then see them as outside of me as another person, then throw that person away. Just relax and open my being to the spiritual energy for infinite love and enthusiasm. Throw shoulders back, Smile on face, upright posture, look slightly up, bounce in step. Make a triumphant or confident pose. Affirmations. Compliments list. Make a list of compliments people have given you and add to that list as people give you more. Compliments can help reveal what you are good at and what is good about you that you may not even realize. Positive memories list. Make a list of the highlights of your life, the most positive memories you can recall, and add to that list as more pop up. You can dwell on positive memories to help attract more positive memories that give you similar feelings. MCR. MCR or mind control relaxation is a form of autosuggestion. Find a comfortable, quiet place to lie down and rest. This is great if you are stressed, tired and need some energy, or if you want to manifest your desires. This should be done for 10 to 20 minutes. Here are the steps. 1. Lay down and lick your finger and rub it on the center of your forehead. Close your eyes. 2. In your imagination, see yourself going down an escalator in the center of your forehead. Count aloud 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then get off the escalator. See another long escalator and repeat once more. 2. Walk into grass meadow, then you lay down and look at the sky, you see a cloud, then you lay onto it. 3. Do a deep inhale and exhale 3 times. 4. Think of your favorite place to relax and then count down to 0 like in the second step. When you reach 0 you will be there instantly. 5. Imagine a wave of relaxation going over your entire body. If there is a particular part you want to relax more, channel the wave into a stream. The mind is always a good place to focus on, and it is the source of most stress. 6. Inhale deeply in and say in your mind deep, exhale sleep. Set the intention for every breath afterwards to get you deeper into sleep. Do this 3 times. 7. Imagine what you want to be, do, or have, do this until your timer goes off. 8. Once the timer goes off, count 1 to 10 and start breathing deeper and move your body slowly and slowly more. At 9 lick your lips. 9. At 10 open your eyes and jump up and say I'm alive, I'm alert, and I feel great. Get emotionally involved and use positive gestures like smiling and thumbs up. Really get into it. If you want to do it go asleep, then do not set a timer. Stop once you get to step 6. Reflect on the day/week. Every day, reflect on what you accomplished and what good happened to you. This can end your day on a good note and helps with getting your mind positively settled for sleep. It's best to write this down on paper, and you will need this for the weekly review. For the weekly review, do so on Sunday by setting aside time in the morning or Saturday evening. Either way, go over your week in detail. Dwell mostly on what you did right and what it has accomplished for you. Think only briefly what you did wrong and think of it as a learning situation. Ask what can I learn from it and how do I keep it from happening again. Life meditation. Do this at least once a year. Go somewhere in nature where you can be alone, or at least nobody will speak to you, for 6 hours. A couple of good places could be the beach, a park, the mountains, the country, etc. For the first 2 hours, just relax and let your mind wander aimlessly as you stroll about, sit, lie on your back and watch the clouds drift across the sky. Then for the next 2 hours, let your mind go back to your earliest memory and very slowly and gradually, think about the events of your life and bring yourself up to the present. As you think of these events, think of the good things that have brought into your life. Even tragedy builds character. Look at the good side of everything that has happened to you, good and bad. For the third 2 hours, think about the present. Think about yourself, your family, friends, and work associates. Realize how much there is to be thankful for and to enjoy. Think about what is really important to you, your family, job, your personal sanctification, God, etc. Think about what you really want to accomplish in life and decide now to achieve it by going after it, not in hectic fashion, but in a determined and steady manner. Then, go home with renewed vigor and a fresh attitude, and let it show in how you speak to those you care about. This is quite powerful. During the second hour, God spoke to me and showed by how He has always protected me. He showed me events in my mind where He prevented me from great suffering and death in my life. He said, "Gage, you never need to worry because I am always protecting you." I felt sense of relief and calmness. I was very happy the whole time. It is a wonderful experience. Simple self-Reiki ritual. You look up and imagine a ball of white light. For each chakra, place your hand over it and see how much is filled with white light. See light going into the chakra that removes darkness and fills the pie with light. Go down until each chakra is filled. You can't make energy come to you, you instead allow it. Let it happen, and don't force it. See the chart on the right for the location of chakras. Spiritual gifts, ritual. Hold hands out, feet away from chest, then follow these steps. Step 1, look up. Step 2, see God. Step 3, see white energy come in. If you receive gifts from spiritual dimensions, take it and put it into your heart, chest. Ask angels how to use your gifts when you receive them if you have questions. The more you use your spiritual gifts, the more you will receive. Educate the angels about what you need. I need it for life purpose, not greed. Don't expect gifts by begging. Gifts may go away if you don't use them. Also, the powers can be revoked if you violate others. Mindfulness. This is good for self-awareness and is an easy way to get rid of negativity. You close your eyes in a quiet place in a comfortable position and let your thoughts pass by with no judgment or resistance, just observe them. Present moment awareness ritual. Present moment awareness is being aware of the present moment and your surroundings. This means that you end the chatter of your mind or what is often called your train of thought. Concentrate thoughts on your environment. Did you hear that? What's the smell? What is the color of the clothes you are wearing? What do the clothes you are wearing feel like? I like to look around my surroundings, especially in nature. Looking at nature is a great mood booster. Looking far away increases benefits, it gets you out of your head. You don't have to look at nature, you can do it anywhere. I recommend this meditation be done in your bedroom at least once a day. You might be surprised to find things you have lost. You may even find disorganized piles of junk and filth to clean. This is a good way to practice Feng Shui. When doing present moment awareness, pay attention to hearing. Distinguish each sound you hear and where it comes from. Touch everything you can reach, and don't forget to smell. Look at everything you can see from where you are. Call it out, touch it if possible, and describe its color, shape, size, etc. Here is another one. Take your hand and count for 4 seconds on each finger, then move to the next one. Repeat this process as many times until you feel present. Deep breathing is also good for becoming present. Focus only on your breath and breathe in and out through your nose as deeply as you can without overdoing yourself. You want to make sure you are still comfortable and relaxed. Intense exercises can also be good too. Getting into your body instead of staying in your head is very beneficial. I like to do intense core exercises if I want to calm my mind or stop overthinking. Depth of vision ritual. Watch sci-fi movies, play sci-fi games, and read sci-fi books. Sci-fi books are the best because you must exercise your imagination more. Realize all the technology that exists in sci-fi is possible with what we have now. If not, we can use our minds to create it. Imagine how our current world could go to this sci-fi reality. Watch iPencil, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=io3 to QDice, and how it's made videos to help you see the future of things. Gratitude meditations. Do a passive gratitude meditation. Go to a quiet corner for 5 to 10 minutes and go through all the good things in your life. Include people and events as well. Thank people who provide services for you, such as the mailman, dentist, etc. Don't think, oh, those people are paid to do those things. It's not as if they would get up in the morning and do this for me if they couldn't get anything from it. This thinking is missing the point. The fact is, they are taking precious time out of their day to help you. Active gratitude meditation: be in the present and walk around, looking at and touching objects, and be grateful for them. Think of all the things these objects have done for you. Be grateful for the little things, such as a pen or a cup. If you can't, you should probably get rid of it. Be grateful for all that you have every day. I recommend doing this once a day. When eating, think of the thousands of people who used their precious time to give you that food, the cultivating, harvest, processing, transportation, and selling. You can also do this for any product. Self-talk. This is best done in a mirror. I used to do this the first 20 minutes after I get up and the last 20 minutes before I fall asleep. Doing this in the car using your front mirror pointed toward you at traffic stops is also a great opportunity to do some positive self-talk. Transformation vocabulary is useful in mantras and affirmations. Words recall certain memories. These memories can trigger emotions and thought patterns. Use words that help you recall memories and words that get you onto a positive thought pattern. This is different for each person. Someone may say love and experience a memory that is of a loving relationship with others, while some may think of heartbreak. The word is not too important, the feeling is what matters. Affirmations are good to make on your own. You can rewrite an affirmation until it feels really good for you. Spend some time doing this to really get a good affirmation before repeating it. You can always make a new one, but there is power in repeating an affirmation many times instead of just switching to another one. Words are powerful. What you say reflects what you're thinking. Use powerful and uplifting words. They can help focus your thoughts. Don't say phrases that make you feel bad. People say negative mantras out loud that they repeat over and over without paying attention, because it's a habit, such as "I hate my body." If you start saying an affirmation and it feels good, you should say it more. If you stop feeling good when saying an affirmation, choose other affirmations. Emotions help impress the affirmation into your mind so it can influence you. Here is an idea: instead of saying "I feel happy," how about we boost that affirmation? Now how about this: "I feel infinitely happy." Happy is a limiting word for many. What people think is happiness is based on past experiences. One person's idea of happiness is different from another's idea of happiness. A person who has lived a dull existence is different from a person who is always joyful. Power words can break these limits. Power words break all illusions that you are not an infinite powerful being who can experience anything to the greatest extent. When you say a power word in a mantra, really put emphasis on it. Power words usually work best if you are already in a good/neutral emotional state and should only be used positively. Here are some of my power words. Infinite, my favorite. Universal. Eternal. Endless. Boundless. Bottomless. Perfect. Supreme. Ultimate. All. Always. Forever. Everlasting. Absolute. Complete. Whole. Total. Free. Certain. Sacred languages such as Hebrew and Sanskrit have been theorized to be more powerful than modern languages. Learning these languages can be beneficial. Words carry vibrations that affect the world. Om or Ahum is a Sanskrit word that is being constantly said by many people all across the world. Saying this word can connect you to them and give you thoughts similar to the thoughts they are thinking. Generally, those saying Ahum, or Om, are at a high awareness and are loving souls. If you say this for 5 minutes, you will notice a difference. Give it a try. If learning sacred languages feels good, learn them, and say your affirmations in them. Look online for mantras in the Hebrew, Latin, or Sanskrit languages. Here are some affirmations and mantras you can try. I am so happy and grateful now that, insert dream/goal here. I'm doing it, that's it, period. Every day in every way, I'm getting better and better. The journey is the reward. Be the change you wish to see in the world. I am light, I am love, I am life. I'm alive, I'm alert, I feel great. All is well. Everything is perfect. I am perfect. I am complete. When the attitude is right, the facts don't count. Bigger and better, bigger and better, bigger and better. Infinite, infinite, infinite. When you speak aloud, it makes waves of motion, it makes neural pathways because the sound travels through bone to the brain, mouth, and ears. This is the power of loud, positive self-talk. Speak aloud, with energy and intense volume, and use powerful words to program yourself for success. You must believe in what you say or you will not feel good and you will attract more bad feelings and circumstances into your life. Saying wealth is often better than saying I am wealthy because there is no blockages from lack of positive self-esteem. However, you are still thinking about money, therefore attracting it into your life. You must believe in the affirmations you tell yourself, or you won't feel good. Don't lie to yourself. Thankfully, you can tone down an affirmation. If you feel depressed, you can say I feel okay, until you do feel okay. Once you feel okay, then you can say, I feel great. Then, perhaps you can use a power word and say, I feel perfectly great. Saying affirmations that feel good. Your affirmation is ingrained in you if you know it like you know your name. This means you can recall it at any time. If someone were to ask you what your main affirmation is, you will have no doubt, and you will respond immediately. Speak aloud and move your body in an excited and happy way. Dancing or jumping up and down or pumping your fist in the air is great. Jumping up from my computer chair and yelling I'm gonna do it, that's it, period, is one of my favorites. Body movements can increase the power what you are saying. Record yourself talking about what you really want in life and play this as often as you can. This is almost effortless and really does work. Do this until it is ingrained in you, and then you can choose a new affirmation. Keys and tips to mantras. Say it over and over again aloud or silently. Aloud is more powerful. Illuminate the words. See learning chapter. Make sure it gives you a good feeling. The best mantras are usually short and focus all one concept, so these can be a point of focus, but there are no right or wrong mantras. If it resonates with you, feels good, and is in alignment, use that one. Having 1 or 2 mantras is better than 50, there is more focus and therefore more intensity of power. Mantra could be just one word like Aum or love. You can change them or use the same one for as long as you like. Have pictures and accessories to help remind yourself of your mantra. A heart could represent the mantra I am love. In addition to this practice, you can also do speak writing. This is great when you are writing affirmations. Speaking and writing to yourself can help embed messages more thoroughly into your mind. Speak write is good if you get distracted easily because you are more engaged and focused. Writing in cursive, doesn't have to an official cursive method, but some like to start there, is helpful. Cursive is more natural than straight lines. You want to write without having your pen leave the page, except between lines and words. Guided meditation. Guided meditation is great for beginners. I started with this meditation. They can be fun and adventurous, and there are thousands of free ones on YouTube and other sites. They helped me early on with OCD and stress. Visualization. Visualization is a powerful form of meditation, if one can utilize it correctly. It is also simple to do. You can close your eyes and visualize something, anything. Visualization is more powerful if you Get all of your five senses involved. Experience the emotions of the imagination. See everything in color. Have yourself in the picture in first person. Really feel you are there or have what you want, or are what you want to be. One example of visualization I would use to get rid of negative thoughts is the trash visualization. I will take a thought I am having that I don't want and throw the thought into the trash. The reason this is so powerful is because our subconscious mind loves symbolism, which is why many corporations have marketing teams dedicated to symbolism. They know it works on people's minds in ways they are not aware of, to get people to buy their products and services. Visualize clearly the reasons you want things. The more reasons you have, the more powerful your imagination and the faster your results. Here is how to be a star in your own mental movie. You want to feel you are really there. 1. Get all of your five senses involved. 2. Experience the emotions of the imagination. 3. See everything in color. 4. Be yourself in your mind in first person. You can use your five senses in real life if you don't have a very vivid imagination. If you want to have more money, hold and fondle cash. Look at it. Smell it. Hear the money going across your hands. I wouldn't recommend tasting the money, but you can imagine tasting it. Maybe associate a food with money, such as grapes. For example, while holding the money, imagine grapes. You do not have to get all your senses involved if it is not undesirable. Doing arts and crafts is a fun way to dream build too. Just create whatever you want. Imagination session. You can collect data from your life experience and put into an imagination session. For example, let's say you want to imagine things, use Loa to create something. You can imagine the ideal woman for a relationship. Maybe she has one traits and characteristics of one woman you liked and the traits and characteristics of another you liked on that woman. So one woman had red hair and brown eyes and the other had blonde hair and blue eyes. But maybe what you would really like is a woman with red hair and blue eyes. You can attract a woman and be in a relationship. Make sure you believe you can, and it helps if you are desiring it. As you get closer to desires, you will get more messages and things to add to your imagination gathering session, and it will be more joyous and your belief will go up. Make a mental note of things you enjoy to experience and you can use them for your imagination session. Carrying around a notebook and pen or typing onto a phone can help you remember this. Dream build. This expands your imagination. You will need a blank piece of paper and preferably a blue pen, but any writing tool will do. This exercise takes 10 minutes and should be done once a month or as often as you like. The more often you do this, the greater your capacity to dream. Do this now. Write down everything you would do, be, or have if money were not an object, if it were your last day, and if you could not fail. This expands your imagination capabilities. You don't really have to want what you imagine in your dream building, it is just to expand the imagination. Ludicrousness is good, it makes it more fun and really stretches your imagination. Maybe right now you imagine getting a good parking spot at the next place you travel. I suggest you stretch it a bit. Maybe you always get a good parking spot. Maybe you have accomplished your definite chief aim. Maybe you own an intergalactic space station, you can take as big or as small leaps as you want. Dream build before you write down a new list of goals. A goal can never too big, it can be as big as you want, make sure you feel good about it. If you feel you won't achieve it, it's because it's too big. This means you need to practice this exercise more and or achieve smaller goals to build your confidence up. When you dream build, it's easier to believe you can achieve your definite chief aim because it's small in comparison. Breathing. Close your eyes. The goal is to focus only on breathing, slow your breathing down, and make it rhythmic. An ideal number to start with is one that is slower than your current breath count that feels right. The best place to do this is a quiet place in nature, away from pollution. Natural settings have excellent air quality that gives you incredible energy and relieves stress. Alternative nostril breathing is a great exercise to do if you need to focus on something for an extended period. Here are the steps. 1. Breathe in the left nostril for 8 seconds. 2. Hold both nostrils for 4. 3. Breathe out the right for 8. 4. Breathe in the right for 8. 5. Hold both nostrils for 4. 6. Breathe out for 8 in the left nostril. 7. Repeat the steps for at least 6 minutes. Create something. Get a blank piece of paper and a pen or pencil. Create something/somethings for 5 minutes and then read the next paragraph. I bet you felt creative, didn't you? This exercise helps with creativity, something most lack. Mindful eating. Eating can be a form of meditation. Before you eat and during the day, be thankful for having food. Not everyone in the world has food. Thank those who made the food before eating it. Chew slowly and well until the food is the texture of applesauce. Doing this helps with digestion, which means you are getting more nutrients and are putting less of a burden on your digestive system. Eating in silence can also be beneficial, as you can fully focus on the experience of eating. Fast eating usually indicates nervousness or rushing. Slowing down how fast you eat can help you calm your mind. To-do list. Shift from have-to lists to want-to-do lists. This reduces stress and increases your willpower. Analyze the activities you do on a daily basis as well as anything you are doing now. Take inventory of your actions and habits. Determine which are productive and which are not. Turn the unproductive time into productive time. Productive time is working on your goals and sharpening your axe. This process frees up a tremendous amount of time. Ask yourself these questions about your daily habits. Do they serve you? Are you doing things just because an expert, guru, doctor, the government, the media, or self-help author told you to? Are you doing some things just because I recommended them? Do you go to parties and events with others, even if you don't want to, because you feel guilty? Are you doing things just to be disciplined? Discipline is only good if you are disciplined in worthwhile habits and activities. Write in blue ink and on white paper your daily goals or habits you want to establish. If you're unsure which order to complete activities, make bullet points instead. Use a separate page or column before each day, to avoid confusing days. How, if you are feeling overwhelmed with activities, turn it over to the manager, a person you can imagine who, whenever you give them tasks, will always do what you say right away. Imagine the manager commanding a team of billions to help you get things done. You can think of a factory or a planet or a solar system or a galaxy or a universe. You get all the help you request. To-do lists can help you decide what to do when you don't know. It's not a must-do or can-do list. To-dos are great if you don't know what to do in life, it keeps you on track as well. Writing a to-do list helps you focus on what matters and gets you out of your head thinking of what you need to do. They help with concentration and reducing a feeling of overwhelm. You get it out of your mind and into the paper, which frees up space in the mind that can be used for other purposes. If you can't think of a good reason to do something on the to-do list, it's probably something you shouldn't do. Feel to find out if there is a gut reason. Mindful to-do lists get you thinking about outcomes, rather than filling up the list with mindless or random activities. Most confuse activity with accomplishment. Activity without purpose is a drain to your life. When you write down a to-do item, always follow up with why for each item. Asking why helps to add emotional intensity to anything, it's not just for eliminating. You can always wait on an item if you are indecisive. You never have to make a decision, but be aware that not making a decision is technically making a decision and you will receive the consequences. When an item is completed, cross it out. You can cross out tasks that are no longer important or are obsolete if you change your desires. You can also create a new to-do list a day. Every day is a new day. Obviously, your previous plans and scheduled events are still on your to-do list. An exciting way to experience life is to make a new to-do list every day. See every day as completely new day, as if it was the first day in your life. Erase your expectations. If someone treats you bad at work, stop expecting them to treat you bad and observe what happens. Do this with no expectations, but if you must, have a positive expectation of a perfect day. Make every successfully completed item on your to-do list an accomplishment, so you feel successful. You can do this by making check marks, smiling faces, or by moving around and saying uplifting affirmations. When you feel successful, you become successful. This is making the rules easy for you to win. Asking yourself, if I were to die tomorrow, how would I spend my last day, can really change your tasks you schedule tomorrow to what truly matters. Time management. Time management should really be called priority management. Being effective is more important than being efficient. What you do is more important than how you do it. Efficiency only matters if you are effective. Most fill up work and their time with nonsense so they can say they worked 9 to 5 when 80% of the results came from 20% of the time spent. Working at 9 to 5 job means you are compelled to do wasteful activity during that time to fill it unless you are on commission. Time is wasted because so much is available. Try this, take items on to-do list and daily habits and eliminate 80% of them, only have ones that are necessary for achieving your goals. It frees up time and reduces stress. Slow down and think of this, most things make no difference. Being busy is a form of laziness, lazy thinking and indiscriminate action. Being overwhelmed is often as unproductive as doing nothing and is far more unpleasant. Being selective is the path of being productive. Focus on important few things and eliminate the rest. Lack of time and the feeling of rushing is from lack of proper priorities. Here are 2 questions to ask yourself throughout the day. Am I being productive or just active? Am I inventing things to do to avoid the importantly? Identify the few critical tasks that contribute most to your goal and schedule very short and clear deadlines, if deadlines motivate you without filling you with doubt and worry. Have at most 1 or 2 primary goals a day, best is 1, from my experience. Most info is time-consuming and negative or irrelevant to goals, get rid of consuming this info. Asking people info is a good way to get huge amounts of info and save time, just make sure you use personal discernment. Don't watch the news. Develop the habit of asking yourself, will I definitely use this information for something immediate and important? If no either count, don't consume it. Info is useless if can't apply to something important. Time without attention is worthless, value what you pay attention to more than time spent. Believing in any sort of shortage makes your consciousness smaller and slower so you may experience what you believe in, this also includes time. Make sure you think that you have plenty of time while also understanding the importance of the present moment. And you never want to feel rushed, but you can still do things swiftly. Dream interpretation. Dream interpretation can expand your imagination. Your dreams utilize your full imagination, and what you experience in dreams is often incredible. The magical events that happen in dreams seem are beyond what happens in your daily life. Reflect on what you dreamed of. I suggest keeping a dream journal for particularly interesting dreams. Describe the dreams in as vivid detail as possible. Before you sleep, you can say, I will remember my dreams, and when you wake up, say it again. You can look up dream interpretations online, they are interpretations of the symbols, sensations, and emotions of dreams. Remember that these interpretations are highly subjective, which is why I recommend reading multiple dream interpretations. I would suggest immediately dismissing an interpretation that you will encounter events in the future that you do not desire. You create your future, don't forget that. When reflecting on dreams, you can ask yourself what they mean. If it feels right in your emotions and intuition, then it is right. There is no logic to dreams, it is purely in the subconscious mind. The feelings are more important than what you see in dreams. A bad event like a plane crash sounds like a bad event. I had a dream of being in a plane crash, and I read online that it means something is going wrong, but in the dream I was with my family, and we loved each other as we had our last moments on earth. We knew we would still have each other and were ready to go. We saw each other in heaven. It was a good dream, despite the bad event. If you are experiencing nightmares, it usually is reflective of what you're thinking, and you need to get your thinking right in the real world. Your dreams are always reflecting what you are thinking and feeling during the daytime. Your dreams also give you a glimpse of what you are creating or in the process of creating, since they are based on your thoughts and emotions throughout the day. Note, however, they are not typically literal, so ask yourself what you dream really meant. You can get rid of nightmares by feeding your mind positive information every day. I never get nightmares anymore, but when my life was going poorly, they were constant. Nightmares mean that there is some junk to clear out in your subconscious. The best way to get rid of nightmares, from personal experience, is to do Reiki. Memory manipulation. I recommend analyzing your past daily events every day and doing this. You can recall memories by tilting your head up slightly, looking up, and then looking left to right. You can change your memories or change your feelings about them. This is great for if you recently have an event you felt bad about. Imagine pressing rewind on a remote control and seeing a TV as your life. Go back to an event, and see it the way you wished it to occur. Did someone cut you off in traffic that day and make you mad? You can simply go back and imagine that didn't happen. Maybe they cut in front of you and then the car blew up. That will relieve some anger, and it might even make you laugh. Manipulate the event in any way that makes you start feeling good about it. This is excellent for developing your imagination. You can go back to a memory you feel bad about and do thought field therapy as well. See the memory in your mind, and feel the emotions while you are doing the main method for thought field therapy. Finish when you get to the rapid relaxation response. The Sedona method is helpful as well. The most powerful therapy for memory manipulation by far is dianetics auditing. Forgiveness. Get into a relaxed state, go through your memories of everyone who wronged you, and write their names down. Realize that people change. Grudges hold you back, they aren't worth keeping. You can forgive someone by saying I release them to their highest good. See them happy, healthy, and prosperous. Right next to their name I forgive you. Don't forget to forgive yourself. Go through your past mistakes and those you have wronged. Forgive all thoughts that were negative. Say I forgive myself. Then go through memories and see yourself doing better than you did. You can go back to a grudge you held, you can do thought field therapy or EFT as well. See the person you hold a grudge for in your mind and feel the emotions of the grudge while you are doing the main method for thought field therapy, but always start with collarbone breathing and finish until you get to the rapid relaxation response. Replace the grudge with forgiving the person, see them being friendly and doing well. When you forgive another, it doesn't mean you have to like them. You only need to sincerely forgive once. If you get angry when the other person receives good in their life, you have not sincerely forgiven. Obsessive and negative thinking. Overthinking only becomes a problem when we resist our thoughts. Let your thoughts pass, don't resist them or carry the thoughts with you. Don't judge them. What you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. Carl Jung, psychologist and alchemist. If you are having an obsessive and negative thought, use this technique. Imagine sitting on a park bench, reading a newspaper. Then you see someone out of the corner of your eye begin to walk in front of you. Smile and wave, and let the thought walk past. Resisting these obsessive, negative thoughts is like getting into an argument with the stranger who has a very hot temper. Ask yourself, is this thought worth obsessing over? Distract yourself with a worthwhile goal. If you become obsessed with something else and it consumes all your thoughts, you can't obsess about other things. Your conscious mind can only truly focus on one thing at a time. Don't identify yourself as an overthinker if you experience negative overthinking. Instead, identify yourself as an observer of your thoughts. TFT, EFT, the Sedona method, and Dianetics auditing can also help. Window shopping. This is good if you want to increase your desire and belief of getting a material object. Go and experience touching the object. Hear it if it makes a sound, look at it from different angles. Smell it, and taste it if appropriate. Here is an example. If you want a car, test drive the car. Enjoy it. This increases the desire for it and the belief you can get it. If you want to be rich, imagine yourself being rich and fondling money in your hands. Touch what you want to develop your desire, do this once a week or more. This keeps the fire going. If it is not a material thing, look at it online and print a picture of the desire or what you imagine the desire to look like. Touch the picture when you print it. Listen to audio of the product, such as the car driving around. Worst case scenario. Here is a good way to clear doubt, as well as worry and fear, and an unhealthy obsessive need for you dreams. This will help you manifest your desires with more joy and less struggle and faster. A strong desire for a feeling of desperation or lack is not going to help. If you think getting your dream will make you happy now and you aren't happy now, then you will almost certainly be disappointed, as the feeling of happiness will likely be short-lived. Think of the worst case scenario for a short time. You think about what you do not want. You feel as if you aren't going to attain your desires. Feel bad so you could run it out just a few minutes. Then after 2 hours, do it again. If you feel worse, observe and have the knowingness that no matter what, everything will be okay, because even if the worst case scenario does happen, you created it, and you can get out of it. If you can do this and not feel bad, you are a true master of your emotions, because you aren't letting any conditions affect you because you know you are in control and you have all the power in the world to change anything. It allows you to emotionally confront the worst case scenario. The strength you develop makes you stronger than before the journey. While doing this process, if you feel good, you know you can change anything or you know that everything will be good in the end, no matter what. If you experience these two realizations, there is no need to do it again. Or you know that everything will be good in the end, no matter what. If things don't seem good, then it's just not the end of it. In the end, just know that things will always turn out well, and in fact things are well now. Note, this process doesn't attract those things in your life, because negative emotions are only powerful over a long duration. Do 3 to 5 minutes a day. It allows you to emotionally confront the worst case scenario. The strength you develop makes you stronger than before the journey. Think of other problems others have dealt with that are worse. Compare to other scenarios and stories such as concentration camp survivors and those in war-torn areas. You start to feel grateful that things aren't so bad, because they could be far worse. Have a good morning. Jump out of bed and say, "It's going to be a great day." Pump your fist up, yell, and get emotionally involved. A feeling of excitement and joy is excellent. Make your bed afterward. A good morning almost always leads to a good day. A good day leads to a good week. Then you just have a good life. You can wake up and ask the important questions of your life or think about something large you want and it will come to you clearly. Morning is also a great time to learn something new or to review old empowering information. It is also an ideal time to visualize or meditate. Victory list. Make a list of past victories. This makes you feel successful. This list can be made as often as you like. If you feel like a failure, this is particularly useful. By thinking and feeling successful, you will become successful. This will boost your self-esteem as well, as you realize you are more capable than you originally thought. It can be simple things such as learning how to walk or as complex as learning how to ride a unicycle. Form the habit of remembering past successes and forgetting past failures. Call up past successes when beginning a new task if you think you can't do it. Dream journal. A dream journal is book just for your light bulb ideas, random good thoughts, new desires, etc. Don't make a to-do list in the same book. Use a blue pen preferably. I recommend carrying one on you, so if you get good thoughts, you can write them down. Thoughts can suddenly disappear, so write them down quickly. You are writing them down so you don't have to recall later, not so you can avoid forgetting. When you say, I am writing this down so I don't forget, you are forgetting more and more due to negative self-talk. You always state in the positive, not in the lack of negatives. The dream journal forces you to think about what you want. Clean up old desires that you no longer have as new desires come. Occasionally analyze yourself on your desires. Write down your wants and how much you desire them and your belief that you can get them. Rate your desire and belief in one column. Add the belief number and the desire number, belief 10 plus desire 6 equals total score 16. The goal you have highest score for you should focus on first. Your dream list is something that is never completed, you add to it each time you do the exercise. In my dream journal I put my desires, compliments I have heard from others and for myself, my victory list, things I am grateful for in as well. Intention setting. Set an intention for every segment of your life that you wish to set an intention for. Set the intention before the event happens, however, you can also set the intention while doing it and for the rest of the segment as well. Don't get disappointed if you forget. An example is a yoga class. Before you arrive, you can set the intention to have a relaxing and joyful class. When you set this intention, it should come true. Even if you forget, if you remember it suddenly during the class, you can set it for the rest of the class. Once you have set an intention for something such as safety and you begin feeling safe, now you are always attracting it, until you no longer feel safe, then you can reset the intention. Intentions can also be personal, not just experiences. Such as I am a yoga master. The next chapter is on the media, which I consider the ultimate crusher of joy, love, happiness, and success. Understand how it works and what you need to do to escape its death grip on your mind. Media. This chapter is on the media, which almost certainly blocks your ability to feel good and create your desires. Detoxing is more than just physical, there is also mental detox. You need to remove yourself from programming that is hurting you and causing misery in your life, causing you to believe things that aren't true. Here are the steps to do a mental detox. It involves detaching from various forms of media. Television. When you see something on TV, it is recorded in your mind as if it was real. Your subconscious doesn't understand TV isn't real. All media is passing precious hours of your life and feeding your mind with negative thought forms which thwarts your manifestation abilities and your happiness. It puts your mind into an alpha-receptive state. It turns you into a passive person rather than an active go-getter. It is the reason why many people don't know what is right for their lives and why they don't know their life purpose. Question the ratio of positive news to negative news in the world. Does the media really ever talk about anything good? No, they are only given a side of the story and it is almost always a negative side since most people are focused on negative, avoiding pain, rather than gain pleasure, and that is what sells. The people who control the mainstream sources of information have a sole motivation to profit off of others, even at the expense of their well-being, and to control others. They often believe that life is a zero-sum game, and if one prospers, that means another has to be impoverished. They themselves want to be prosperous, but they falsely believe that they must impoverish others with lies and sometimes even direct violence for them to succeed. One of the reasons they want to control others is that they gain pleasure from being in control and because they have been programmed by their psychopathic genes and families to want to continue ruling over others. It is all they have ever known. Stop watching TV. Programming TV was meant to program you. Television tells lies to your vision. TV puts you into a passive state of mind that makes it difficult to reject what you are being told. It puts you into a hypnotic state, unless you are actively watching by paying close attention. You can be put into the state in less than 1 minute. Notice someone who has been watching TV, they often need someone to snap them out and they will stare at the TV as if they were hypnotized. TVs emit certain flicker rates that put you into a hypnotized state, which is one reason why people have such short attention spans. You can be suggested to buy television via subliminal images. There can be an effect on the mind via flashing images. TV is destroying your life, stop watching it, and you will feel much happier and be more successful. TV programs you with images and words that can turn you into someone else or act against your will. Look up TV hypnosis techniques. Every self-help author I have listened to recommends not watching TV. Many of the hypnotic effects are documented in Patent US 6506148B2. Here is a picture of what basically a TV does to you when you watch it. This is not just through TV, but also phones and computer monitors. If you are not using these devices for chasing your dream, long-term pleasure, or mindful leisure, I would not use them. TV is mainly used to sell you products and services you do not need or even want until you are convinced that you do. In our industrial world, producers need to sell their products and convince people to buy them, even if they do not want or need the product. Greed, of course, is the main reason. It is one of the reasons why your financial situation may be not optimal right now and why no matter how much money you earn, most of it ends up going down the drain. A poor person can be a person who earns $8 an hour or $1,000 an hour if they spend all of it as soon as they earn it. We must attempt to detach ourselves from advertisements in order to achieve financial freedom. We can spend our money on things that really matter, such as healthy food and quality informational material. TV can also create a feeling of inadequacy. An example is a commercial for cosmetics. Makeup and fashion companies convince women that they are not beautiful and that they need their products in order to feel beautiful. This destroys the self-esteem of women and compels them to buy a product they did not originally want so they will have self-esteem again. This is not just done for makeup but also for many other products and services. They will convince you that without this product, your life will be lacking and with it, your life will be abundant. Fashion models in magazines are photoshopped by experts who spend hours on altering just one picture to make someone look almost completely different from what they actually look like. People see a model and think that they are the standard of beauty, but the person is not actually a real person. People are trying to live up to an impossible standard of beauty, which is used to sell cosmetics. The channels also shape your worldview into what the owners of TV programs want. In 2020, TV was owned by just 5 corporations that control an estimated 90% of what you watch. These corporations are merging and being bought, which means in the future, there may be even less diversity and fewer corporations that control what you watch. It also means that these corporations could control even higher percentages of what you watch on TV. This isn't just for TV, the Big Five also controls what you watch in movies, newspapers, magazines, etc. The channels on TV are owned by a few media corporations, and the subsidiaries are simply there to give an illusion of choice. An example is Disney. Their holdings are listed here, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/list_of_assets_owned_the_walled_Disney_company. All media present essentially the same stories but with slightly different perspectives. The intention is never to educate or spread positivity but rather to spread fear and lies. They don't present real problems, and if they do, they overhype it to use as fear-mongering. If they mention a real problem, it's only a blurb. Have you ever heard anything in the media about the root causes of issues in society, or do they just report symptoms? Fear-mongering is something you must know. The media uses fear created by a crisis to sell you products or services. The more people watch TV, the more money the channels make from ad revenue. An example is a news channel that covers a crisis such as the Ebola virus. Tragic events cause people to tune in and listen closely. This is because most brains are attracted to loss aversion, in other words, We really do not want to lose what we have and will do anything to prevent it. We do not want to lose our lives, even if it means losing our sanity. Ebola had only affected 11 people in the United States, but so many were in a constant state of fear. This hysteria causes us stress, both mentally and physically. Fear-mongering helps the media get the public to accept things they would not normally accept if they were not in a fearful and stressed state. When you are in this state, you look to those you trust to come up with the solution to a crisis, even if the solutions are terrible. The government often uses this to push their anti-humanitarian agendas on people. Fear-mongering can get you to believe in nonsense, lead you astray, waste your time, waste your energy, drain your finances, and keep you in a state of fear and stress. Fear-mongering still occurs in the media. An example is you need to get your vaccines because of a flu or measles outbreak, even though the vaccines might hurt you or actually give you the flu. The pharmaceutical companies give large bribes to the mainstream media in order to help sell their dangerous pills and vaccines. The mainstream media is completely biased, and it's not benefiting you in any way by watching it. You're not getting the facts. It can make you depressed and program you negatively. TV channels put out a lot of disinformation and unhealthy worldviews. It could even hurt you physically by making you fat and unhealthy from lack of exercise because of TV addiction. Sometimes the scripts and stories are presented word for word to local news stations owned by major media corporations such as Fox and CNN. An example is a local syndicate Fox News station will present a story the same as a local syndicate CNN station. Here is a brilliant video montage of this. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=FHFQ80MZO. A potential technology the media could abuse is deepfakes. There's video showing that what news anchors are saying with their lips might not actually be what they're saying. In the video, they are doing it with Obama, and this was done years ago. That technology now is much more advanced. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=b1kwpox9hk. There is also emerging technology that can make some say anything, even words and sentences they have never said. Watch this audio clip of Joe Rogan, a popular podcaster, saying ridiculous things he has never said. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=dwk_IYBL8ca. Another great video to prove mainstream media is fake news is staged protests done by CNN, although it's not just done by CNN. The way you can make a group protest look larger than it is to have a group of 50 people and put a camera in front of them at a certain angle to record. It looks like a large crowd, but in reality it's only 50 people in a street. Also, it should be noted that these crowds of people are often paid actors. Here is the video. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=chewerfuerg_a. There's also staged reports. Here's an example. In one media report, there are two women speaking as if they are in different locations on a report, when in fact they're actually in the same parking lot. You can tell this by looking at the cars going by. They're not that far away from each other, possibly a couple of feet. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=zgadrt5hhwm. As I've explained, you really can't trust a single thing in the media at face value. You must go within and ask if what you see is real by using self-knowledge and discernment. The media ultimately is not truly real. It's in the virtual world or the world of print. What you see in the media is not real life. Real life is not on the internet or in print. People's understanding of the true world is decreasing every day. People are becoming more hooked on the virtual world. Your senses in the physical world are much better methods of finding the truth than through the media. In the media, you often hear them say things like crime rates are rising and there are terrorist attacks everywhere. The media wants you to be fearful of things that aren't concerning or even happening. Being fearful creates more fear events in your life, which proves to you that the world should be feared. There is nothing to fear. Life is not what the media makes it out to be. Go out into nature and talk with your neighbors. If you go out in the world, you see people for the most part getting along, with no crime or terrorism. The world is not a nice place at certain times and places, that's why it is still okay to being informed on world affairs, just don't get it from the mainstream media. Often in the mainstream media, there are really important problems they do not address, while they focus on minor problems and blow them up to appear larger. The media often fabricates a problem where there is not one. Of course, there are things that happen, such as the starvation in Yemen that is caused by Saudi Arabia, which you wouldn't know if you were just to look around in your life. Even with that being said, most in the Western world see things through rose-colored glasses because they don't know how good they have it, because they don't experience the very inhumane events occurring in the world, sometimes even within their own countries and communities. The point is, you should be very grateful. TV stations will use countdowns to get their viewers into a hypnotic state. This countdown is so fast that most will not catch the numbers counting down. Counting down is a common method of getting someone hypnotized. The TV tries to hypnotize people, that way it is impossible to reject the information given out in the broadcast. The media uses Aristotle's persuasion methods for mind control. Mainstream TV broadcasters will dress up nicely, wear makeup, have fancy green screen backgrounds, expensive audio and camera equipment, and million-dollar budgets. This gets people to believe that because they appear so professional, they must be telling the truth. This is a form of influencing by ethos, authority. TV broadcasters will use soft, quiet tones and certain phrases to convince people. This is an appeal to people's emotions, pathos. A TV station is not automatically truthful just because the broadcasters look professional and sound nice. A YouTube video of poor quality, with stuttering audio, low resolution, static in the background, yelling in the microphone, made with Microsoft Paint, could still be telling more truth than a TV station. Social media. Another form of media is social media. Social media is flooded with advertisements, many of which are unblockable or unavoidable. The most popular social media is Facebook. Facebook doesn't allow you to customize your feed, because your feed will always contain ads, and these ads can't be blocked by browser extensions such as AdBlock or uBlock, extensions I recommend to block ads. These ads are based on your searches and likes, so ads are shown to you that you are more likely to buy into. Avoid endless scrolling, and only use Facebook with a deliberate intention, such as contacting a friend or posting something to your friends or social group. You can also use alternative social media such as minds.com or gab.com. When you scroll through your feed on social media, you will notice, or maybe you haven't, that there is never an end to the feed. The social media industry calls this endless scrolling. The purpose of endless scrolling is to increase the amount of time you spend on social media so they can sell more products and services through advertisements. Even if you scroll through these feeds very quickly, your mind is picking up on all the advertisements and negative drama that is on Facebook. Because these feeds are endless, there is never a point where the novelty ends. Social media is generally filled with drama and negativity, as most are friends with people who are negative and are posting drama in their life. Social media can be a problem if your friends put on a show. Social media often makes people feel they are not living their lives to the fullest, because their friends post only the good parts of their lives, their new raise, the luxurious vacation, the new job, the new car, new house. You may begin to think, they have it so good. Why can't I have it like that? The truth is that your friends struggle just like you do. They did not post the struggle and hardship they suffered to get them to where they are now. Facebook and Instagram are notorious for this. The way you refresh your feed on social media on a phone is by pulling down with your fingers. Slot machines have levers on the side to pull that will give you new combinations of symbols, which gives you a sense of novelty and is one of the reasons why many are addicted to gambling. This was copied from the gambling industry to increase cravings and increase profits. It gets you hooked, and if you scan the brain of a gambling addict who was gambling and a cocaine addict who was using cocaine, the brain scans would look similar. Refreshing on social media is like a gamble. Your body releases dopamine, a feel-good chemical that is produced when you anticipate a reward. This keeps you on social media longer, as you will always be searching and refreshing to find more. It is a time waster and a dream killer. There are alternatives to getting news rather than Facebook. They are called RSS feeds. RSS feeds load faster, have no ads, if you use the Brave browser, save you time, and best of all are free. The one I use is Inner. You can use Inner on any device. I have an RSS at https://www.nextlevelthinking.net/recommended-articles. A great tutorial on how RSS feeds work is this video, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=pp54uzrswpq. Kamath Palihapitiya, founder and CEO of Social Capital and former Facebook exec, warned about the unintended consequences of social media at Stanford Graduate School of Business's view from the top talk. I think we have created tools that are ripping apart the social fabric of how society works. The short-term, dopamine-driven feedback loops we've created are destroying how society works. No civil discourse, no cooperation, misinformation, mistruth. You are being programmed. https://udo.be/pmodikw06?t=1329. A simple solution is to quit social media. However, there are some benefits of using social media. You can use it for your business, to inform others, talk to family, etc. YouTube is the only popular social media I would recommend occasionally usage of. Most of YouTube is mindless entertainment and people who have no clue what they are talking about. I have watched over 4,000 YouTube videos and got almost nowhere in life from watching them. Ad blockers such as Adblock and Adblock help to reduce ads. Brave is a good browser to use to reduce ads as well. The best may be just to avoid all news together, both mainstream and alternative, because it is almost all negative and you may become negative if you view it. You don't want to be a negative person because that is detrimental to your success. Music. Many people listen to music often, some almost every waking moment. Music can be a powerful form of art and poetry. Sadly, much of the music in our society is filled with negative lyrics. Lyrics include topics like suicide, making as much money as possible at the expense of others, doing massive amounts of drugs, not caring about anything, being reckless, caring only about yourself and short-term pleasure, misogyny, having sex with anyone, and sometimes even rape. This influences our minds, consciously and subconsciously. We need to listen to music that empowers us. I have a free music playlist on my website at https://www.nextlevelthinking.net/music. Google. Google isn't a form of media, but the algorithms are biased. Google deliberately hides information on subjects such as knowledge about the danger of the pharmaceutical industry, vaccines and drugs, alternative health information, conspiracy theories and conspiracy facts, politically incorrect topics, and socially incorrect topics. The auto-completion function for Google shows biases towards certain agendas, people, or organizations such as Hillary Clinton during the 2016 elections. It's not giving you neutral search results, which most people would expect from Google. One of the reasons you'd go to Google is because you expect neutral search results. Many people understand that the mainstream media is not trustworthy, so they go to Google, but Google is not trustworthy either. I recommend using an alternative search engine and also stop using the word Google. Instead of saying Google it, I say research, look it up, or search it? You're breaking down the linguistic programming of society for people to use Google. You can still use Google, but do not use it exclusively. Use other search engines in conjunction with Google. Remember, if you are using a search engine, you get different results depending on the search engine. One of the big issues with Google and other mainstream search engines is confirmation bias. Your search results are tracked, that means your current search results are based on your past search results. Google doesn't show results from the deep web, this is content on the internet that doesn't show up on other mainstream search engines. You don't get the full results on Google, the results are sanitized, and often the empowering content is buried in results, or it doesn't show up at all. That or it is discredited. Startpage and DuckDuckGo are similar to Google but are privacy focused, they show unbiased results and do not save your search history. YouTube. Another popular media form that displays ads is YouTube. Many will say, but most ads are skippable after 3 seconds, so they don't affect me, but this probably isn't true. If these ads didn't influence people, why would advertisers still use their money to pay for these ads on YouTube videos? Thankfully, these ads are blockable with ad blockers such as AdBlock or uBlock. You can customize your feed on YouTube by subscribing to channels and clicking on My Subscriptions. YouTube was actually the only social media I used to use on a daily basis, because many good channels still exist that truly wish to empower humanity. Unfortunately, YouTube has been cracking down on free speech on their platform, yet they claim to support free speech. YouTube is also biased and they have removed channels because of their opinions. Popular channels that have been removed include Alex Jones and David Icke. Good alternatives for YouTube include Tube, BitChute, LBRY, and PeerTube.live. Infotainment and rabbit holes. Infotainment and rabbit holes is a problem some suffer from, including me in the past. It leads to a waste of time and leads to inaction. Google and YouTube base their searches off of what you have searched in the past. Here is an example. Search on YouTube for flat Earth videos. Over time, you will almost exclusively be shown results that confirm or reject the flat Earth theory. You will be shown almost no other videos in your recommended videos section. If you click videos that confirm the theory, you will get more recommended. It can get people caught up in a rabbit hole, where they only research one topic. In the grand scheme of things, the shape of the Earth doesn't matter for the daily life of 99% of people on the planet. Be wary of infotainment. This is notorious in the alternative media platforms. Much of what is said may be true, but is it truly relevant information? The greatest example is the flat Earth movement. Does the shape of the Earth matter in the grand scheme of things? Unless you are a pilot or an astrophysicist, I would argue no. These people do not act on knowledge, they simply absorb more. You can see the rise in infotainment with the rise of documentaries about things such as flat Earth. Conspiracy theories could be true but are just rabbit holes to go down, rather than valuable information that will help improve humanity. Many people who watch these aren't on the battlefield and would actually be good content creators, but all they do is sit and absorb information. They will speak of tyranny and conspiracy, but the question is, what are you going to do about it? They are mostly simply prophets of doom and their predictions are almost always incorrect. There are some people who do seem to actually know what is going on however, but they usually simply report the news and do not make predictions. Two of them I have found is Mark Paccio and David Icke. This is also true for mainstream media as well. What does celebrity gossip matter in the grand scheme of things? The media becomes a form of entertainment for many. Some watch it like they watch a thriller movie or a sitcom. On my website, I have a page called Recommended Media, and I have a wide variety of media sources that I believe could help you in your journey. I try to provide as many sources as possible that I believe are truthful, and although they're not unanimous in what they agree on, you can gain a wider understanding and come to your own conclusions from the different sources. The link is http://www.nextlevelthinking.net/rechem-media. How the media shapes the world. The quadrivium can help you accurately explains the world we live in and how the media has affected it. Here are the steps. 1. Available information, also known as knowledge, or the lack of it. This is the foundation of our reality. This is any information that people can gather, process, understand, and act upon. 2. Decision-making process, also known as understanding, or the lack of it. Based on the information we receive and how we understand it, we make decisions based upon the information. These decisions lead us to make certain actions over others in the next process. 3. Human behavior, also known as wisdom, or the lack of it. The way people behave is based on their decisions and their decisions are based on the quality of available information. 4. Generated results, order or chaos. The quality of the condition that results in any society is based upon the quality of decisions made by people within that society. Here is a great example of a good thing to pay attention to and spend time on, learning how to listen to the right information. You are doing this now. In return, you will get knowledge that can help you understand reality, and with that understanding, you can improve your life and the lives of others, so we can actively create the reality we want, rather than just accepting reality we are handed, which is almost always destructive. We should improve the quality of our attention by focusing our attention on information that is capable of improving ourselves and humanity. This effort will result in a good investment for our time. We should ask ourselves, what am I spending my time on? What am I paying attention to, and most importantly, what kind of quality am I getting in return for these investments of my time and attention? The quality of our attention affects our world. If we get knowledge from pure and good information sources, take it in, and then act on that knowledge in the world, we will have a pure and good world. However, if we get information from poisoned information sources, virtually all mainstream media, much of what is taught public schooling, neglectful parents, and dogmatic religions, and we take the information in and then act on that knowledge in the world, we will have a terrible world. Everybody receives some pure and some poisoned information from both sources and takes the knowledge gained from those sources into action, which creates our world. Discernment is always necessary. Encourage people to stop watching TV, listening to negative people, and tell them to listen to positive information instead. Health. This chapter is on health, sometimes an underrated value in self-help. Having vibrant health helps to manifest your desires. It helps you feel better, thus creating your dreams faster. Health is not just the absence of illness, most are very unhealthy compared to how healthy they could be. You could be feeling way better. In the following sections, I will explain simple ways that vibrant health can be achieved. Much of this information is based on the book Nature Cures They Don't Want You to Know About by Kevin Trudeau, and it is highly recommended. There is no other book you need on health as far as I know. Positive thinking. Positive thinking is the key to health, everything else is secondary. Without positive thinking, the rest is irrelevant. You can develop positive thinking by reading and listening to motivational material. Reread the first few chapters, up to media, of this book if you need a refresher. Mind is the sole source of curing physical ills, the rest it to just stimulate it. Andrew Carnegie. Licensed healthcare practitioners. Seeing licensed healthcare practitioners that do not use drugs or surgery is important. They should treat you as a person, not just saying, oh, that is your symptoms, then take this. See multiple, so you are getting a variety of opinions. Make sure that you see them in person. Treating yourself is not advisable because you may be unaware of certain health problems which can only be done with testing done by others who are professionally trained. I wasted lots of money trying to being healthy by trying to do things on my own, so learn from my mistakes if you can. Electromagnetic chaos. We are constantly being bombarded by electromagnetic frequencies. These include waves from radios, satellites, and cell towers. There is a lack of science in this area as to exactly what these waves are doing to our health, but science is emerging on the negative effects of these waves. Even those living in the most remote parts of the world are getting attacked in the electromagnetic smog that surrounds the Earth. Thankfully, positive thoughts overpower negative thoughts, and EMF protection devices exist to prevent these negative effects of EMFs from entering your mind and body. You can unplug electronics in your bedroom at night, as well as Wi-Fi to assist you if you can't afford EMF protectors. You are getting rid of dirty electricity, which you do not use when you are sleeping. This might improve your sleep, your energy levels, and reduce stress while increasing focus. If you wish, you can unplug any electronics you are not using in the room you are in and plug them in when you are using them. Also get an EMF protector, such as an pendant, and wear it at all times, except when you think you will lose it, swimming, for example. Air quality. We breathe constantly. Air quality is the pillar of health. A human being can't go for more than a few minutes without breathing. Even then, brain damage may occur. Air is the source of life in us, it gives us our vitality in every portion of our bodies. Breath work is a large part of the Eastern exercises and meditations, because they understand how important it is. Using breath, you can enter alternative states of mind. This is why there is no such thing as fasting from breath. What most people don't know is that the air inside your house is probably more toxic than outside. This depends on where you live. You can check the air pollution at https://whe.information and https://www.airnow.gov. If the air quality outside is good, I would recommend opening your windows and letting the less polluting air flood your house. The air in homes is recycled and not that fresh and revitalizing. Indoor air can contain dense concentrations of pathogens, viruses, mold, dust mites, mold spores, bacteria, allergens, odors, pet dander, smoke, and volatile organic compounds. These can make you sick and cause respiratory problems. Most people do not keep their windows open enough to let fresh air in. Plants can help you get fresh air as well, if there is some reason you can't open the windows or go outside. Going outside is a good way to get fresh air into your lungs and is an excellent opportunity to do some deep breathing. I would recommend getting an air purifier. Use these inside your house and especially the room you spend the most time in. Water quality. Water quality is a criminally underrated aspect of health. It is more important than food for survival. Most people can survive a month without food but only a week at most with no water. Water can't simply be replaced by drinking soda, juices, etc. Pure water is necessary. Most water is not fit for drinking, especially in the United States. Certain water supplies in the US were found to contain chemicals such as atrazine, lead, chlorine, fluoride, and other toxic chemicals. These chemicals are in the water for several reasons. One reason is the runoff of fertilizers and waste in the agriculture industry. Another is oil spills. Chemicals are dumped into freshwater sources and are served back to the community. Some even suggest that the government is putting chemicals into the water to make people dumb and sick. The water is not purified enough to drink. Water should be tasteless. Most people think their water is tasteless because they get used to the taste, since they have drunk the same water for years and have not drunk any water outside their local community. I encourage you to drink some quality water and then drink some of your local water. You can taste the difference. If water has a taste, something is up. That is why you should get a whole house water purifier or buy high quality purified water. A shower filter is also a good option, and some can even be brought traveling. It's a good idea to avoid pools, especially public pools, hot tubs, and wet saunas, unless they don't use chlorine and other toxic chemicals. However, this is usually the case, and you are absorbing these toxins in the skin. If you spend a lot of time in pools, you will notice your skin feeling irritated. You absorb water through your skin, so you can't skip on the shower water quality. Walking. Walking is an excellent low-impact exercise for people of all ages and almost any medical condition. It has incredible benefits, yet it requires little time and energy to do. Most people worldwide walk several miles a day, but the average person in the Western world walks less than one. This is likely one of the reasons why the Western world is plagued with diseases and stress. Walking can produce a meditative state in many people, especially in secluded environments in nature. It is an excellent time to practice deep breathing and environmental mindfulness. Looking at faraway objects can help you get you out of your mind. Walking is the best exercise. It is easy and everyone who is not physically disabled can do it. Walking barefoot or with grounding shoes, or socks, has even more benefits because of grounding, which I will get into next. Earthing. This practice is also called earthing. This is the practice of getting your physical body connected to the earth, also called grounding. You can do this by standing on the physical earth, grass, sand, dirt. You can lie or sit on the ground, walk, run, any physical contact will give the benefits. You can do gardening, as long as you are touching plants and the dirt. Another way of grounding is to get into a pool of natural water, such as a lake, river, or ocean. I will personally say that going to the beach and getting in the water for a bit will make any stress disappear, often for weeks or months. I would recommend that you not wear shoes in the house if you do. This is something some people forget. Many people understand the concept of grounding. After a day of work, they will take off their shoes and walk on the ground with bare feet and feel a sense of relief. Earthing provides a good supply of antioxidants and electrons that destroy harmful free radicals. Many report benefits such as improved energy and mood. There is a massive list of reasons to try earthing, which I have in the references. Here are some. Less inflammation. Less pain. Better sleep. Slows down aging. Prevents cancer. Lowers stress. Improves blood sugar, useful for diabetics especially. Improves healing from injuries and strength training. Improves immune system. Shields against harmful EMFs. Increased energy. Sunbathing. The sun is healthy for the body. According to health advocate and insider Kevin Trudeau, the sun does not cause cancer. What causes cancer is the million of other things people do. If the sunlight caused cancer, we would all probably never have existed because our ancestors would have died. Skin cancer is caused by nutritional deficiencies and lack of sunshine, and by the belief that sunlight causes skin cancer. Plant foods high in beta-carotene can help against sunlight damage, including sweet potatoes, carrots, butternut squash, and spinach. Toxic, non-organic sunscreen can cause cancer. If you are worried about getting skin cancer, just slowly expose yourself to the sun every day in increasing amounts such as 5 minutes a day then 10 minutes a day, etc. If you are of a darker skin, you do not need to worry. People don't go outside enough, and they have pale skin. They need to build up their tan to keep from get burned. I never wear sunscreen, and I can be out in the sunlight for hours and not get burned. Vitamin D is a great benefit of going outside and sunbathing. This is well documented, that vitamin D can't adequately be absorbed through food. If you want to get adequate vitamin D, you must go get sunshine. If for some reason you cannot, then take vitamin D3 capsules. Even still, the sun has unique benefits that can't be found in a supplement. Vitamin D benefits: promoting calcium absorption, strengthening bones, modulating chronic inflammation, empowering immunity. That is only the beginning of benefits of going out into the sun, however. The sun also reduces cancer risk, reduces risk of chronic diseases, promotes quick and restorative sleep, lowers blood pressure, improves bone health, improves brain function, improves mood, reduces risk of Alzheimer's disease. Makes skin healthier. Can help you lose weight. Helps with eyesight. Sunbathing feels the best, from my personal experience, if you do it around noon on the cooler months and in the morning and evening in the hotter months. It will improve your mood and give you phenomenal energy. Sunbathing in the morning is good if you want to kickstart your day. Exercise. Movement is important for health. Our ancestors moved almost any time they were not sleeping. Sitting for hours a day is a modern concept and an unhealthy one. Sitting isn't done correctly either, most people are slouched forward or back. This is an unnatural position for the body to be in for an extended period of time, causing spine problems. Movement will make you more intelligent. Athletes do better in school than sedentary students on average. The reason we have a brain is to move. If we don't move, the brain is not being fully utilized. Movement stimulates certain parts of the brain that are not stimulated otherwise. Plants don't have brains because they don't move, because they don't need to move to get their nutrients. Animals are not meant to be sedentary because we were engineered with life. Animalis, where the word animals is derived from, means animated. We are meant to be animated and moving. Diet. I would recommend eating a raw, organic, vegan diet. Raw food is not cooked or processed by machines. It is food that is not put into a box or can. A good example is an unhulled seed or a nut. It's okay to cheat when it feels good, just make sure you aren't guilty when eating and you absolutely enjoy it and feel grateful. Diet and nutrition is complex, and doctors will argue that different diets are better. The best diet for you, in my honest opinion, is to eat what you want, when you want, in the amount you want. People have been healthy on all sorts of diets. Diet is not one size fits all because we are all different. The healthiest diet for most seems to be a raw organic plant-based diet. As long as you are aware of what you are eating and how you feel, not just now but after you eat a food, you should be fine. Practice delayed gratification. This means you might eat a cake, and it tastes amazing, but later you don't feel good for hours. It's an exchange you have to be willing to make, whether you should or should you not eat something. Immune system. Our world is overly sanitized. This is unnecessary and makes our immune systems weak. It isn't challenged, so it becomes weaker like an atrophying muscle. Bacteria, both good and bad, help us develop our immune system, so some exposure is good. Antibiotics kill a lot of the good bacteria in our digestive system, which can cause massive health problems, especially relating to digestion and mental health. I would still recommend that you clean your hands with natural antibacterial soap and sanitizers, so you don't get others sick, if you are going to touch them. The same for washing dishes and having guests over. The reality is that some people have poor immune systems. Perhaps you can encourage them to put tension on their immune systems, unless they are very immune compromised, of course. Some people are hypochondriacs. This is when people think they are going to get sick all the time. If you think this way, you will find that you are sick all the time. Washing your hands too much can cause your skin to get irritated. This is generally not true, however, if you use natural soaps and sanitizers. Bleach is a toxic chemical that should never be touched. Use gloves if you are using bleach. Bleach gives off a pleasing aroma to some, but this aroma is harmful for the respiratory system. Air quality is critical. If you use bleach, I would recommend wearing a mask and using an air purifier. Most soaps, detergents, and fabric softeners are toxic as well. They should not be touched with bare hands or breathed in. If you develop your immune system by practicing good health, you can eliminate the need for these bacteria-annihilating solvents and use natural ones. Bacteria is actually good for your body if you are not immune compromised. Here are some ways to improve the immune system. Get vitamin C. Sunbathe. Go outside. Reduce stress. Get enough sleep. Deep breathe. Circadian rhythm. Your body operates in harmony with the time of the earth. This happens even if you are not exposed to the sun or the outside world. Our bodies know what time of day it is and release certain hormones that affect us greatly. It is helpful to adjust our schedule around the release of these hormones. These hormones are released around certain times. They are similar but not exactly the same for all human beings, except those with circadian disorders. If we shift our schedule to a more natural time, we can achieve greater focus, productivity, happiness, and energy. You do not need an alarm clock unless you have plans for early morning activities or work. Alarm clocks cause some people stress. If you want to use an alarm clock, use peaceful sounds that gradually increase in volume. You can also program your mind to wake up at a certain time by telling yourself to wake up at a certain time right before you go to bed. We are diurnal organisms. This means we operate during the daytime naturally. Our bodies are designed to operate during daylight hours. Ideally, you should not be sleeping during this time. Additionally, we have color vision, which is only useful during daytime hours. We are foragers without night vision, so we can't see food during the nighttime. It isn't ideal to be eating when it is dark. According to Dr. Oz, Kevin Trudeau, and Jeff Primack, a Qigong instructor, we should sleep during the hours between 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., as our bodies release certain hormones, but only if we are asleep. During nighttime, our bodies release melatonin, a hormone that helps sleep. This is why many night shift workers struggle. They are working during times when sleeping hormones are being released. The average American adult takes 14 minutes to fall asleep, so you probably should rest a little before 10. A schedule that has worked for me is sleeping by 10 p.m. and waking up whenever my body feels like it is ready to awaken. With that being said, take advantage of sleepless nights and keep working, or do some relaxing activities such as meditate or read a simple book. During the night, the world is calmer, and your intuition can be heightened. Resolve conflicts before going to bed, or you may experience insomnia or poor sleep. A calm mind virtually guarantees good sleep. Get your mind at rest, and cool it down before going to sleep. You do not want to be resting on negative thoughts all night long. You probably will not have a good morning or good day the next day. Pharmaceutical drugs. I recommend you stop taking pharmaceutical drugs, prescription and non-prescription drugs, and wean off of them if you have to. Pharma drugs can be addicting and can also cause severe withdrawal symptoms if you stop suddenly. These pharma drugs do help with relieving symptoms, but don't help with getting to the root of the problems. The negative effects of drugs greatly outweigh the benefits. You need to find natural solutions to these very toxic drugs. Many of these pharma drugs contain some of the toxic ingredients in street drugs like heroin, meth, opium, and cocaine. Street drugs should be avoided as well. The only time you should think about using pharmaceutical drugs is if you are in a life-threatening emergency, such as being in an emergency room. There are natural alternatives to all drugs. Vaccines. Vaccines are harmful drugs. Stanley Plotkin, the leading pro-vaccine authority, admits that aborted fetuses are used to produce vaccines. What is this doing in our bodies? What really made massive dramatic improvements is better diets, sanitation, and education. People for much of history left garbage and waste everywhere, never washed their hands after using the restroom, and lived in overcrowded spaces. This causes massive plagues such as the Black Plague, which killed millions. Most people in human history died of easily preventable diseases due to ignorance, not because they didn't have vaccines. Vaccines are being forced on people because people are becoming aware. Vaccines are created by powerful pharmaceutical companies that have legal immunity. They can push a vaccine on the market, and if people get hurt or die from it, they do not have to worry. The most they will get is a gentle slap on the wrist. The government pays out most vaccine injury claims, which means taxpayers pay the burden, not the company that produces the vaccine. If any other corporation did this, they would cease to exist. In the medical industry, anyone who doesn't fall in line with the others gets their funding and grant money cut. You could lose your job for posting information that is critical of the mainstream industry, even if it is true and it would help people become healthy. They don't want people to be healthy, they want to maximize profit. Curing diseases is less profitable than selling treatments, because you have to come back to the doctor if you just treat diseases. Many vaccines have side effects that require other drugs, then those drugs have side effects, so you need more drugs. It's a never-ending cycle that makes the pharmaceutical industry billions. Vaccines contain ingredients that should not be in there if the purpose of vaccines was truly in helping people develop immunity. Mercury and aluminum especially stand out, these should only be in our bodies in extremely trace amounts from natural foods. According to a study in Tianjin, China, 1 in 4 children got measles from a measles vaccine, despite the fact that 95% of the population was immunized. This calls into question how effective the herd immunity theory is, as well as the efficacy of vaccines. The vast majority of vaccine injuries never get reported, which means these figures are much higher in reality. Most conventional doctors don't know how to properly identify vaccine injuries, and thus never report them, because the vast majority of medical schools intentionally avoid teaching them how to do so. This is why there may not be much information about vaccine injuries, but there is emerging evidence. Plant-based lifestyle. Adopting a plant-based lifestyle is necessary for your ultimate success. It is the beginning of the section where I talk about morality. You are what you eat. Do you want to eat the flesh of murdered and tortured beings? Do you want to wear the skin of tortured beings? Do you want to watch tortured beings amuse you for your entertainment, the animal entertainment industry? A plant-based lifestyle, PBL, is a lifestyle that refuses to buy or sell animal products. Additionally, it does not allow the murder, slaughter, rape, or torture of animals. I have coined this term as a replacement for veganism, due to its controversy, and for the purposes of clarification, PBL is a lifestyle, not just a diet. Essentially, this term is synonymous with vegan. The core philosophy of PBL is morality, not health benefits. It allows for eating roadkill and wasted animal product leftovers. It also allows you to wear what you want, as long as you didn't buy it or request others to buy it. If someone gave you an old leather jacket, you can accept it. The following benefits are from my research on veganism as well as my experience. Do your own research, as always. Everything in this list may not be true unless you follow a well-balanced raw, organic, vegan diet. Personal vegan benefits. Less likely to choke. Healthier skin. Better mood. Healthier heart. More energy. Maintains a healthy weight. Digest food easier. Prevents bloating. Can eliminate acne. Better mental clarity. Improved immune function. No headaches. Easier rest at night knowing you didn't harm or contribute to the harming of innocent beings. Being PBL is ultimately about morals. Few mention the unimaginable suffering animals must go through when they argue against veganism, because they have no good argument. You can find studies that show the benefits of eating animal products, which are often but not always funded by the meat industry. Have the diet that works for you, but to be a truly moral person, you must be PBL. Being a moral person brings the maximum amount of happiness, love, and enlightenment to you. What you do to other beings will also be done to you. If you harm or financially support harming other beings, that will also be done to you. This is law of attraction, not an opinion. The most important thing to know about diet is to eat vegan and to eat what makes you feel good. Practice delayed gratification. Don't forget some foods make you feel good now but bad later. Eat foods that make you feel good all the time. It is important to not just stop eating animal foods but also stop buying any animal products. This section is going to be extensive because many people have bought into the false idea we need animal products to survive. Humanity would enter a golden age if we stopped this practice. We would see far more peace and prosperity among humanity and all life on earth. Top key points. 1. Animals are a critical part of understanding and applying the non-aggression principle, do no harm. 2. The main reason to adopt a plant-based lifestyle is to reduce suffering. 3. Reducing suffering will improve your life and those who you love and care about. I teach one thing and one only, that is, suffering and the end of suffering. Buddha, Indian spiritual teacher. As long as man continues to be the ruthless destroyer of lower living beings, he will never know health or peace. For as long as men massacre animals, they will kill each other. Indeed, he who sows the seed of murder and pain cannot reap joy and love. Pythagoras, Greek philosopher and mathematician. The practice of carnism, the opposite of a PBL, is a violation of the non-aggression principle. Then what is the moral issue? The moral issue of abusing animals for their products and for entertainment is that it violates the non-aggression principle of natural law, which is part of the law of attraction. The non-aggression principle is the principle of not doing violence to other beings. Natural laws are universal, unchangeable, eternal laws, similar to law. They are not laws such as do not cross the street without looking both ways, they are laws such as gravity, which always apply everywhere for all eternity. They do not personally care or try to stop you if you break them, but you will suffer the consequences. Every second of every day, animals are being murdered, exploited for their products, their habitats destroyed, and more, all for needless reasons. 5.6 billion land animals and 2.7 trillion marine animals are killed annually, and that number is a low estimate. You must use your empathy to see things from the animal's point of view, see the injustice, murder of family and friends, rape, etc. The problem is most people have not experienced this degree of injustice, so some imagination may be required. If you do not view the situation from the animal's perspective, it is easy to justify any animal abuse. We are all part of the unified field, all beings are one. When you unrightfully do harm to another, you harm yourself. All beings in the universe are connected. If you don't believe me, research quantum entanglement and read the book The Field by Lynn McTaggart. It's all about our choices. What do we decide to buy? The only question someone really actually needs to ask is, when I purchase this item, am I helping to perpetuate suffering? If you are purchasing meat or animal products, the answer is unquestionably yes. Do we have the right to defend ourselves against animals? Absolutely. You have the right to kill an animal in self-defense, such as if a rabid dog attacked you. That is part of the self-defense principle, the opposite side of the non-aggression principle. You also have the right to defend your property against animals, such as an ant infestation. You would suffer no consequences for doing so. However, you should attempt to prevent this situation by keeping a clean house, proper hygiene, and avoiding wild, aggressive animals. The average person generally tries to be good, however, they have blind spots. They do not always know how to be moral, because they weren't taught all the aspects of morality. They simply go on day to day thinking they are, yet they take place in the crime of carnism, using animals and their products. It is our individual responsibility to truly be a righteous person by ending this practice for ourselves and by encouraging others. Here's an interesting experiment to try. Most people would say something is wrong with the world or that humanity as a whole could be improved. Let's try respecting animals. We have not done it before, something good may come of it. I would be willing to bet that by being peaceful with animals, we will be more at peace with our environment and each other. One of the main reasons this system continues is, of course, money. People are addicted to eating meat and animal foods, wearing fancy clothes made of animal skins. The reason these industries are so profitable is mostly due to advertising and pressure from society. These are the reasons people want animal products, usually is not because they naturally want animal products themselves. It is due to pressure from society, family, friends, and advertisers. Avoiding advertisements can reduce the cravings for meat. This can be done by getting ad blockers, avoiding social media, and not watching TV. Another lesser-known reason is that greedy psychopaths run some these industries. They receive pleasure from hurting animals. They don't want to abuse animals like dogs and go face legal consequences. They want to legally abuse animals, so they form and join the legal animal abuse industry. Charles Leadbeater explains in Vegetarianism and the Occult the horrors of Chicago, a major city of slaughter where many thousands of animals are murdered every day. This pamphlet convinced me that I needed to become a vegetarian, and I am still receiving the benefits years later in being a vegan. I have a summary here. A horrible aura of death surrounds Chicago. This can be felt anywhere in the city. It is like a gut feeling of horror. It is like when you walk around at night and something doesn't feel right, so you walk away. This feeling can only be consciously felt by those who have a developed intuition. Those who are not consciously aware are still affected by this negative energy in Chicago, but they feel ill for reasons they do not understand. There is also a horrible smell of death in the city. During the early 1900s, many slaughterhouses employed children. Leadbeater explains that the only thought these children had was directed toward killing, that children would return home from a day of work pale, sick, and unable to eat or sleep. Children said that they often felt they would rather starve than do such horrific work. They played games of killing with friends and knew no other games. When they thought about animals, the only thing they thought about was killing them. These so-called Christians were receiving a daily education on murder. During the early 1900s, Chicago was a major city of murder, Leadbeater explains. To this day, it is still one of the most murderous major cities in the United States. He calls Christians hypocrites for preaching compassion yet being silent about the animal abuse industries in the city. This is due to moral apathy and conditioning. It's the way it's always been, so they get used to it and don't care. He explains this cloud of death is spreading across the whole of civilized humanity. The effects of this are widespread. There is a feeling of terror in the air. Innocent children are afraid, especially alone, for reasons they do not know. The atmosphere is charged with the hostility of murdered creatures, and it affects all in the city. By stopping this act, we can stop this cloud of death. We will be free from hatred and these terrors. We will evolve as a species. We can create a paradise on earth by allowing animals to be free. Individually freeing yourself from this practice sets you free from the negative energies. Much of the crime, disease, and poverty may be due to the eating of meat and exploiting animals. Because of its toxins, meat is known to cause diseases, many of which plague the minds of millions, resulting in PTSD, anxiety, violent behavior, antisocial behavior, etc. Slaughterhouse workers have the highest rates of mental illness among all jobs. That's it for the core philosophy of veganism. If you wish to learn more, visit this article. https://www.nextlevelthinking.net/single-post/2020/04/27/wip-ultimate-article-veganism. Read the previous article for more information regarding the following topics: the justifications for carnism, the science of veganism, the physiological reason why we are herbivores, the animal agriculture industry, the origins of human diet, animal product advertising, general plant nutritional information, questions regarding if animals feel pain, animal entertainment industry, service animals, animal research and vivisection, and environmental impacts of veganism. What is not PBL? Scavenger veganism is fine from a moral standpoint. This is a term I have coined for ethical vegans who eat roadkill or wasted leftovers. The reason this is fine from a moral perspective is because you are not causing harm to an animal by eating an emotionless dead body that can't feel pain. Though, this might socially perpetuate meat eating, I would never condemn you if you are a scavenger PBL. Being PBL means carefully checking labels on boxes for abstract non-vegan ingredients such as red dye. This is why going raw vegan makes life simpler. Publicly traded food companies do not always list all the ingredients in their products, so I would avoid them at all costs. They might be not vegan. Generally, healthier food companies will tell you if the food is vegan, since they know that most vegans read labels. There are hundreds of non-vegan ingredients that have complex names that you would never know were vegan. Visit the article above for some. Being PBL means not buying tickets and passes to the animal entertainment industry. This includes zoos, circuses, petting zoos, aquariums, horse races, bullfighting, and countless others. Not buying meat, milk, eggs, honey, or animal foods at stores or restaurants. Not buying pets from breeders. Not buying products made from leather, wool, fur, down, and feathers. The products that contain these are usually clothing, wallets, purses, blankets, and pillows. How to go plant-based lifestyle / foods to eat / what to avoid. Adopting a PBL is easier than you think. You can use an affirmation to tell yourself it's easy, because it is if you believe it strongly enough. I went vegetarian in only 2 weeks and went vegan in a day. People already eat plant foods every day such as bread, beans, rice, cereal, oatmeal, etc. You can simply replace the meat products with more of the foods that you eat every day that are plant-based. It is best for most people to transfer to a PBL diet over time. This is because your body will probably suffer from withdrawal symptoms if you immediately switch over. Some people feel sick when they transfer to a plant-based diet because they do it too fast. This is because of withdrawal, not because plant foods lack nutrients. You want to ease into a plant-based lifestyle slowly and have a plan for getting all your nutrients so you can be healthy. This also helps prevent you from reverting to your animal-based diet. If you really are feeling like going PBL immediately, do so. Here is some excellent news: you can adjust your taste buds to like any food. Eating these foods can become a habit. Once it's an ingrained habit, it becomes effortless, and you will like these foods. I believe all foods are an acquired taste. Your gut bacteria changes based on the foods you eat and can change how you digest foods and taste things. You adjust your digestive system by eating new foods in only one meal. In 2 weeks, you will have a new digestive system that likes to digest plant foods. In fact, it will like it far more than when you ate meat. Check to see if you have parasites. The main symptom of parasites is a random extreme hunger for certain foods that may severely hinder your ability to switch to a vegan diet. Check with a colon therapist if you think you have parasites. Parasite cleanses are available. Fasting is a good way to cleanse your system of parasites. Parasites are in some meat products, so the good news is you can stop putting them into you by avoiding meat. Modern processed foods often contain addictive chemicals. According to Kevin Trudeau, this is to make a profit off of addiction. Table salt and artificial sugar are chemically addictive as well. Unfortunately, some of these ingredients are not listed, so ideally avoid eating foods from publicly traded corporations. A few major corporations control most of the food in the United States, often through subsidiaries to give the illusion of choice. An example is Quaker Oatmeal, which is owned by the publicly traded corporation PepsiCo. Check the labels on the back. You may also be addicted to foods not because of the chemicals but instead because they have animal products in them. Making smoothies and juicing are great ways to transition. It is how I personally transitioned. It helps to adopt yourself to plant foods, and they taste absolutely delicious. They take very little time to consume and are high in nutrients. Juicing is good, but do so in moderation. Do not juice if you have diabetes. Some people who try to transition to a PBL don't eat the right foods. They want to eat artificial sugars, high-carb processed foods, etc., just because they don't have animal products in them. That's not an ideal approach. This can cause you to go back to carnism. You want to eat healthy, whole fresh fruits and vegetables, largely unmodified as nature intended. Try to avoid eating large amounts of white bread, white rice, pastas, processed foods, and artificial sugar. Refined carbohydrates and sugars can lead to unexpected health problems. Eat lots of whole, raw, organic fruits and vegetables. There are plant-based versions of almost all meats. They look and taste similar to meat. Find the ones you think you would like, and buy them. They are found in nearly all grocery stores, but especially health food stores. If you can't find any near you, request that they bring in more plant-based meat alternatives. They aren't the healthiest foods in the world, but they can help you transition by tricking your brain into thinking it's eating meat when it's not. Bacon, ham, sausage, chicken, turkey, steak, tuna, hamburgers, hot dogs, milk, and cheese can be made with soy, wheat, rice, hemp, beans, and quinoa. Plant-based foods alternative brands include Guardian, Tofurky, Beyond Meat, So Delicious, and more. Most restaurants have plant-based foods. If you are unsure, ask the waiter or management. Mediterranean restaurants, Indian, and Chinese restaurants have plenty of options, and they are my go-to. From my experience, fasting is a great way to transition as well. You have to be careful when fasting if you have certain diseases and disorders, but most people can do it just fine. What I did was I made myself hungry, then I would eat plant-based foods. When you are hungry, food tastes much better, making it easier to eat foods you don't like. However, all foods are essentially an acquired taste, because our taste buds and our guts can adjust to liking almost any food. I like foods now that I didn't like before. It requires discipline to fast, but if you have it, fasting is a powerful way to transfer to a PBL. Conclusion. When you try to adopt a PBL, I believe in you, no matter what your circumstances. The universe/God will help you in trying to change in incredible ways. It will be easier than you think. Have the desire and the faith that you will become PBL, and the way will be shown, one step at a time. A better you and a better world. Would you like to partake a quest on making a perfect world for you and others? Read on then. The law of cause and effect. You can believe that you can do violence, lie, and cheat others without facing negative consequences all you want, but you will still face those negative consequences, sooner or later. One of the aspects of morality that some people don't understand is the effects of their actions. This is often referred to as karma. What you do ripples all throughout the universe. In the Bible, it says you reap what you sow. What we do now echoes in eternity. Marcus Aurelius. Think of morality as this picture. Morality is the same way. Morals are like physics, how everything in nature has an equal and opposite reaction. In other words, sometimes our actions have consequences later in time that we may not even realize. Sometimes our actions have immediate consequences. Sometimes we do notice the effects of our actions. If we do, we should take a mental note of what we did and the actions that resulted. Even if you do a violent action and nobody catches you for your entire life, you are still going to be punished for that action. Many people believe you can get away with doing violence as long as you aren't caught, but while human law, government, can be evaded, natural law can't be evaded. You will be punished by nature law 100% of the time. The same is true for good actions. Actions that generate karma can also be what you don't do. If you were to throw a crumpled up piece of paper into a trash can and you missed, you would generate negative karma if you didn't do anything. If you cause something bad to happen and don't fix it, you are generating negative karma. The law of cause and effect and natural laws are testable. Start living the principle of natural law in your life, and you will notice massive increase in happiness, energy, and health. Natural law principles. Natural law is the laws of the universe and morality. The laws are eternal and can never be changed. They are inescapable, and if you violate them, you will suffer the consequences. Natural laws were created by forces outside of the universe to govern the physical universe, which cannot be abolished or amended even if you are a master of life. Saying that you created the laws of the universe or that you can change them is like Romeo, you in this case, saying he is Shakespeare, God, when he is a creation and mental construct of Shakespeare. The moral principles of natural law are known as the Platinum and Golden Rules. The Platinum Rules are: don't steal, don't murder, don't rape, don't willfully lie, don't trespass, don't assault, don't coerce. The Golden Rule is an extension of natural law and is the lesser twin of the Platinum Rules. The Golden Rule is treating others in the way you want to be treated. The Golden Rule is do unto others as you want them to do unto you. In addition to that, it is speak about others as you would like them to speak to you. Think about others as you want them to think about you. Want the best of in life for others, as you would want the best of everything in life for yourself. Communicate with others the way you would want to be communicated with. Act and behave as you want others to act or behave in your life. If you do something that causes someone else to suffer, you suffer. If you help someone, you prosper. I am you, and you are me, at the fundamental level. This concept can be found in Buddhism, dukkha, ahisma, karma, Christianity, 1 Corinthians 12:12, 27 and Galatians 6:8, in Lakesh in the Mayan religion, and in other religions as well. This does not mean that you should let yourself and others be accosted with violence or coerced either. You should use enough force to stop the violence, so you can end the suffering. Of course, it is preferable to tell the attacker to stop. But sometimes it is required if the attacker persists after warning. Having a calm mind, loving heart, and being peaceful will repel attackers away from you rather than attracting them to begin with. All of the processes of nature are successful. Nature knows no failures. She never plans anything but success. She aims at results in every form and manner. To succeed in the best and fullest sense of the term, we must, with nature as our model, copy her methods. In her principles and laws we shall discover all the secrets of success. Raymond Hollowell, self-help author. God is perfect, He wants us to succeed. We must obey the laws of the universe to become successful. Don't be a universal lawbreaker. Bob Proctor, self-help lecturer. Mark Pacio has an excellent presentation on natural law. Mark Pacio's Natural Law Presentation, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=WAJX855DNG. The previous principles are thought of in a negating sense. To be a truly moral person, we must not do certain actions as well. It is more important that you obey the Platinum Rules than the Golden Rules, the both are important. The most common is carnism, which is why I have a chapter on it. The most important action is not to be violent to any beings. The next natural question is, what exactly is violence? Violence is doing harm to another being or their property when they have not harmed you or your property. Forms of harming include theft, assault, trespass, murder, coercion, and rape. The next question is, what is property? Property is a material object or land that someone owns and is responsible for. They gain the property through peaceful means, in other words, they did not steal it or use deceit to gain it. The person actively uses the property or inhabits it frequently enough that it could be considered not abandoned. You cannot claim to own property that you cannot physically access, such as the sun, moon, or the entire earth. So what is a being? A being in this context is an organism, person or animal, that is capable of feeling emotions and/or pain. Violence done to animals includes, for example, hunting and animal slaughter. Morals apply to all human beings, because our brains have the capacity of understanding higher moral capabilities than animals, such as whether it is right or wrong to steal someone's property. Animals do not have this capacity, so they are not morally obligated to obey natural law. Every individual being has the same rights. People do not have more or fewer rights than others. For example, Police can't break into someone's house and arrest them for a nonviolent crime. That is wrong no matter who does it or who they claim to be working for. Groups of individuals can't create more rights for others or take away rights from others. A group of people can't get together and say, I have the right to rob because the majority have decided they have the right to. A great video on this by Larkin Rose is called I Am Allowed to Rob You. However, most falsely believe that if a group of people called lawmakers or politicians get together, they can rob you. This is called taxes. Look at a scenario where there's only two people involved. If no violence is done by an action, then that action is a right. If there is harm that results as a direct result of the action that the first person is doing to the second, then that action is not a right, it is a wrongdoing. And that does not change with numbers. That doesn't change as a population grows to 1,000 people or any number. Individual actions that do not cause harm to another being are rights, while actions that do cause harm are wrongdoings. You cannot make a right into a wrong. You cannot make a wrong into a right. You cannot delegate rights to people. You can't remove rights from others if they have not violated others' rights. These are illusions. These are belief systems that exist to prop up this notion that the idea of governing people is morally legitimate. Moral objectivity. Morals are also objective. That means people do not get to legitimately decide what is right or wrong. People can pretend, but that doesn't make it right. What is wrong is what has always been wrong throughout all times and places. Just because the murder of gays in Saudi Arabia is legal doesn't make it right because a group of people decide so. Moral objectivism and natural law still allow you to make up your own rules for your own property. However, it is never okay to steal or to assault someone, even if the property owner says it's okay and it's on their property. Just because you are in someone's house or on their land doesn't mean they have the right to kidnap you or do what they want with you. The justification that moral relativism is okay because some countries have laws that say that a certain action is moral and legal and others are not is a false justification. If morals are not objective, then every individual or group of individuals in a society can decide what is right and wrong. This leads to infringements on human rights, such as the right to live, not be stolen from, and to be secure and not trespassed on. If morals are relative, then it is perfectly okay for people to do whatever they want to you without stopping them because what they do is considered moral to them. The concept of morals is best understood as, do not do unto others as you would not like to have done unto you. In other words, if you do not want to be stolen from, do not steal. Stealing is wrong because every human being knows deep down that it is wrong and would hate for it to be done to them. Any person who says this isn't true is lying to themselves or has never been stolen from. Any society that endorses dishonestly, murder, war, rape, or violence has always led to its collapse. All empires fall. There's a difference between natural law and man's law. Man's law is the law of might and the law of we have more firepower, guns, over you so we rule over you. Natural law is you are born a free being who can do whatever you wish as long as you don't do violence to others. It is not truly man-made laws that prevent people from violating the natural law, but consequences and emotions. If we do something wrong, we feel bad. Most human beings know at the core of their being that they will eventually be punished, even if we evade man's law. We should learn from history and decide individually and collectively to be peaceful in our interactions with each other, to create lasting peace, prosperity, and happiness. Likewise, a person who is dishonest and violent will never have a healthy mind. They will never be successful in the long term. They may be able to gain large amounts of fame and money, but they will never be happy, because their entire life was built on lies and the suffering of others. Sometimes they will give off the appearance of being happy, but they aren't, inside they are miserable. Everyone knows a depressed person can fake a smile. You can believe that you can do violence, lie, and cheat others without facing negative consequences all you want, but you will still face those negative consequences sooner or later. Even if there was no man's law, you would face the consequences. there is a word for people who are moral when it isn't seemingly beneficial. It's called integrity. If something must be done, it must be done voluntarily. If people keep more of the product of their labor, they will be more charitable. Agents of the state are one of the reason why people aren't charitable. They can barely afford to live under the financial and legal pressures of the government. Plus, some forms of giving are illegal or heavily regulated into practical illegality. Quantum morality. Quantum morality is the morality of a group of people, specifically all of humanity. We must understand that everything we do does not happen in isolation. Everything in the universe is ultimately connected. There is no such thing as separation. In the science of quantum physics, two particles can be an infinite number of miles away, and if one particle is influenced, the other will be influenced. An example of quantum morality is tragic world events like 9/11, which had profound effects on the minds of millions of people who had not even heard the event but suddenly felt sorrow and pain. A similar effect happened on Armistice Day at the end of World War I, when many people woke up in the middle of the night and walked outside suddenly after the war ended and starting dancing, singing, and smiling. This proves that everything we do has effects, so we should be careful of what we do. Animals are also included. As long as people use violence against animals, the aggressors will suffer. However, human rights are more important than animals, because we are at a higher level of consciousness and have greater potential for positive change in the world. You can't rightfully kill a person because they killed an animal. All non-animal biological life should be respected as well, however, they are not capable of emotions or pain. Plants and fungi can be harvested and eaten with no moral consequences. However, actions such as fracking, extracting oil, and deforestation are harmful to earth, animals' habitats, and ultimately humanity if they are done excessively. Humans have the right to do these things, but it is not in our interest. For example, nobody can rightfully point a gun at you and say stop chopping the forest, or I will hurt you. We should not make man-made laws against these practices, but come to a level of education and awareness that we do not need to do these activities. Human rights are more important than the environment, as human beings can experience suffering unlike plants. In 1960, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi predicted that 1% of a population practicing the Transcendental Meditation, TM, technique would produce measurable improvements in the quality of life for the whole population. This phenomenon was first documented in scientific research in 1976, when it was found that when 1% of a community practiced TM, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on average. This effect has been replicated in other areas such as Washington, D.C. When we change our thoughts, other thoughts of other human beings change. When a behavior is shared by a critical mass of people, 51%, humanity learns this behavior immediately, even if they are far apart and have no contact. This has been studied and proven by scientific research. It is called the 100th monkey effect. There is strength in solidarity. Stop being intolerant and arguing over little things that don't matter, such as the clothes someone has or the way someone looks at you. We need to get together and find out what life is really about. Disconnect from disempowering systems that do not empower you or humanity. That is the only way to stop these systems, and this is easier to do when you have numbers. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., civil rights leader and minister. Therefore, everyone should try to be the most moral they can be. Also, they should encourage others to be as moral as they can be. But if nothing else, do not violate other human beings' rights. You can't use the power of God if you violate the rights of others. This power can't be passed by genes to offspring, because this power is beyond genes. This power can be used to achieve pure bliss, enlightenment, and love. With this, you can manifest all you desire. Peaceful parenting. Fundamentally, the root of all good and evil in the world is how children are raised. Good parenting is fundamental. The first 7 years of a child's life affect their entire life afterward. Almost all of people's beliefs are the same as when they were children. Most people have to fight persistently with great effort to break this programming, which is why most don't. Proper education is very important. Their health early on is critical. Parents, especially pregnant mothers, have a duty to be healthy when they are conceiving a child. Pregnant mothers need to make sure they are healthy. This includes avoiding all drugs and alcohol. They do not want to be ill or having a hard time physical moving, as this can damage the baby. Too many broken people are born because of the poor decisions of mothers, causing birth defects. A world of broken people creates a world of suffering. Under natural law, neglect of a fetus, baby, or child could be considered a form of abuse and therefore violence. Abortion is a violation of the non-aggression principle. An exception is if the birthing process would harm the mother's health to the point that she couldn't bear the child, or if the birthing process would cause the mother's death. Circumcision is always a violation of natural law. Even if the parents, doctors, or clergy agree to it, the child's consent is still required, which they can't give if they are babies. A child is not the property of a parent just because they created the child, since a person is an independent being. In other words, creating a child is not the same as a carpenter creating a table, which he can rightfully modify as he sees fit. Children absolutely do feel pain during circumcision. That is why, if you have watched videos or heard it yourself, you will hear agonizing cries. According to a multitude of studies found at the Circumcision Reference Library, this pain can cause trauma the baby for many years or for life. We simply have no right to do this. If a person wants to become circumcised later in life, he has that right once he has reached a mature age. One justification for this is religious freedom. Religious freedoms mean that you can believe whatever you want. However, if your actions violate the rights of others, then that belief is dangerous and not included in religious freedom. Circumcision is a violation of the child's right to be unmolested. Tradition doesn't mean that it is reasonable or moral. Slavery was a brutal tradition seen as perfectly morally and reasonable for many centuries, and still is in some parts of the world. Children can't give informed consent to a vaccine because they are too young. Children do not necessarily have the capacity to understand and consent to drugs like vaccines, pharmaceuticals, narcotics, or alcohol. Many children feel violated when they are given vaccines. They do not consent. Parents and governments force children to be vaccinated. Vaccines are drugs and are regulated by the Food and Drug Administration, FDA. Vaccines have questionable health effects on people. Review the vaccine health section. Doctors rarely educate patients on side effects. This negligence could be an indirect violation of the non-aggression principle. Spanking is another crime that parents are involved with. It is not necessary for disciplining children, except if the child is doing violence to others. Discipline doesn't come from punishment but education. It comes from teaching children right and wrong and teaching them how to be self-disciplined. Once they leave your hands, who will discipline them? Probably an abusive spouse or the TV. Stefan Molyneux has great content on spanking. Research positive discipline as well. Spanking teaches children to avoid parents so they don't get hurt. It leads to more aggression and low self-esteem. This can lead to being an abuser or a victim in a future relationship. It leads to criminality. Parents need self-awareness, because frustrated parents who mean well can become abusers. In the adult world, we generally negotiate and argue with people. We do not use violence to solve disputes and disagreements. Children didn't choose to be in the relationship and have no physical ability to resist, plus they can't leave. Considering these circumstances, spanking is absolute cruelty. Anytime a woman or a child is hurt/ill/ or on drugs, there should be absolute silence, to prevent the creation of engrams, which is detrimental to the success of that woman and the future child. Study preventative dianetics to understand this. Right livelihood. Even if you unconsciously violate others' rights, so will that also be done to you. This is why I am bringing into awareness some of the things you may be suffering from without your awareness and attracting unpleasant things into your existence. I truly want you to become aware so you can live your fullest potential. The overwhelming majority of people in their day-to-day lives do not engage in violence. This gets rid of the idea that creating in a peaceful world is impossible or utopian. The truth is that we live closer to a peaceful world today than at almost any point in history. Thanks to revolutionary thinkers and global trade, the backward myth and idea of the need for wars to gain your neighbor's resources have been debunked and dispelled. In this section, I will only be going over the moral issues with these violent practices. Most people do not engage in violence day in and day out. Some individuals in our society violate natural law through their behaviors as part of their job or lifestyle. In Buddhist philosophy, there is an important tenet called right livelihood as part of the Eightfold Path. A person should make an income that doesn't involve harming others, the environment, or animals. Here are some examples of jobs that violate natural law. There is a major exception in the lives of billions of people who unknowingly do violence every day. This is the most largely accepted form of violence in our society and is unsustainable. This practice is known as carnism. It is using animals against their will to achieve our ends. This includes murdering animals for food and clothing, using them in science such as testing drugs or psychological research, using them for entertainment, and more. Whenever you willingly fund the practice of the murdering and exploitation of animals, you are committing violence. Animals are proven to feel pain, and that means that they can be considered a being. Doing violence to an animal is a violation of natural law principles. Watch videos of animal abuse and animal farming if you truly wish to understand how barbaric this practice really is. A great documentary on the abuses of the animal industry is Earthlings. Reread the plant-based lifestyle chapter again if you need a refresher. Those who do violence to animals are immoral. This includes jobs such as slaughterhouse workers, hunters, circus trainers, etc. Animals are beings that feel pain and have rights. If an animal hasn't harmed you or your property, then you have no right to harm it. Don't be an animal researcher or vivisectionist. This is a cruel and unnecessary for scientific advancement. There are superior methods of testing such as organoids, organs on chips, or human on a chip, computer simulations, autopsy studies, epidemiological studies, non-invasive imaging, such as MRI, CT scans, ultrasound, and X-rays, and microdosing. Con artists are violent people. Violence is usually thought of as someone hurting someone with a weapon, but violence is also committed by someone who harms a person or their property in ways that include deceit. Con artists deprive people of information to make an informed choice or mislead people into making decisions that they would not otherwise make. They trick people in doing something they would not agree to if they were informed, in order to profit from the victim. This is a win-lose scenario and a form of violence. Con artists can include people such as doctors, salesmen, businessmen, politicians, bankers, social engineers, and many more. The second most common form of violence in society is fraud. Doctors who do abortions are violent people, for reasons I stated in previous sections. Doctors who do circumcision are violent people, for reasons I stated in previous sections. Doctors who administer vaccines to children are violating the non-aggression principle, for reasons I stated in previous sections. Doctors who administer vaccines or drugs to adults without telling the patient all of the effects of the drugs, or showing it to them on the bottle or vaccine, and acknowledging their agreement are violating the non-aggression principles. Do not work for the mainstream media. Lying or working for an industry that tells harmful lies is immoral. Do not be involved with violent crime. Do not be involved with fractional reserve banking. Most credit unions are fine, pawn shops, and credit card companies. They scam people for their money and are predatory. Before the next section, you must understand what a victimless crime. A crime is an act that violates others' rights, such as the right not be stolen from or be assaulted, The Platinum Rules. A victimless crime is not a true crime. It is a crime that the government calls is immoral, such as smoking marijuana. Smoking marijuana doesn't harm anyone except for the person that is smoking marijuana. That is a victimless crime. If you look at the thousands of laws the government has, you will see that most are victimless crimes. Another crime is not being stolen from via taxes and fees for things such as what you do with your property and labor. Again, it's your property and fruits of your labor, you have the right as a being to do with it as you wish. Law enforcement officers who violate others' rights are violent people. Any officers or others which support a law enforcement agency which does violate the rights of others are also complicit with the violence, even if they do not do so directly themselves. This is similar to how a mafia member supports the mafia. They do not protect people's natural law rights as much as they violate. What will keep you protected from violence is being a peaceful person and having effective means to defend yourself. Police are policy enforcers, in other words they enforce the policies of the government even if it violates people's rights. Police almost always enforce victimless crimes, which are no crimes at all, and it destroys people's freedom and well-being. If a politician says that a person must surrender their property or a person must be killed or assaulted, even though they did nothing wrong, the police officer must follow the order or cease to be a police officer. This is not a virtue. A person must always do what is right, not what is the law, man's law. Slavery was the law. The genocide of millions was a law in Germany, the Soviet Union, and in other places. All police officers must quit enforcing victimless crimes and stop supporting fellow officers that do. Watch videos of police brutality if you truly wish to understand the results of order following. Soldiers who fight in wars or enforce victimless crimes are violent people. Any soldier or others which support the military such as working for its industries are also complicit with the violence, even if they do not do so directly themselves. This is similar to how a mafia member supports the mafia. They do not protect people's natural law rights as much as they violate. Again, what will keep you protected from violence is being a peaceful person and having effective means to defend yourself. Every government has used soldiers to conquer land and resources. Then the government uses them to occupy conquered territories. They also use them to protect the government from being abolished or overthrown by people, even if those rebelling have a noble purpose and course of action. These are the three reasons why soldiers exist. As a soldier, you must obey your officers, or you will cease to be a soldier. Millions of people have been murdered in history by soldiers, and all wars are started on lies. These lies are so numerous that many books have been written about them. Research false flags and war propaganda. Watch war footage if you truly wish to understand the results of war. How, according to veteran-turned-freedom activist Adam Kokesh, one way of quitting the military is to seek conscientious objector status or to be honorably discharged. Despite all of the pressures on you, when you're in the military, you can get out at any time by simply saying, "I object. My conscience prevents me from being a part of this system any longer. I see only one real solution: talk to police and educate them on what victimless crimes are. Talk to soldiers and tell them what the true purpose of soldiers and war is. See them as they could be, and do it from a perspective of loving what they could be, which is pure love. At the core of all beings is pure love. They are simply at a lower level. Raise up their consciousness. That doesn't mean you like their actions, but you love them for what they could be. They will become that person with your help, by your words, actions, and by sending out good positive and uplifting energy of love. This is the only real solution in the long term. However, saying this, you have a natural law right to defend yourself or other innocent people against anyone who does violence, regardless of what their job is or the uniform they wear. Always try the first solution first. A great presentation on this topic of order followers is Mark Pacios' The Cult of Ultimate Evil Order Followers and the Destruction of the Sacred Feminine. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=ZSQBNGX People who punish others for victimless crimes in the legal system are violent people. If you work in one of these jobs, you must quit immediately, as these jobs unconsciously cause misery for you. You will not struggle to make ends meet if you apply the success principles in this book. This will dramatically improve your life in the long run, as unseen forces in the universe will love and support you for such a bold and righteous action as quitting. Do it, you'll see your life improve, and then you will know. Aim for an honest, righteous improvement in humanity and the earth, and find your highest bliss, which is always in not violating the rights of others. Almost all jobs do not violate natural law. Here is a way to find out if you are a moral person who obeys the platinum and golden rule. Use the relaxation technique and then stare at yourself in the mirror. Ask these questions every day. Am I a moral person? How can I be truly a moral person? Does the behavior I am performing in the daily activity of this work cause harm or loss to others, directly or indirectly? Am I a good parent? If you are a parent, am I improving the lives of others or degrading them? Am I taking rights away? Am I honest with others? I recommend watching Mark Pacios' Right Livelihood podcast episodes. Part 1. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=1rmv_tw5wgm Part 2. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=qrtxhwgw3e0 Environmental respect. Respecting the environment ensures we have a clean and safe world to live in and prosper in. We need to respect our environment, this includes animals as well. Nature deserves respect, because if we do not respect it, it will destroy us. We can't live without trees, oceans, the ozone layer, etc. The massive amount of pollution we produce is too much for nature to handle. Nature can handle some pollution. I am not saying that we need to live as primitive people. We can coexist with nature. We can still expand into nature, have factories, mines, etc. Some say humanity must be exterminated to return Earth to a healthy state, but we do not need to get rid of people in order to live in harmony with nature. We just need people be more environmental conscious. We do not need carbon taxes or governmental regulations. We need education and common sense. We need to move to more green systems of energy. The best is free energy. This energy would be free and could be tapped into from all places on Earth. Research Nikola Tesla and free energy. This science is at least 100 years old. We also need to educate people that free energy exists and it is a practical alternative to the energy systems we have now. The greatest way to respect the environment is to adopt a PBL, plant-based lifestyle. See the PBL chapter if you need a refresher. The second best way is to throw away fewer things. Reduce, reuse, recycle is the plan. Reducing our consumption of goods is the most effective. We don't throw away what we don't have. We should live a minimalist life, which means we only have what we need and truly want. Advertisements convince people they need certain products. We need to stay away from this if we wish to become minimalist. Don't watch TV or listen to radio. Use an ad blocker on your web browser, such as Brave, and on YouTube as effective ways of reducing consumption. Try to eat all your food, don't throw it away. If you are throwing away food, then you're probably buying too much to begin with. That or you are storing it incorrectly. Read the labels to see what needs to be refrigerated or frozen. Fresh fruits and vegetables last longer in fridges than out, usually. If it is biodegradable or will be eaten by scavengers, just throw it into the yard. Reusing is the second best method. This means using what you already have again. This means not using disposable cheap products. Instead, buy products that last and are reusable. Products that last means less trash and less harm to nature. Instead of throwing things away, you can donate them or give to your neighbors and friends, sell them, or give them to a junk collector in exchange for money. Reusing is far better than recycling because some material can't be recycled, at least efficiently. Recycling is the least efficient method, but it is better than nothing. Recycling products is usually easy to do. Most neighborhoods have recycling services, such as waste management. Check to see if you can recycle a product, if it goes into the trash, or if it can be used to make compost. Taxation. Taxation is theft. If a person doesn't pay taxes, then they will be accosted by being thrown in prison. http://explorestaxationtheft.com is a great resource for understanding this. We should try not to pay taxes. Taxes fund some of the most evil institutions, corporations, and the government itself, which are suppressive forces. Taxes fund the erosion of personal liberty, the media, the surveillance state, the murderous military machine, etc. No amount of petitioning seems to change the government's policy regarding these issues, though this could change. People say that taxes go to good things such as roads, and this is true. But they also go to murdering innocent children in the Middle East. My argument is closed there. The government spends millions of dollars on wasteful projects. You can imagine any taxes you pay going into a black hole and then out of the black hole instead of your money going to evil institutions like the military-industrial complex. I am not saying don't avoid living your life because you may have paid taxes at some point. There are ways to avoid paying taxes, which all rich people do, as it reduces expenses. One way is to move to a state that has fewer taxes. It is going to be difficult to avoid paying taxes if you live in California, but if you live in Florida, it is much easier. You can form corporations to avoid paying taxes. You can start a 501(c)(3) organization and claim the property you own as part of it and avoid paying property taxes. Don't work a job that has an income tax applied, work under the table, freelance, as long as you make $600 a year from an employer, you don't pay taxes, or start your own business. Some websites where you can freelance are Craigslist, Upwork, and Fiverr. If you own stocks, sell them a minimum of a year later to avoid capital gains tax. Sales tax can be avoided by buying items at farmers markets, trading on Craigslist, yard sales, trading with neighbors, buying online from the dark net, or from websites like Amazon that don't apply sales tax in certain states such as Florida. Never pay taxes out of fear or stress. That puts out bad vibrations which attracts negative vibrations. The great work. It is quite possible that all of our dreams are the same, which is infinite love and happiness to all beings in the universe. By doing so, we will receive this feeling this too. I believe we will all reach this state by accomplishing the great work. It could be called the ultimate dream. We must educate others on natural law, which is not to do violence to other beings, by using the talents, passions, and skills we have. That is the great work. We must also not be hypocritical teachers, we must practice what we preach. If we educate others, especially at a young age, we can raise a new generation that will be more peaceful than the previous. I mean educate as bringing the best out of a child, not programming them. Children should be free to be themselves and unconditionally loved, that is true education. If children seek guidance, we should assist them. The reason we should focus on the young is that they have not been programmed into false belief systems and worldviews. It is difficult to teach someone who has a rigid belief system. Children are born with minds that are essentially blank slates. We must fill their minds with peace, compassion, critical thinking skills, and an understanding of natural law. We do not have to just educate children, but it is the easiest group to influence. We ultimately need to educate as many people as we can. The positive results that will come to humanity if we all obey natural law cannot even be currently imagined by most people. We can choose natural law or go against it. Note, however, that our choices have unavoidable consequences. We can have a world of peace, prosperity, technological growth, freedom, and love if we follow natural law. If we disobey natural law, we will have war, slavery, pollution, stagnation, and death. Only those who transcend the world can bring about a better world. That is the purpose of the self-improvement section of this book. I want you to live to your greatest potential, and I request that you also help others along the way. Problems cannot be solved with the same mindset that created them. Albert Einstein. Initiative. I will conclude with the final success principle, initiative. Apply this empowering info now. The present moment is all there is, so change your thinking and actions now. I saved this success principle for last for a reason. You have the right thinking if you learn this information, which you just did if you read this whole book. This book is to train you how to get into the game and be an active player. As you raise the consciousness of others, so will you. Your life gets better and theirs too. This is true because we are all one. Get onto the battlefield. You never really learn how to fly unless you fly for yourself. You don't have to know it all to get into the game, just the basic rules. You will learn more as you do. You learn information best when you start applying it. You know enough to get started. Spread your wings and fly. You are ready to go. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Chinese proverb. Be a dream achiever. Here are some general characteristics and action steps that dream achiever takes. The purpose of this section is to sum up the book. Study these and apply them at your own pace. Have a dream, and only one. You make a decision that you are going to achieve your dream. You have a definite purpose, goal, desire, dream, that is clearly definite. You know exactly what you want and why. You are obsessed, think about it all the time. You have an unbalanced life. It excites you and drives you toward actions. You stay up late and wake up early. Everything toward your goal is not a sacrifice. You love what you do. Your goal must be measurable. You can know when you are getting closer to attaining it and when you have it. You write it out in detail, modify later if necessary. What you want you can see in your mind's eye. You make plans and take action, rewrite the plan as necessary. Like a general who makes a plan and follows it but adjusts based on intel and the results on the battlefield. You do something every day toward it. You put in time working on and thinking about it. Almost all time is sacrificed. You stop all the non-goal achieving activities and time wasters such as TV, movies, etc. You are teachable and learn from your mistakes. You have a good memory, and you remember what you learn and are willing to change. You are ambitious, motivated, and have energy. You have initiative. You are curious and ask questions. You get things done and finish cycles. You get things done now. You are reliable. You know you are a champion. You produce. You show leadership in yourself, others, situations, and circumstances and take charge. You are at cause over environment rather than at effect. You motivate and inspire others to do the impossible. You get people to take action. People don't have to even like you, they need to follow you. You need to lead. Everyone knows you are unstoppable, completely determined, and have a plan. You know you will win. You show self-control in what you do. And in your habits, especially thinking habits. You have physical stamina and endurance. You have courage. You have absolute determination. You do whatever it takes. You have total confidence in yourself. You know you are a creative force with infinite power. You can concentrate and focus. You can be by yourself and think, focus, plan, and concentrate on the attainment of your desires. You are accurate in your thinking. You don't make assumptions that you base your plan on. You get real facts and accurate information. You are generally organized in your thoughts and actions. You use imagination in everything. You are creative in coming up with solutions. You are resourceful. You program yourself with auto-suggestion, talking to yourself in positive ways, making affirmations in present time, I am rich. You use powerful words with intent. You use commands, decrees, and declarations. You give yourself and the universe these orders. You give yourself pep talks. You do more than what you are asked and paid for. You handle, deal with, and overcome all negative emotions such as fear, betrayal, disappointment, frustration, things not going your way, failures, setbacks, hatred and dislike, stress, rejection, embarrassment, humiliation and ridicule, anger, jealousy and envious, depression, sickness, death of yourself and / or a loved one, financial lack or losing your material things, being fired, having spouse leave you, being alone. Having or dealing with these means you take responsibility for what happens in your life. You don't make excuses or blame others. You don't complain. You don't have a victim mentality. You find opportunity in all adversity and turn negatives into positives. Your emotions, positive and negative, are intense. You transmute all energy into your obsession and in attaining your definite purpose. You associate with people who are where you want, or beyond, to be or are going in that direction. You constantly are trying to get more knowledge in the area of your definite purpose. You have specialized knowledge. You sacrifice to focus on attaining your DCA. But you do not feel like you are sacrificing at all, as you are enjoying what you are doing, and it feels like the right thing to do. The sacrifice actually gives you pleasure. You practice delayed gratification. You may cut back or go without for a while. You feel no financial pressure. You have a mastermind or group that helps you toward your DCA. Your DCA is also theirs. You may be the leader, or you may follow a leader of a mastermind. You bring people into your mastermind that make up for your current deficiencies. You get cooperation from other people outside the mastermind network. You negotiate and make deals. You recharge physically, emotionally, and mentally often to get inspired and motivated. Rested and relaxed, massage, meditation, nature walks, exercising, music, playing with pets/children, painting, gardening, dancing, etc. Being alone and / or being with those who support you is helpful. It could just be getting together to have fun with like-minded people. You use learning media to recharge and get inspired again. You see others succeed and give public recognition for their achievements. This means you know what you can do it now. You read biographies and autobiographies. You know you are successful. You prepare. You pay the price for success because they know it's a bargain. They know you only pay the price for failure. You know the score. You think long term. You follow through with a decision long after the excitement and novelty of the moment have passed. You act immediately on new ideas or newly acquired knowledge. You do the right things consistently. You don't work slave jobs. You work only on something you are passionate about. You are creative. You are cooperative. You overcome your problems. You are willing to do what others aren't willing to do and what others would call inconvenient. You don't have time for pop culture nonsense. You are aware of the negative, but focus and dwell on the positive. You are an originator, pathfinder, and / or an inventor. You don't let the physical world control your higher self. You move in the right direction all the time. You make your decisions good. You are positive. You are welcoming. You share what they call secrets, things that they share openly but call them secrets to make people desire them more. I do this in the book. You are genuine. You are more interested in giving than making a killing. You respect the rights of others. You take initiative and apply what you learn, including this list. When you do the above, you have fun and you get a burning desire. You never feel like you are working, because you are feeling your true bliss. Conclusion. If you feel called to, Reread this book, and you will see it in a different perspective. You have the full knowledge of the book in your mind. You may gain more from the second reading than the first. I would recommend before reading my book again to make sure you use the information in the learning chapter to assist you in your next read. There is more to come. Rereading this book and teaching your imaginary students should answer most of your questions. Ask yourself questions before you ask me for maximum benefit. Even still, I welcome your questions. You can contact me at realnextlevelthinking@protonmail.com or gageandrewvoigt@protonmail.ch. I will add extra content that is not yet in the book at this link. It will give you a taste for the next edition. I am always learning and refining what I already know to provide you with more valuable knowledge. You can go to this link here, https://www.nextlevelthinking.net/single-post/extra-content-coming-next-edition-of- uit. My number one source is Kevin Trudeau's teachings and Mark Paschio's natural law presentation. Mark Paschio's natural laws presentation, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=wajx855dng. Kevin Trudeau's teachings, https://www.youtube.com/playlist?list=please pa mcdt70ktbtmjh-lo34zhbcael1bvc. Science of Personal Success Kevin Trudeau, https://u.p/link/pu//show?mark code =sign kz5vvq kz-lg9 Kevin Trudeau recommended material, https://gurukev.com/recommended-materials. Visit me at these sites for more updates on the new editions of the book, which will contain more content. Please donate and share this book if you found this information valuable. Thank you. Facebook, tinyurl.com/nextlevelthinking Facebook. Minds, https://www.minds.com/nextlevelthinking. Donate, tinyurl.com/donate to nextlevelthinking. Patreon, patreon.com/realnextlevelthinking. YouTube, https://tinyurl.com/nextlevelthinking YouTube. Next Level Thinking https://www.nextlevelthinking.net. If you feel ready in the core of your being, you are ready. Stop reading the book and go. References and appendix. If any references are broken links, please email me. I have downloaded all the videos, books, articles, and audio on my computer. My primary email is gageandrewvoigt@protonmail.ch. My secondary is realnextlevelthinking@protonmail.com. My tertiary email is gageavoigt@gmail.com. This reference and appendix C doesn't include all my research. Much of what is not put into this book, you can find that at this link, https://www.nextlevelthinking.net/rechem-media. Non-aggression and justice. https://steemit.com/philosophy/@karnell/non-ag-gress-zion-and-justice. George ought to help. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=pgmqze9bms. Non-aggression principle animation. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=rhe4ok4x4. The Philosophy of Liberty. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=magi86my7i. Non-aggression and self-defense principle. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=sign_a_mzlmzeta. Ahimsa sacred feminine and justice sacred masculine. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=HBVUWTFFRPs. Maharishi effect. https://research.miu.edu/maharishi-effect. Maharishi effect, stats and charts. https://tmhome.com/benefits/study-maharishi-effect-group-meditation-crime-rate. 9/11 and global consciousness. https://blog.nationalgeographic.org/2011/09/06/911-and-global-consciousness. Composting. https://www.epa.gov/recycle/composting-home. Reducing wasted food at home. https://www.epa.gov/recycle/reducing-wasted-food-home. Donate food. https://www.epa.gov/recycle/donating-food. How to donate and recycle electronics. https://www.epa.gov/recycle/electronics-donation-and-recycling $donate. How to reduce and reuse. https://www.epa.gov/recycle/reducing-and-reusing-basics. How to recycle. https://www.epa.gov/recycle/how-do-i-recycle-common-recyclables. The truth about vaccines from the most prominent vaccine researcher, Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=zaijysffsz0 &list =pa mcdtt70lct53xxob0 ziv tt7 utbuo&index =1104. King of Vaccines comes clean. Plotkin on vaccines. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=nacbhtfmlla&list =pa mcdtt70lct53xxob0 ziv tt7 utbuo&index =807. Government is slavery. http://strike-the-root.com/government-is-not-civilization-it-is-slavery. Master list of logical fallacies. http://utminers.utep.edu/omwilliamson/english1311/fallacies.htm. Cool interactive list of common logical fallacies. https://yourlogicalfallacies.com. Ethos pathos logos. https://www.difference-between.com/difference-between-ethos-pathos-and-logos. Difference between ethos pathos logos. https://pathos-logos.com. Confirmation bias and narrow-mindedness. https://5-reasons-google-is-making-us-stupid. Advertising bias on Google on exploiting crisis. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=24zzwyzd. Google search bias vs other search engines. https://www.zerohedge.com/news/2016-09-12/google-bias. How to overcome the downward pull of other people. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=tgv90nzrz8w. The psychology of conformity. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=argcz Resisting social pressure. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=ynfbtoez_a8 Proof of social conformity against obvious truth by individuals and being the tall poppy ash conformity. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=ih4mkcfja Stanford Prison, humiliation, conformity, divide and conquer, bad apples and good apples, evil place over good people. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=760lwempxbc The Chain of Obedience. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=6ncl-noxipbk Milgram Experiments. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=jxxbip5okjc Why we conform. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=h-diofxspec More information on conformity. https://www.youtube.com/playlist?mark list=sign pln/y-xx-list-eb-nef-rehn Dunning-Kruger effect. https://www.verywellmind.com/in-overview-of-the-effect-4160740 Larkin Rose, I'm allowed to rob you. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=ngpsjkqr_ze Number of U.S. soldiers killed in the Iraq War from 2003 to 2019, https://www.statista.com/statistics/26378/American-soldiers-killed-in-Iraq Number of people killed in Iraq War so far. https://www.iraqbodycount.org 42 false flags. http://www.whatreallyhappened.com/wrh-articles/42 false flags.php 10 false flags operations that shaped the world. https://www.infowars.com/10-false-flags-that-shaped-are-world Meaning is more important than happiness. Academy of Ideas. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=wixtn2s2d2w Meaning is more important than happiness and it's not okay to be weak. Jordan Peterson. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=5gh-5jj6y&t=11s What happens if you only pursue pleasure? Alan Watts. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=qozqgucrje8 Game Quitters website. https://gamequitters.com TV patent. https://patent.google.com/patent/us6506148b2/n CIA Mockingbird. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=cdcftpds0 &app=desktop TV, your mind. Controlled. http://truthsteeringmedia.com/2013/11/tv-your-mind-controlled. RFB TV patent explanation video. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=15GTRC7 How one man manipulated all of America, Edward Bernays and advertisement. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=New Jersey_UW by FM2U feature EMB_title. TV infographics. https://www.businessinsider.com/these-6-control-media-America-2012-6 List of subsidiaries owned by Walt Disney Company. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/list_of_assets_owned_by the_Walt_Disney_ Local news is even controlled by the Big Six. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=FHFQ80MZO CIA Secret Wars. https://www.illuminatirex.com/CIA-secret-wars 1954 Guatemalan coup. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/1954_Guatemalan_coup_d%(C3%)A9 Why Gaddafi was killed. https://www.marketslant.com/article/did-Clinton-have-killed-over-gold-France All mainstream media, even local, is centrally controlled. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=FHFQ80MZO Long-standing covered prepackaged government media. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=6PR-S0QTVRK Operation Mockingbird since at least the 70s. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=CDCFTOPDS0 What you see on people on media may not be real, this technology much better today. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=9YQ67CJDQVW 6 corporations own 90% of media in America. https://www.businessinsider.com/these-6-control-media-America-2012-6 Bush admits government gives media pre-packaged news reports. https://www.youtube.com/v=6PR-S0QTVRK Obama deepfake. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=CQ54GDM1L0 Project Mockingbird. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=FZEUWGWMAYG 1960s government subliminal national anthem video It's They Live. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=WDZI-ZK6GFE Social media copies gambling methods to create psychological cravings. https://www.theguardian.com/technology/2018/may/08/social-media-copies-media-copies-cravings. Staged protests. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=chew_a CNN split screen interview in same parking lot. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=zgadrt5hhwm. Fear-mongering. https://blog/2-takes-depression/201106/if-it-leads-understanding-fear-based-media. Why public schools and the mainstream media dumb us down. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=6cdaflxjj0g. Body evolution model before and after Photoshop. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=qz_ffemkxss. Dove evolution, women in magazines are fake. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=IACN0JF46U. Former Facebook exec, social media ripping apart society, you are programmed. Kamath Palihapitiya. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=D6E1 Rishmak. Mark Pashio. The Cult of Ultimate Evil, Order Followers and the Destruction of the Sacred Feminine. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=ZSQBNGX Where do good and evil come from? https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=xlijhwhnm&list=sign=WL&index=903. Gary Yourofsky. Animal Intelligence. https://www.adapt.org/animal-rights/animal-intelligence.html. Gary Yourofsky. The most important speech you will ever hear. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=u5hgqdlpra8. The Food Matrix. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=ynqb58 bobqw &feature=emb_title. Are we designed to eat meat? Milton Mills MD. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=kg-dkvg3e. Earthlings documentary. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=w8b547l5vkq. Vegetarianism and the Occult. http://www.anantgholap.net/vegetarianism_and_occultism-cwl.htm. What are brainwaves? https://brainworksneurotherapy.com/what-are-brainwaves? The basics of brainwaves. http://www.brainandhealth.com/brain-waves? What is earthing? https://earthinginstitute.net/what-is-earthing? Research by the Earthing Institute. https://earthinginstitute.net/research. Skeptical about earthing? Go outside barefoot. https://earthinginstitute.net/skeptical-about-earthing-go-outside-barefoot. Why it's important to stay connected. Earthing. https://earthinginstitute.net/stay-connected. New to earthing? Read this. https://earthinginstitute.net/new-to-earthing-read-this. Benefits of touching dirt. https://www.drnorthrop.com/dirt-strengthens-immune-system-happier-healthier. What is earthing or grounding? https://heartmd-institute.com/alternative-medicine/what-is-earthing-or-grounding. Dirt is nature's antidepressant. https://www.medicalnewstoday.com/article/66840.php number sign 1. Collective evolution grounding. https://www.collective-evolution.com/2016/10/earthing-how-to-how-from-through-of-your-feed. Is dirt good for kids? https://www.webmd.com/parenting/features/kids-and-dirt-germs number sign. Earthing, inflammation, and aging. https://earthinginstitute.net/earthing-inflammation-and-aging. Integrative medicine poster. https://earthinginstitute.net/wp-content/upload/2018/08/2018-congress-on-medicine-poster.pdf. RX Earth, the original painkiller. https://wp-content/upload/2020/rx-earth-the-original-painkiller.pdf. Why exercise is so underrated, brain power and movement link. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=dsvzkck066g&t=23s. Study shows high school athletes perform better in school than non-athletes. https://news.ku.edu/2014/01/study-high-school-athletes-persisted-more-graduation-more -10 amazing health benefits of sun exposure. https://www.lifehack.org/articles/lifestyle/10-amazing-health-amazing-exposure.html. 15 benefits of sunshine. https://www.theactivetime.com/healthy-living/15-benefits-sunshine/slide-16. Find your own circadian rhythm. https://ouraring.com/find-your-own-circadian-rhythm. What is circadian rhythm? https://www.sleepfoundation.org/articles/what-circadian-rhythm. Can you change your circadian rhythm? https://www.sleepfoundation.org/article/can-you-change-your-circadian-rhythm. Big Pharma and organized crime. https://wake-up-world.com/2015/big-pharma-and-they-more-similar-than-you-may-think. Study that finds that Big Pharma lied about SSRI for treating depression. https://www.collective-evolution.com/2017/1-study-find-that-big-pharma-that-for-depression. Psychiatric drugs kill more users than heroin and cocaine. https://buffer. Over-the-counter drug ibuprofen kills thousands each year. https://www.collective-evolution.com/2017/02-06/over-the-counter-drugs-ibuprofen Tylenol kills thousands each-year-so-hares-the-alternative. The 7 most prescribed drugs and their natural counterparts. https://www.wakingtimes.com/2013/02/12/the-7 most prescribed drugs in the world and their natural counterparts. Morphic resonance. https://www.sheldrake.org/research/morphic-resonance/introduction. Morphogenetic Field Healing Trauma Center. http://healingtraumaCenter.com/what-is-a-morphogenetic-field. Morphogenic Field Transcension Gate. https://transcensiongate.com/library/morphogenic-field. Harvard Health Tai Chi Qigong. https://www.qigong-institute.org/category/68/Harvard-medical-school-and-endorses-chi-and-chi. Qigong Yokai, Great Qigong Videos. https://www.youtube.com/playlist?list?please pa mcdtt70ipt_6 New York H47Q8 OROL1KJQW. Dr. Paul Lum, Great Tai Chi Videos. https://www.youtube.com/user/drpaolamtaichi. Harvard Health Tai Chi. https://www.health.harvard.edu/staying-healthy/the-health-benefits-of-tai-chi. The 100th Monkey Effect. https://thesecrettruthabout.com/100th-monkey-effect. Your wish is your command. Kevin Trudeau. https://archive.org/details/your wish is your command complete CD album. Your wish is your command PowerPoint presentation. https://www.slideshare.net/ericppatel/your-wish-command-10124673. Visible light and electromagnetic frequencies. https://science.nasa.gov/ems/09_visible light. The story of 2 woodcutters. https://screeable.com/blog/2017/03/07/story-of-2-woodcutters. Natural cures they don't want you to know about. Kevin Trudeau. https://my.pcloud.com/publinks/show?mark code =xzibhwkz8k2siablsbjnop0222q5vq9urrx. More nature cures revealed. https://acedofbiabbc file /ugd/bb_ddcdobfddffa9 pdf. Nature Cures Cheat Sheet. https://my.pcloud.com/publink/show code $xzqq-LKZPJ4V8ABH3LMRT-LUA6JBTUWBPCR7. Circumcision CIRP. http://www.cirp.org/library/psych/boil6. Circumcision Psychology Today. https://www.psychologytoday.com/a/blog/moral-landscapes/20150//psychological-damage. The facts about spanking. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=on Spanking and Parenting with Stefan Molyneux, from Joe Rogan Experience number 436. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=a6usy2qmavi. Dr. Sears 10 Reasons Not to Hit Your Child. https://www.askdrsears.com/topics/parenting/discipline-behavior/spanking/10-hit-your-child. How spanking harms the brain. https://www.psychologytoday.com/a/blog/the-me-in-we/2022/how-spanking-harms-the-brain. Spanking, Aggression, and Ethics. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=es2d2c-exy. Facts about spanking by Stefan Molyneux at Free Domain Radio. https://archive.org/stream/facts-abu-teaspoon-and-king Free Domain Radio /facts%20 about %20 spanking %20 freedomain radio_djvu.text. You can, literally, turn on the lights using your mind. Matilda is not science fiction anymore. https://medium.com/n-uro-tech-hx/u-can-literally-turn-on-the-lights-using-your-mind-not-science-fiction-anymore-c585-1b86e6fb. 6 corporations own 90% of news media truth. https://www.trutherfiction.com/6-corporations-own-90%-of-news-media. Foods high in beta-carotene. https://www.myfood-data.com/articles/natural-food-sources-of-beta-carotene.php. iPencil, the movie. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=io3-to-q-dice. TFT collarbone breathing exercise. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=kqx1lrwg4m0 list please pa mcdt70lqmglp0z29qexk3 index $11 T=0s. TFT tapping treatment for trauma and anxiety relief. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=zbbn3wpmlti list please pa mcdt70lqmglp0z29qexk3 etzwh index $13 T=0s. Dianetics Movie Part 1. https://www.youtube.com/playlist?list $PLFFLEWFZS6V _ hyphen Y hyphen X brew hyphen UI 5002 UUD1. Diantics Movie Part 2. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v F _LTJAAWGVQ &list =PLFFLEWFZS6V9 JNHB7WY21DTB4 New Ream. Diantics An Introduction. https://www.scientology.tv/films-on-scientology-principles/diantics-introduction.html 157